A couple of years ago, I started to learn web design because I was fascinated with colors, typography, and website layouts. Also because I wanted to make more money. Soon after, I got my first clients, and I started to notice that most of them also wanted coding services because a static website design was useless to them. They wanted a fully functional website, and that's why I decided to learn web development. And because you're watching this, I suspect you might be in a similar position. Maybe you're a designer who wants to branch out and learn development, or maybe you're a programmer who wants to expand your knowledge, your area of expertise, and learn about the web side of things. Or maybe you're just someone who wants to learn something new and exciting, and for some reason you settled on web development. Whatever the case may be, I think this free course is great for that because you learn HTML and CSS. These two languages are the main building blocks of any website. And if you want to become a successful web developer, this is where you need to start. But hey, if we're just meeting, my name is Adi Pordila. I'm a web designer/developer, and my goal with these courses is to help as many people as possible become better web designers and developers. Now, let's talk about this course because it's a big one. It starts with HTML, which is a markup language that defines the structure of a web page. In the first part of the course, you'll learn about HTML elements and tags, lists, working with images, creating forms and buttons, and even using tables. Then we move on to CSS, which is a styling language that we use to make our websites look pretty. Here, you'll learn about selectors, units, working with color, styling text, setting dimensions, working with the box model, working with borders, styling lists and backgrounds, and positioning elements. You'll also learn about Flexbox and CSS Grid, and also about making websites responsive with media queries. At the very end, we'll use our newly acquired knowledge of HTML and CSS to build a simple web page. Now, at the end of this course, you'll also receive some exercises as homework, and I highly recommend you do those because they will help you assimilate the information a lot better. You'll find all the resources that I used in this course, along with links for the homework in the video description. And speaking of resources, I want to quickly tell you about one of my favorite resource, and that is Envato Elements. That is my go-to place for a lot of things. Fonts, icons, UI kits, WordPress themes, music for my YouTube videos, Final Cut Pro plugins, stock photos, stock videos, illustrations, backgrounds, and much more. For creatives like me, this is an amazing resource because all the assets have simple commercial licensing and you're not bound to any contract. Therefore, you can cancel whenever you want. So, if you're interested, check out the link in the video description. Now, let's move on with the course, and the very first thing we'll do is to set up a proper working environment because you can't learn coding without the proper tools. The term coding is pretty broad. It can refer to many things like programming in C++ or backend development, and depending on what kind of coding we do, the tools we use might vary. Now, in this course, we're learning HTML and CSS, which are languages used in front-end web development. Front-end meaning the presentation layer visitors see. So the tools we need to use here are pretty straightforward. We need a code editor and a browser. So let's start there. In terms of browsers, I can recommend the following three. Google Chrome, this is probably the most popular, Mozilla Firefox, or Microsoft Edge. These all work on both macOS and Windows, and they're all free. So just pick the one that you like the most or you feel most comfortable with. Personally, I use Chrome specifically for development. because it's pretty fast and it has some really good developer tools that allows me to inspect web pages and do all sorts of things. You can even use Safari if you want. Safari also has some developer tools, but honestly, I would just stick to one of these three. Oh, and also stay away from Internet Explorer. If for some reason you still have that installed on your Windows system, yeah, just stay away from it. Don't use IE. When it comes to code editors, I can highly recommend Visual Studio Code. This is made by Microsoft. It's free. It works on all platforms, really. And I've been using it for a couple of years now, and it's really awesome. After using it, I never found myself wanting to switch or wanting to try out a different code editor. But if you want options, I can also recommend Sublime Text. This is what I was using before VS Code. This is also great, but I think you need to buy this. But yeah, you do need to pay a license of $99. It's probably a one-time, yeah, it's a once-off purchase. It comes with 3 years of updates. So yeah, after 3 years, an upgrade will be required to receive further updates. Okay, so yeah, Sublime Text is also good, but apparently you do need to pay for it. Another editor that I can highly recommend is Atom. This is made by GitHub, I believe. Yeah, so this is made by GitHub. Also a pretty good editor. I played around with it at some point, but I just got back to VS Code. And finally, there is also Brackets. I believe this is the Adobe code editor. Yeah, so it was originally founded by Adobe as a community-guided open source project. Okay, so yeah, this is still in development, apparently. Brackets. So if you want something a bit simpler, you can go ahead and use this. Obviously, it works on all platforms, as do all of these editors. So take your pick, really, but honestly, I recommend VS Code because it does help you a lot, especially as a beginner. It has a lot of helpful tools. For example, when you hover on a CSS property, it tells you a short summary of that property. It gives you links to Mozilla Developer Network, where you can read more about the property. And overall, it just has certain features that allow you to write code faster, to be more efficient, and that's why I prefer it. Now, one other reason I really like VS Code is the fact that it has a ton of plugins you can install, not to mention the themes. But plugins, I use a few on a regular basis. And for this course, since you're a beginner, I highly recommend just one plugin, and that's going to make your life easier. And that plugin is called Live Server, I believe. Let me just open VS Code here. And if I go to the extensions, yeah, it's called Live Server by Ritwik Day. Okay. You basically open the extensions in your code editor and you search for Live Server, right? And you're going to have a little button here where you can open it, and you're going to have a button here that's going to allow you to install it. So you click that, you install it. And what it does is it basically creates a server that's going to automatically refresh when you make changes to your code. So I have an HTML document opened here. This is one of the HTML examples that we'll be working on in this course. And if you see down here in the status bar, there's a link that says Go Live. I click this, and it's going to start a server in my browser with this address here. And you'll see now that when I make changes, for example, let's say a classic cheesecake with, I don't know, strawberries, right? So this is the original title when I save this and I go back, this updates automatically. You don't have to manually refresh the page every time you make a change. And I just feel that this makes development a little bit easier. It eliminates an extra step, and it really allows you to save a bit of time. So if you're using VS Code, yeah, this is the live server plugin or extension. If you're using a different code editor, you might have a plugin for that. I don't know. You'll have to do some research on your own. But honestly, if you're just getting started with development, take my advice and use Visual Studio Code. Now, before we wrap up this lesson, I just want to quickly tell you about a resource that I highly recommend you save and you remember, and that is MDN, or Mozilla Developer Network. You can find it at this address right here, and this is basically your vocabulary for anything related HTML, CSS. You can very easily search. Let's search about divs, for example, right? And you'll find all the information you need here. It's neatly organized. You have code examples, and it's the right stuff. So everything you learn here, you know it's going to be correct because it's from a reputable organization like Mozilla. So just keep this in mind, bookmark it, and whenever you want to know information about a certain CSS property or HTML element, you can just come here, do a quick search, learn what it is to learn about it, and then go ahead and apply it. This is the one resource that you should always keep in mind. And it also integrates quite well with VS Code. If you remember, I actually mentioned that previously. So for example, if I hover over an HTML tag here, like section, it actually gives me a definition taken from MDN. And I can click this link, and it's going to take me directly to that element, where I can see code examples, how to use it in CSS, and so on. And this works for CSS as well in VS Code. So that's fantastic. All right, so now that we have prepared our working environment, it's time to move on to the next lesson, where we learn how websites are loaded. Did you ever ask yourself what happens when you type an address in the browser and hit enter? Well, most people don't really care what happens, but I think it's important to know this stuff as a web developer. So you type in the address, you hit enter, and the website is loaded. But what exactly happens behind the scenes? Well, it all boils down to client-server communication. The client is the browser. The server, or web server, is the computer that's hosting the website's files. And the communication is happening when the client is requesting a resource and the server is providing that resource. So basically, the client is sending a message to the server saying that, hey, I want the homepage for this website. Okay, and that's usually the index.html file. The server responds, or it receives the message, and then it responds by sending the index.html file. The browser then takes that file, it reads it, and it creates something called the DOM. DOM stands for Document Object Model, and it basically represents all the building blocks of the web page and their structure. So paragraphs, images, divs, headings, and so on. All of these are represented in the DOM. Now, when the browser goes through the HTML file line by line and it constructs the DOM, it might get to certain resources that need to be loaded from the server. For example, images. When that happens, the client or the browser makes another request to the server for that particular resource. The server then responds by sending back that image or that font or whatever that resource is. And this process happens over and over again until all the resources in that web page are loaded. When that happens, the browser then can start rendering the web page, and rendering being just a fancy word for displaying. So as you can see, displaying a web page is all about this constant communication, this constant going back and forth between client and server. Now, let's talk about HTTP. You've seen this acronym in every web address you've ever used. Well, HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. In simple terms, it's a language used for communication between client and server. It's a simple concept. Just like I'm communicating with you in English through this video, that's exactly how the client is communicating with the server using HTTP. Nowadays, you'll most likely see HTTPS being used. This is the same as HTTP, but with added encryption, meaning the messages that are being exchanged between client and server are encrypted, so malicious third parties cannot read them. This is a much safer protocol because it protects your information. Now, HTTP is part of the web address. It's at the very start of it. But what about the rest? Well, let's take a closer look at a web address. Let's say you want to go to the Envato website. So in your browser of choice, you enter www.envato.com. This whole address is called a URL, which stands for Uniform Resource Locator. Think of it as the address of a unique resource on the web. And resources can be many things: a web page, an image, a CSS file, an audio or video file, a font, and so on. And each of these have their own unique URLs or addresses. As for the structure of a URL, let's start from left to right. First, we have the scheme. This indicates the protocol or the language the browser uses to request that resource. In most cases, you'll find HTTP or HTTPS. Then we have this funny looking combo of a colon and two slashes. This is called the character pattern. Next, we have the authority. Usually, this only contains the domain, for example, envato.com, but it can also show a port number. Usually, you don't see a port number because the web server uses the standard ports of 80 and 443 to serve resources. But if necessary, a port number can be added after the domain with a colon sign in front of it. Next, we have the path to the resource we want to get, and you'll find that for the home page, we don't see that path. That's because index.html or index.html is considered the default file for the home page, so it's not being displayed in the URL. But for any other file, that path is displayed. Then we have parameters. These are preceded by a question mark. They come as key value pairs and are separated by an ampersand. Parameters can be used by the server for performing additional actions before returning the resource. For example, this placeholder image generator uses parameters to get a text from the user. The server then takes the text, it generates the image with the text inside, and then it returns that image to the client. And finally, we have anchors. You can think of these as bookmarks inside a page. When the browser loads the page, it will automatically show the content at that bookmark. For example, when I open this URL, it takes me to the developer.mozilla.org domain. It opens the color scheme page located under n-us/docs/web/css, and then it takes me to the bookmark called examples. Now, we've talked about HTTP requests and how they're the means of communication between client and server. And to help you understand this a little bit better, I want to show you, or I want to show them in action on a live website. And for that, we're actually going to use something called Developer Tools. So we're going to jump to Chrome, and I went ahead and opened the envato.com website. And in Chrome, you can access the developer tools by going right-click anywhere on the page and choosing Inspect. Alternatively, you can go to View, Developer, and then Developer Tools. Now, you can open the Network tab inside these tools, and you can do a page refresh. So let me quickly explain exactly what happens here. So here you have all of the requests that the client or my browser made to the server. So first it requested the homepage of envato.com, right? It's a document. We can also see the size here, the time it took to load, and then we move on to the other resources. As you can see, we're loading some CSS files, then some JavaScript files, and then we're starting to load some SVG files. These are all requests made by the client, my browser. And it's just like I was saying, the browser first gets the HTML file, then it starts reading that HTML file, constructing the DOM, and as soon as it gets to a resource that needs to be loaded, it sends another request to the server, just like it did for the CSS file here. When that was loaded, it moved on, it sent another request for another CSS file, and so on and so forth. And when everything was loaded, the browser then rendered this web page so we can see it in all of its glory. Now, I wouldn't worry too much about what every single thing in this page means. I just wanted to show you this so you'll have a much better understanding of what happens behind the scenes when you're loading a website. So the developer tools is something that I use all the time, and I highly recommend you get familiar with it. Because you can do a lot more with it. For example, you can inspect the HTML code here. You have a console already. If you want to debug JavaScript or anything like that, you can measure performance. But that's getting a little bit too complicated. For now, just know that it's here, and you can find it in pretty much any major browser. Firefox has one. Chrome, the one that I have here, obviously has it. Brave has it. Safari, I think, also has it, but you have to enable it because it's not enabled by default. But don't really quote me on that. I don't really use the other browsers, so I might be wrong about that. But yeah, developer tools in your browser, use it. It's going to help you tremendously. All right, so that's a very quick introduction at how the web works and how websites are being loaded. And before we move on, let's take a look at a few key takeaways. Websites are hosted on special computers called servers, and each web page and web resource has a unique address defined by the URL. The URL always contains the scheme and the authority, and can optionally include a path to the resource, parameters, and anchors. To load a web page or web resource, the client or browser sends a request to the server. The server responds to that request by sending the resource back to the client. The communication between client and server is made using the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP. This is a language understood by both browser and server. The difference between HTTP and HTTPS is that the latter is using encryption. For insight into the inner workings of a website, you can use your browser's developer tools. Now, so far in this course, I used the term HTML in a couple of places, but what exactly is HTML? Let's find out. Before we can start writing HTML code, we need to know what HTML is, right? Well, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it's the code that defines the structure and content of a web page. And it's really simple to work with. You basically have these entities, which are called tags, that you can use to wrap the various parts of your content with. Here's an example. Here I have a standard HTML page, and you'll notice these words and acronyms that are placed inside these angle brackets, right? Well, these are called tags, and don't worry, we'll explore these in much more detail in future lessons. But for now, as I was saying, you can use these to wrap certain parts of your content. For example, what if I want to create a title, right? I can do it like this. I can say, hey, this is a title, right? And I can save, and I can use the live server plugin here in VS Code to open up a web server. And as you can see, surely enough, the browser displays, hey, this is a title, but it's just a piece of text, right? Well, I can use a tag with this, like a heading tag, h1, and then I'm going to close that tag, oops, like so. And now it's the same text, but it's displayed differently, right? So you would use tags to wrap various parts of your content, but also to give them meaning, to tell the browser, hey, this is a particular element, this is a title or a paragraph, right? If I want to create a paragraph, I would use the p tag, right? Save that. Let's create another one. Save that as well. And now if we go back to the browser, we have a title and 2 paragraphs. So as you can see, HTML, is about placing your content, writing your content the way you want it, and then using these entities called tags to wrap different parts of your content. Now, a lot of people think that HTML is a programming language. That's not true. If we think about it, one of the defining factors of a programming language is logic. So you have things like conditionals, where you can say, if this, then that. HTML doesn't have that sort of thing. So it's not a programming language. HTML is simply a language that allows us to structure the content in a web page and also allow it to be formatted using CSS. JavaScript is a programming language. PHP is also a programming language. And these are way more complex than HTML because you can do lots of stuff with them, like user interaction or pulling stuff from databases and so on. But the thing is, HTML is ultimately used to display the web page or a web page to the visitors, regardless of what programming language is used in the back end. So for example, WordPress uses PHP in the back end, right? So to retrieve or to write information to and from a database. But ultimately, that PHP code will use HTML to render the web page. So let me actually show you that using a very simple example. So let's go back to Chrome, and I'm going to open one of my websites, which is currently work in progress. So this website, adipurdila.design, is using WordPress in the back end. Google.com is, well, definitely not using WordPress. They have their own platform in the back end there. But when we do an inspect here on the Google website, what do we see here? HTML code, right? If we do an inspect on my website, which is using WordPress, what do we see here? HTML. Right? So please don't get confused when it comes to HTML and think that, okay, this is a programming language and certain platforms are using it to program and display web pages. It's not a programming language, it's a markup language. It's only used to structure the content. Whatever complex processes are going on behind the scenes involving databases and such, those are handled by programming languages such as PHP. And that's a very quick introduction to HTML. Now let's see about some key takeaways. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it's the code that defines the structure and content of a web page. In HTML, you can use different elements to structure your content into paragraphs, headings, lists, and so on. HTML is not a programming language. Browsers will always render HTML code, regardless of what programming languages are used behind the scenes. All right, so now that we know what HTML is, let's start using it. And for that, first, we need to create an HTML file. That's coming up. You can create an HTML file in pretty much any text editor, but I recommend you use a dedicated code editor or one of the dedicated code editors I mentioned at the start of this course. I'm going to be using VS Code or Visual Studio Code, but you can use whatever you're most comfortable with. Now, let's create our first HTML file and learn about its structure. So in VS Code, I'm going to open up the file browser here, or the Explorer as it's called, and I'm going to create a new file by clicking this button, and I'm going to call it index.html. Now, index.html is the file that the browser will always open first. So if you go to envato.com, the browser will search for index.html. That's the default file for the homepage. You'll see that now if we go to the browser and if we refresh, it's going to display a blank file. It's going to display this HTML file, and I can say here, hello, save, refresh, and that's going to display hello. And I can even go /index.html, and it's going to display the same thing. As I was saying in the lesson about the URLs and the web addresses. Index.html, this is the path to the resource. It's not mandatory to be displayed. Of course, it works if you specify it, but even if you don't, it still works, right? The browser will still reach in for that index.html file by default. Now, if I were to rename this file, for example, to index-page.html, now if I do a refresh, oops, the browser instead just shows me the structure of my root here because it can't find that index page anymore. Of course, if we open it, it's going to display it correctly again, but this time it does display the full path to the resource, a resource which in our case is index-page.html. So that's the difference, right, between an index file and a regular HTML file. Now, let's move on with this lesson and talk about the structure of an HTML page. And for that, I'm just going to create a new file that corresponds to the lesson number here. It's 2-3.html. I'm simply going to hide the sidebar. On macOS, you can do that with Command B. On Windows, it's probably Control B. So then, let's talk about the structure. The very first thing you need to write in an HTML file is the doc type or the document type. In previous versions of HTML, we would use something like this: doc type, HTML, public, and a whole bunch of other things. This is for XHTML. It's one of the older versions of HTML. Or if we were using HTML4, we would use something like this, right? Very similar with just a few minor differences in the wording here. And basically, this just tells the browser what version of HTML we're using. Because HTML being a language, it evolved since it was originally created. And at the time of this recording, we are at version 5. But we'll talk more about HTML versions in a future lesson. Now, the doc type that we're going to use is actually much simpler than this. We just need this bit, and we can just write HTML with lowercase. So doc type HTML tells the browser that, hey, we're using HTML5, this is the document type, and we're done. It's much simpler than what we used to write in terms of doc type. So this is what you use. So you start with the doc type. Next, you start with the HTML element. And in VS Code, it's actually very simple to create these elements and use tags. You can simply write the tag, and VS Code will show you something called emmet abbreviation. It's going to show you the final result after you hit tab. So we hit tab, and the code editor will fill that in for us, and it will automatically create the opening and closing tag for us. That's why I recommended you use a dedicated code editor and not just some random text editor like Notepad. Okay, in Notepad, well, you don't have this kind of functionality, but in VS Code or any other editor, code editor out there, you do have it. So that's the HTML element. This will hold all of our HTML content in the page. Now, for the HTML element, we can actually apply an attribute called lang, that's short for language, and this allows us to specify what language the document is in. And this is great for search engines, for accessibility, and it also helps browsers localize the content. So the language attribute on the HTML element, you should always use it. Next, we have the head element, and then following that is the body element. Now, the body element, let me just quickly go through this. This will display the content in the browser. Okay, so whatever you put inside the body element will be displayed. Let's actually open 2.3.html, right? So whatever you put inside the body element will be displayed in the page. The head element contains critical information about the web page, information that's not displayed here in the browser. Okay, so it can contain information like the page title. This is the page title. Now, this is actually going to be displayed in the browser right here, but it's not displayed in the actual viewport area of the browser, in the actual page. What other things can you put inside the head element? Well, you can put meta information, like the following. You can specify what char set the page is using, or the page's character encoding. Here's another reason why VS Code is great. It offers these definitions for various things. Then you can also provide a description. What is the page about? Hey, this is a course about HTML and CSS. Keywords. You can place them here. Author, who did this, right? All of this is very important information for search engines, because that's how you tell search engines what the page is about. Here we have another meta tag for viewport information. This is a bit beyond the scope of this course. This just allows that page to be displayed correctly on mobile devices. So don't really worry about this too much. I just added it here so that you can see what kind of information we can place in the head of the document. We can also display links to CSS files or other resources here in the head of the document. All right, so here I added a link. I told it, hey, this is a style sheet, and here is the address of that style sheet. And if I had a style.css, right here, it's going to actually load that style.css. Now, you might be asking, well, what type of meta tags should I add to my page? Well, obviously, the more you add, the better it's going to be, because you're describing the web page in as much detail as possible, and that's always a great thing. But, as a bare minimum, add the title, add the meta char set. This is hugely important. And I would say this one, because it will allow that website or web page to be displayed properly on mobile devices. And if you're worried about SEO and stuff, which you'll probably be, you can add all of these other meta tags. But I would say at a bare minimum, these three. And here's another cool thing that you'll find in dedicated code editors. In VS Code, you can type HTML and you can cycle through these. VS Code has a snippet, a code snippet that's activated by this keyword here. And when you click it, it actually populates your page, right, with this code. So it basically gives you a boilerplate, a starting point for your HTML document. So you don't have to write this information by hand. It does that for you automatically. So, you can do it by hand like this, but after a while, you'll probably get tired. Instead, in VS Code, just type HTML:5, and it's going to generate this code automatically for you. Now, how about some key takeaways? You can create an HTML file in any text editor, but it's best to use a dedicated code editor. Every HTML file starts with the doctype declaration, which tells the browser what type of HTML it uses. Every HTML file contains an HTML element, which in turn contains the head and body elements. The head element is used to give the browser information about the page, like the title, description, or keywords. Any external resources like CSS or JavaScript files are linked here as well. The body element contains all the content that will be displayed in the browser. All right, so now that we have successfully created our first HTML file, it's time to learn about HTML elements, which are the building blocks of any web page. That's coming up. I've briefly talked about HTML elements in a previous lesson, and before we move on, I want to clarify something that might be a bit confusing to you, and that is the difference between an HTML element and an HTML tag. Now, an element is a paragraph or a heading or an image or any HTML building block, basically. The HTML tags are part of the element. We usually have an opening tag and a closing tag, and whatever is in between is called the element content. So then, an HTML element is made of content placed between an opening and a closing tag. That's the difference, and I think it's important for you to learn to use these terms correctly, especially as a beginner. With that said, people do use these two terms interchangeably, myself included. But I don't think that's the end of the world, because usually we know what we're talking about when we say, for example, let's use a P element or a P tag. We refer to the paragraph element. So it's not necessarily incorrect to say, okay, let's use a P tag or a tag instead of an element, but also at the same time be aware of the difference between the two. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's get back to the element syntax. As I was saying, an element is made of content placed between an opening and a closing tag. The two tags are the same, except the closing one has a slash in front of the keyword. There are certain elements that are self-closing, which means they're missing the closing tag. Among these, we can find img, hr, br, embed, and a few others. Also, notice the lack of content for these self-closing elements. In these cases, the content is either not necessary or coming from attributes. For example, in the case of img, the content of that image is defined in the src attribute. As a side note, elements that have no content are called empty elements. Now, let's turn our attention to these attributes I mentioned. An attribute contains additional information about that element, information that doesn't appear in the actual content. There are tons of attributes in HTML, and we'll discover a lot of them as the course unfolds, but one thing they have in common is their structure. Each attribute has a name, and most have at least one value. In the first example you see here, the attribute name is ID, and the value is container. In the second example, the attribute name is class, and it has two values, highlight and fluid. Also, notice the syntax. We have attribute name, =, attribute value wrapped in quotation marks. If the attribute has multiple values, we separate them with a space. Some attributes are empty, where only the name is displayed. For example, we can add autofocus or disabled to a form element, and that's perfectly valid. Also, in HTML, we have something called data attributes, which can also be used without a value. But that's a bit too advanced for this course. Finally, I want to tell you about HTML comments, and if you have any experience with programming languages, then you know the concept of a comment. And a comment is basically a line of code that is ignored by the compiler. In HTML, that line of code is ignored by the browser. So let me show you an example. Let's say we have a bit of content here in the body element, and we want to make like a note to ourselves that indicates where the main content starts and where the secondary content starts. Well, we can do that with a comment, and in a code editor, you'll have some sort of shortcut for creating a comment. In VS Code, it's command and /. And the comment structure is actually very simple. Here, let me actually show you. It starts with left angle bracket, exclamation mark, dash, dash, and then to end it, it's dash, dash, and right angle bracket. Currently, they are displayed like this because I'm using a font that has ligatures enabled, so they look a little bit different. But that's essentially how an HTML comment is created. And inside, you can put whatever text you want. Let's say start of the main content, and if I want another comment here, I can do my shortcut again, and or start of the secondary content, right? And these lines of text, you'll see that when we go to the browser, they are not displayed, right? They are completely ignored. They only serve one purpose, and that is to be displayed as a note to the developer. And with that out of the way, let's have a look at a few key takeaways for this lesson. HTML elements and HTML tags are different things, but these terms are used interchangeably. An HTML element is usually made of content placed between an opening and a closing tag. Certain elements are self-closing and don't have content. These are called empty elements. HTML attributes contain additional information about an element and are usually written as a key value pair, an attribute name and a value. Not all attributes require a value, for example, disabled or autofocus, and there are some that accept multiple values, for example, class. HTML comments are used purely as references for the developer and are ignored by the browser. All right, so now that we've learned the basics of HTML elements and tags, let's start diving a little bit deeper and learn about the different types of elements. And we'll start with inline versus block level. To understand how inline is different than block, you must first understand how content flows in an HTML document. So imagine two lines, right? One is horizontal, one is vertical. And let's assume that we're writing a text in English. The words will flow from left to right, so horizontally. New lines of text will flow from top to bottom, so vertically. Paragraphs of text will be stacked on top of each other, so again, vertically. Now, whenever you hear the word inline, try to think horizontal. And when you hear the word block, think vertical. And to remember these a bit easier, try and associate them with other things. For example, inline. Associate with in the same line. So horizontal, inline. When you say block, you need to associate it with vertical. So think about a block of apartments, the really tall buildings with a lot of apartments in them. That's a block of apartments, vertical. Okay. Now, how exactly does this apply to HTML? Well, I only mention this because when talking about HTML elements, we have two types. We have inline and we have block or block level. So let me show you some examples for both. And I prepared a simple demo for you here. Let me actually show you the code. So we have the following. We have an H1. This is a heading 1. We'll discuss it in more detail in a future lesson. We have a paragraph, and then an H2. This is a heading 2, another paragraph. Then we have a div. OL, this is an ordered list with 3 list items. And then another paragraph. Now, some of these elements, like for example, this paragraph, has additional elements inside it. For example, A, this is the anchor tag. This is basically how you create a link. So this A element is inside the paragraph. Same with this one, the span. Inside this heading, we have another element that's called small. Inside this paragraph, we have 2 additional elements. M, this is for emphasis, and strong. It's this one that you see here. To illustrate which is a block level and which is an inline element, I went ahead and applied some CSS, where I just set colors to various elements. So don't really worry about the CSS right now. We haven't gotten to that part of the course. And instead just focus on the types of elements. So the headings and the paragraphs and the divs and the lists are all block level elements. And here's how you can tell. Block level elements will always force a new line. Notice that, for example, this heading doesn't start where the previous element ended. It starts on a new line. Also, block level elements will take up the entire available space of their parent. Notice that by giving it this green border, I can see exactly where it starts and where it ends. And because it's a block level element, the headings and the paragraphs and the divs, right, they all take up the entire available space of their parent element. If I were to resize this window, you'll notice that the elements themselves will resize as well. Right? For paragraphs, the text will just go on a new line. It's going to do the same for headings if we get to a window that's super, super small. But the point is they do take up the full width of their parent element. And because they start on a new line, block level elements will always stack one on top of the other. Notice that this list is on top of this paragraph, this div is on top of the list, paragraph on top of div. So they're all stacked one on top of the other. And this is classic behavior for a block level element. Now, inline elements can be displayed next to other inline elements. For example, the anchor tag that you see highlighted here, and let me actually make this a little bit bigger. The anchor tag is an inline element by default, so it can sit next to other inline elements. It doesn't force a new line, and it only takes up as much space as it needs. This other inline element here is a span, right? It's this one here. This, again, it can sit next to other inline elements, and it only takes up as much space as it needs. Unlike a block level element, which takes up the entire space and it forces a new line. What else do we have? We have the small element, right, that we can see here. New heading is written in a smaller font. This, again, is an inline element. What else? M and strong are also inline elements. As you can see here, this does not force a new line. This is the M, which by default turns the text italic, and this is the strong, which renders the text as bold. One other important distinction here is the fact that block level elements can accept width and height, and also margins on the top and the bottom, but inline elements cannot accept that. So, for example, I cannot make this part of the text way bigger, or way smaller, or way taller. I cannot affect the width and the height of an inline element, nor can I give it margins on the top and the bottom. But on this one, the heading 1 or maybe the div, which are both block level elements, I can specify width, I can specify a height or margin on the top and the bottom. And don't worry if you don't know what margin is, we'll learn about these in the lesson about the box model. But for now, just remember the difference between block level and inline level elements. And if we're going to leave all the other differences aside, the one thing you need to remember is that block level elements will force a new line, while inline elements will not. Now, in this demo, I only showed you a handful of both inline and block elements, but the full list is actually much bigger than that. In fact, here is the full list of block level elements in HTML at the time of this recording. As you can see, there are quite a few. And here is the full list of inline elements, also quite large. So feel free to pause the video if you want to take a closer look at these and memorize them. But honestly, I wouldn't bother with that right now. Trying to memorize all of these elements and which category they belong to is unnecessary. Even I don't remember all of them, and whether or not they're a block or inline, that's what Google is for, right? But what I do remember is the most commonly used one from both categories, and that actually helps me a lot when writing CSS and HTML. So if you want to remember some of these, here are the ones I think you should. For block level elements, we have block quote, div, figure, form, H1 through H6, HR, LI, OL, P, table, and UL. For inline elements, we have A, button, M, img, input, label, small, span, and strong. And don't worry, we'll cover most of these elements in the upcoming lessons. Now, some key takeaways. HTML has two types of elements, block level and inline. Block elements always start on a new line, occupy all the available horizontal space, and stack on top of each other. Block elements accept width and height properties as well as top and bottom margins. Inline elements can start anywhere inside a line, they can sit next to other inline elements, and they're only as wide as their content. Inline elements do not accept width and height properties or top and bottom margins. There are lots of HTML elements to remember, but you should focus on the most commonly used ones. All right, now it's time to take a closer look at some of these HTML elements, and we'll start with the mighty div. The div is a block level element. But other than that, it has no real effect on the content of a website. It's simply a generic container. With that said, divs are very useful because they can be used to group content and also allow that content to be styled with CSS. So let's take a closer look. Now, before we start talking about the div, I want to explain how I created the demos that I'm going to be showing you from now on in the course. And I created them in such a way that you can work alongside me as you're taking the course. So what you need to do is you can check out the video description of this course and download the class files. It's a folder that will contain all of these files. Right, we have a bunch of HTML files, a bunch of images, and also a CSS folder with a few CSS files. But what you'll be focusing on first is the HTML files. So moving forward, in each lesson, I'm going to tell you that, hey, we're going to be working in file 2.6, for example. So you can open that and you can start writing code yourself, and you'll basically see everything that I'm seeing here in my local copy of the files. Okay, so you download those files, you open them in the code editor, and you'll be working alongside me while also being able to preview that code in your browser. And I recommend you install the live reload extension, or just simply open that file that you're working on in your browser, just like I have opened here. Now, most of the demos that I'll be showing you in this course will be displayed like this. We're going to have a practice area, and we're going to have an example for that particular lesson. And the example is an image of something that I designed. And our goal will be to replicate what we see here in the practice area, okay, using HTML and CSS. But for now, we're focusing on HTML. And all the code that we'll be writing is here, inside these two comments that say practice area start and practice area end. For you personally, don't worry about any other HTML that I've written in this page. It's simply here for presentation and to make this interface work properly. So with that said, let's move on to the main topic of this lesson, which is the div element. So right here, I have a simple component. We basically have three cards holding some content. We have an icon and then some text. So how would we use HTML to create this element? Well, as I said, the div element is used as a generic container, right? And we can use it to group elements together. So, first of all, let's group the content of each card within a div. So we would say div, and then inside we would add the icon. And because we haven't learned about images just yet, I'm just going to replace it with a piece of text. And then we have another piece of text, let's say 510, and then another piece of text, properties in total. And let's save that. Now, if we're going to do a refresh, we're going to see our content, right? The icon, the first text, and the other text. So that's one group. But notice that inside this card, we actually have two groups of content, right? We have the image and we have these two elements here, right? These two. We can think of them as another group because they're related to one another. So let's go back to our HTML and we'll cut these, we'll create another div, and we'll paste that content in the new div. So now I just wrote some CSS here to allow us to see these groups a little bit better. So pay no attention to the CSS, just focus on the HTML. So then we have the main group, the main div, which holds all of the content. And then we have a smaller div inside that holds part of that content. And now we can go ahead and duplicate this. We'll just Command C or Control C and Control V. And here we can change with the other piece of content, 253 properties for sale and 257 properties for rental, was it? Yeah. And there it is. That's our starting point for this component. Of course, as we'll be progressing with our knowledge of HTML and CSS, we'll be able to make this part look exactly the same as this one. But for now, because we're getting started, because we're just learning how to work with the different HTML elements, this is the result that we're gonna end with. So that's how you would use divs as generic containers and for grouping elements. And of course, later on, when we get to CSS, we're gonna use these divs to style or to target elements for styling purposes. Now, some key takeaways. The div is a block level element that mainly serves as a container for other content. Div elements can be used to group elements and can also be styled with CSS. And that's it for the div element. It's a pretty simple one, but actually it's quite heavily used, as you'll see in some of the later demos in this course. Now, let's move on and talk about some text-related HTML elements. If we think about it, most of the content in a web page is text, right? That's why in HTML we have a lot of text-related elements that allow us to properly structure and organize the content. Stuff like headings, paragraphs, and links. However, in this course, I won't go over every single one of them. Instead, I'll just focus on the most commonly used one. And for the rest, well, I guess you'll just have to discover on your own. Cool? Let's go. So go ahead and open file 2.7 from your class files. And here in the Learn section, in the practice area, basically, you'll find a bunch of text that I grabbed from an article on Tuts+. So as you can see, we have a bunch of text, and even though I kind of organized it here in my code editor, if we look at a render in a browser, it's just text after text after text. There's no structure. It's really hard to learn. It's really hard to scan because we don't know where each section of content starts and where it ends. It's a total mess. You should never do anything like this. But this gives us a great opportunity to play around with the different text-related elements in HTML and see where we should use each one, right? So let's start with headings. Now, headings or section headings are used to organize the content in logical parts, and we have 6 of them in HTML: H1, H2, H3, and so on until H6. H1 is the most important, H6 is the least important. Now, applying that to our text here, we would do the following. The main title, which is this, should be wrapped in a heading 1. And this is how you wrap things in tags in VS Code. You press Command-Shift-P, or on Windows, I believe it's Control-Shift-P, and you'll search for wrap. And you need to find the one that says Emmet wrap with abbreviation. So you would enter that, and you would enter whatever you need to wrap it in. In my case, I want to wrap it in an H1. Hit enter, and we're done. So please learn this way of writing code because it's super fast. It's going to help you a lot, especially as a beginner. Maybe you're writing some content and you forgot to wrap it or to use certain tags. This is a fast way to do it. If you want to wrap, for example, this one in an anchor tag, you would do the same. Command or Control-Shift-P, wrap, enter the element that you want to wrap it in, and the code editor will do its job. This works in VS Code, as I showed you. I don't know about the other code editors. I'm sure they have a similar functionality, but I don't know what to tell you in terms of shortcuts or how you would access that. You would have to do a bit of research on your own, depending on what code editor you're using. Now, let's get back to text-related elements. This is a heading 1, and you should only have one H1 per page because that's the most important heading or title, and it should only be used once. Now, the HTML specification does allow you to use multiple H1 elements in a page, but it's not considered to be best practice. The H1 should always contain your most important title or the title of like the entire content. So in my case, I used it here. Now, if we take a look in the browser, we can see that now that title is much more prominent. We can see it right away. And because headings H1 through H6 are block level elements, they will always force a new line. So now the rest of the text is displayed on a new line. So this is where I would use an H1. What about the rest? H2, H3? Well, it really depends on your content. In my case, this right here is another title, and it's part of the main content, right? But it's not like the main title. So we can use an H2. So I'm going to select this, Command-Shift-P, wrap, H2, and we're done. Save. And now we have an H2. What else? Well, let's take a look. This one also will wrap it as an H2 because it's the title of this section right here. This one, again, will wrap as an H2 because it's the title of the following section, and so on. Now, what about these two, the 1 and the 2, Gumroad, Figma? These are actually titles of these sections, which are part of this bigger section here, the section that says real-world examples. So these are perfect candidates for H3s. All right, let's do that. And let's do that. Okay, so now if we take a look back, we have this big title here. That's the title of my entire article. And then this is the title of this smaller section. This is the title of this smaller section. And this is the title of the rest of the section here. These are smaller titles, so less important for these sections here. So that's how to quickly determine which heading type to use where. It really depends on your content. But what I recommend is you don't skip headings. So for example, I used H1 here as the main title. So the next in line should be H2. You don't want to use an H3 or an H4 or anything other than that. Just follow the logical course of the content, right? And the same goes here. I'm under an H2, so I wouldn't use an H4. It doesn't make sense. I would use an H3. If I had another section within the Gumroad content section, and I needed a title for that, then I would use an H4. And the examples can go on and on. And using headings is super important because, first of all, search engines will use these headings to index your page. So it really helps with SEO. And on top of that, users will actually skim the page by looking at the headings. And they'll quickly find the section in that big block of text or in that page that they want to read. So always use headings when you have to display titles. And remember these very simple rules. Never duplicate the H1 and never skip the heading number. So H2 always follows H1 and so on. Now, let's see about some of these other elements. What about these big blocks of text? What type of tags would we use for those? Well, these are perfect for paragraphs because they're like larger blocks of text. So I'm going to select all of this and wrap them in a paragraph. And let's do the same here. Select this, paragraph, paragraph, and what else? We have these and this. You shouldn't really display text just like this, leave it hanging without any kind of tags around it, because it makes it impossible for you to target that bit in CSS later on for styling. So let's do the same here, paragraph, and we have another one here, and another one here. Cool. So now, if we take a look back in the browser, we can see that already this is starting to look a million times better because we used titles and we used paragraphs. And paragraphs are block level elements as well, so they will force a new line, which means subsequent paragraphs will just be displayed below the previous one. Okay, so we have one paragraph below the other, and this makes it super easy for people to read your content, to scan your content, as proven by the state of this article. Remember how it used to be with just a big blob of text, a splash on the screen, and then it's just by using these two elements, headings and paragraphs, we've completely transformed it. And this is also hugely important for screen reader users because screen readers will typically provide shortcuts that allow users to skip to the next or the previous paragraph. So by using the paragraph element, you're also making your website accessible. And people with visual impairment that are using assistive technologies like screen readers will be able to browse your content much, much easier. Now, let's move on to another text-related element, and that is strong, the strong element. This is an inline element that indicates the fact that that piece of text content is very important. That's why this element is also called the strong importance element. You would use this element on content that needs to reflect urgency, seriousness, and browsers typically render it as bold. So in our example here, You can see this paragraph here that is talking about the new brutalist typography. And at some point it says, get unlimited access to plenty of grotesque web fonts on Envato Elements. Well, unlimited access is a phrase that is very important for this piece of text. So what we can do is we can select it. Let's see where we can find it. And it's right here. So we're going to select unlimited access and we're going to wrap it in a strong element. Okay, so now that bit will be bolded by the browser. This is a typical behavior, typical styling for the browser. Of course, you can change this to whatever you want using CSS, but by default, it's there. So that's the strong importance element. This is an inline element. So as you can clearly see, it doesn't force a new line of text and it sits nicely right besides other inline elements. Next, let's move on to the emphasis element. This is another inline element that's used to emphasize a piece of content. So the way we add it is with the M tag. So here, let's select this text and wrap it in an M tag, and also this text, and also this text. Oops, I meant like this. Okay. So now we have three elements that are being displayed as italic. That's what the emphasis element is doing, right? So we have grotesque, grotesque, and display. Now, this is very useful for showing that a particular piece of content is emphasized. And in browsers, it's displayed as italic, as I said, but a screen reader actually puts more emphasis when reading that text out loud. So for example, let me read this piece of text as if the M tags or M elements were not being used. It would sound something like this coming from a screen reader. Width defined as grotesque or grotesque and drift into the display font world. Now with the emphasis tags added, it would sound something like this. Width defined as grotesque or grotesque and drift into the display font world. Notice the emphasis that I put on each of the italic words. That's what the M tag or emphasis element is used for. Moving on, we have the side comment element, or as it's more commonly known, the small element. And this is for displaying, small print like copyright information, stuff like that, that has a bit less importance and you don't want it to stand out as much as regular text. In browsers, this is rendered one font size smaller. So for example, in our case, we have this text here at the bottom that says this is an excerpt from this article on Tots Plus. Well, this doesn't really belong or is not part of the main content, right? So what we can do is we can lower its importance by wrapping it in a small tag, just like that. And this will be, as I said, in browsers, it will be displayed one font size smaller. Next, let's talk about the anchor element, or as it's more commonly used, the link, right? Because you would use it to create a hyperlink to other pages or to other sections inside the same page. In HTML, you would use the A tag for that. So, for example, in our content, this word here, brutalism, actually links to another article on Tots Plus. And to make that happen, we would select it. Let's wrap it with an A abbreviation. And where it says href, I'm just going to paste in the location of that article. And surely enough, if we go back, this is now rendered in a blue color by default, and it's underline, which tells us, hey, this is a link. Clicking it will take us to another page. Now let's look at the structure of this HTML element. As you can see, it has a closing or an opening and a closing tag, and the keyword is A. And the content that's displayed in the browser, of course, goes in between those tags. But we also have what we call an attribute. And if you remember from previous lessons, an attribute just provides additional information for an HTML element. In our case, the attribute is href, and as VS Code tells us here, it contains a URL or a URL fragment that the hyperlink points to. So basically, this is the address. This is where the link will take us if we click it. When it comes to links, there is an additional very commonly used attribute we can use, and that is target. Okay, so target allows us to specify where the contents that the link points to will be displayed. Personally, I use this a lot when I want the link to open in a new tab. So I'm going to select a blank here. Okay, so now if we click this, it's automatically going to open that content in a new tab. Now, the URL here doesn't necessarily have to point to a different page. It can point to a different resource altogether. So you can link to an image, to an email address, to a video, to another section within the same page. So basically, anything that a URL can handle, you can place inside here in the href attribute. Now, links will also work if you use tab, right, to focus that particular element as it's indicated here in Chrome, and then just hitting enter. It's exactly like you would click with your mouse cursor, but if you're using keyboard navigation, like I am here, you can hit enter and that's going to open up the link. And finally, let's talk about quotations. And a quotation is basically when you take content from somewhere else, you display it in your own page, and then you provide a link to that original content saying that, hey, this piece of content was quoted from this source. In our page, we do have some content that was taken from somewhere else. It's this one here. And if we want to quote it, we can use either a block level quotation or an inline quotation. The inline quotation uses the tags Q. So I would just do it like this, wrap, and I'm going to say Q. And the block level quotation is block quote. And this is probably the one that you'll be using the most. So let's use that one. Now, in a block quote, you can actually specify the source of the material by using the cite attribute and just pasting in that content there. And you can also use cite inside the block quote as a standalone element, like so, right? So you're basically citing this article right here. And to make these elements targetable in CSS and also to display them properly, let's wrap them in paragraphs, both the actual quote and the author and the source. So now this is what a block quote should look like. And if we take a look in the browser, it's indented by default. Of course, you can change this style at any time using CSS. The cite here inside the block quote is also displayed in italic, and those are quotations. Now, time for some key takeaways. HTML has a lot of text-related elements you can use to organize the content. Headings, H1 through H6, are used to organize the content in order of importance. Paragraphs, P, are used to break up content in more manageable pieces. The anchor element, A, is used for creating hyperlinks to web pages, files, or any other resources accessible via URL. The block quote is a block level quotation element which can be used to display quoted content. The strong importance element, strong, indicates that its contents have strong importance or urgency, and browsers typically render this in bold type. The emphasis element, M, is used to display emphasized text, and the content inside is usually displayed in italic. The small HTML element usually represents small print, like copyright or legal text, and it's usually rendered with one font size smaller. All right, and that's about it for text-related HTML elements. We covered quite a few in this lesson, but as I was saying, there are quite a few more left for you to explore, so go ahead and do that in your own time. Now, let's move on and talk about separators coming up. So, separators, we use them to separate content in HTML. And the technical term is actually break. There is no separator element in HTML. There are break elements, but we use them to separate content, so people call them separators. Now, there are two such elements in HTML, the line break and the thematic break, or as it's also called, horizontal rule. So let's see which is which and what we can use them for. So go ahead and open file 2.8 from the class files. And as you can see here, I've already wrote some HTML because we're working with this example. It's a simple card that shows us some contact information, right? We have an image, a heading, a paragraph for the address, and then an email address and a phone number. And with this HTML, I used H1, P, and then 2 additional paragraphs for the contact info. The email and phone are placed inside a span because we can use this to style them later with CSS if we ever need to. And then the email address and the phone number are actually links, right? Because in HTML, I can say mail to chuck@roundhouse.com. And when we click this, it's going to open my default email client and it will start composing an email to this address. Or in the case of the phone number, I can say tell. I can place the phone number here, +1 202, and so on and so forth. And when I click it, it's going to try and dial that phone number. And this works especially well on mobile devices. But for now, let's keep this simple. I only showed this to you as a side note. So then, let's see how these currently look like in HTML and how they should look like. The address here should actually be displayed on 2 different lines, but it's currently displayed on 1 line. So let's fix that. This is a great opportunity to use the BR tag or the line break tag. Now this has the sole purpose of breaking up a line. It's going to make whatever content follows be displayed on a new line. And as you can see, now with that BR in place, the address is displayed on 2 lines. I can also use the exact same method for placing the email address and phone number under their respective titles. So I can go in here, I can say BR and BR, save, and now these are displayed correctly. And I had to do this because remember, anchor tag or the anchor element, that's inline, so it doesn't force a new line. The span is also an inline element, so that's why they were displayed one next to each other. But since I used the line break, I forced this next element or this next piece of text on a new line. And this is very useful for stuff like this, addresses, or even for displaying poems. in a web page. You can use BR at the end of each line of text. Now, the other element I want to show you will come in handy when we want to display this separating line between this part of our component and this part, right? And that element is called the thematic break, or the horizontal rule, as it's called. And its purpose is not just to render a line like this, but it's to semantically separate sections. And to display it, it's very simple. We use the HR tag, and that's gonna display this thin line. Of course, since this is a visual element, we can see it. It can be styled via CSS. But it's a simple element and one that is actually taken into consideration by search engines. And you should use it when you're trying to kind of semantically separate one piece of content from the other. Just like we did here, we separated the address from the email and phone information. Now, let's quickly take a look at some key takeaways. The line break element, BR, produces a line break in text, and it's useful for writing content that needs division between lines, like for example, an address. The thematic break or horizontal rule element, HR, is a semantic break you can use to divide paragraphs or different text blocks. Being semantic also means that search engines will consider the content separation. And that's it for separators or break elements in HTML. Next up, we'll talk about lists because these are some of the most used elements in HTML. HTML has three list elements: ordered list or OL, unordered list or UL, and definition list or DL. So in this lesson, we'll talk about the first two because they're used the most. Let's start with the ordered list. Go ahead and open file 291 from your class files. And here we can see a card that shows a recipe for a classic cheesecake. So in terms of structure, we have an image, we have some ingredients, a list of ingredients, and then a list of steps and a button. In terms of HTML, we have the following. I added the title of the card. Then instead of the image, I just placed some text because we haven't covered images just yet. And then for this area right here, for the main content basically, I created a div, and inside we have an H2 as a title for the ingredients. And then this steps area is represented by another div that has an H2 as well. And finally, we have a link for the button. Now, the only thing that we're missing here, as you can see from the results in the practice area, are the two lists. So notice we have two styles of lists. This is a bulleted list, and this is a numbered list. And here's how we can represent them in HTML. Let's start with the ordered list first. So under steps, I'm going to go and I'm going to say OL. OL stands for ordered list. And this will allow us to create numbered list items. The syntax is simple. Inside the OL, we're going to do LI, list item. And inside, we'll just place the text. And finally, this one. So we'll save. And now, when we go back to the page in the practice area, we can see the numbered list was added successfully. It's that easy. And OL and LI, both of these elements are block level elements, so they stack one on top of the other. And we don't have to do anything to add the actual numbers, right? They are automatically added because we are using an ordered list. What about this one? This is a simple bulleted list. Well, we'll do exactly the same thing, but instead of OL or ordered list, we're going to use an unordered list, or UL. This is the tag that we want to use. And the rest is exactly the same. We use the list item element and we type in the text, just like that. Save. And now when we go back, we have our bulleted list ready to go. So as you can see, the only difference between ordered and unordered list is the way the list items are being displayed, or the actual marker of the list item. In an unordered list, by default, we have a bullet, although we can change this via CSS. And in an ordered list, we have numbers. And the syntax is just like you can see here. UL for the main list, LI for the list items, and then OL for ordered list. So this is one example. Let's take a look at another use case for list items. For that, open file 292. And let's also open it in the browser. And here we can see another application. This is yet again a list, but it's not like the list we had previously with, numbers or bullet points. We cannot see any numbers or bullet points here. However, this layout can be successfully created using lists. So here's how we do that. Going back to the code, under the H1, we're going to start with a UL. And then each list item will contain what exactly? An icon and a piece of text, right? So I'm just going to say icon because we haven't worked with images so far. And I'm going to say dashboard, like that. And then what else? We have pages, posts, media. Let's duplicate this. Pages, posts, media. What else? Users and settings. Let's duplicate that as well. Users, settings. By the way, if you're wondering how I'm duplicating a line of code in my editor, I'm using the shortcut Option Shift and arrow down, and it just duplicates it like this. Now, we have the top level navigation done, but what about this section here, right? What about this one? This, from what we can tell from the image, is actually a child of this media list item. And the cool thing about lists in HTML is that you can nest them. So you can have a list inside of a list, or more precisely, a list inside of a list item. And we're going to do the same here. Under media, let's do this. And I'm going to add another list. UL, LI, and then we're going to say media library, add media, and media statistics. So now we save, we go back, and we can see that this list is now nested inside this list item. Obviously, what we see here doesn't look anything like what we see here, because we have to apply some CSS to get rid of the bullets, to give the proper colors, fonts, but that's for another lesson. For now, purely focusing on the structure, this is what you need to write. Now, a couple of things here. Notice that I kind of formatted this code to look like this. And this is just for clarity for us, the developers. This has no impact on the final result in the browser. So I can just as well, format my code like this. Right? And the result is going to be exactly the same. the browsers have their way of parsing this code so they display things properly. I can even go like this, right? So I can basically nest the entire thing inside this list item without indenting the code in my code editor. And the result is going to be exactly the same. I'm doing this purely for clarity, so that when we're writing the code and when we're reading the code at a later date, we can clearly see, okay, so this entire content is nested inside this list item. Also, because this is a menu, these items should be clickable, right? So instead of just writing text here, these will probably be links. So what we can do is simply wrap these each in an anchor tag, just like I showed you previously. And also these should be links as well. So let's wrap them, and these as well, just like that. So now these will be links. And that's it, a very short lesson about lists. And now let's take a look at a few key takeaways. HTML has 3 list elements: ordered list, or OL, unordered list, or UL, and definition list, or DL. The ordered list element, OL, represents an ordered list of items that are usually displayed as a numbered list. The unordered list element, or UL, represents an unordered list of items that are usually displayed as a bulleted list. The list items in both ordered and unordered lists are displayed using the list item element, or LI. Now, as you're getting more and more experienced with HTML, you'll find that lists can be used for a lot more things than I showed you here. For example, you can create a navigation menu with them, or even a gallery, but that's a bit more advanced. For now, as a beginner, you should focus on the most basic use of lists. Now, in some of the previous demos where we needed to show images, I just typed some words instead. And I think it's about time we fix that and start learning about working with images in HTML. So let's go ahead and do that next. So then, how do you add images to a web page? Well, there are several ways to do that, but the easiest one is by using the img tag, or as the specialists call it, the image embed element. So let me show you the syntax and how to use it. For this lesson, open file 210, where we can see the recipe card we worked on previously. And the HTML that's currently written for this is exactly the same as last time, with the exception of the images, right? Those are missing, and those we have to add. So taking a closer look at this, we have 2 images that we need to load. This one here and this one here, the bookmark icon from inside the button. So here's how we do that. So directly under the H1, we're going to use the img tag. And here, by default, we can see VS Code provides us with 2 attributes, src and alt. src is a mandatory. This is the image URL, okay? And inside, we specify the path to the image that we want to load. So if we look in our Explorer under Images, under Example, we can see that we have an image called cheesecake.jpg. So this is the one that we're going to load. So inside the source, we're going to type images, example, cheesecake.jpg. Let's save. And then when we go back, the image is now loaded. How easy was that? Now, there is one thing I would like to mention when it comes to loading images or any other resource for that matter. Let's take a closer look at the structure of our HTML files here. So we have a folder called class files. Okay, and in that folder, we have a CSS folder, an images folder, and then the HTML files. Whenever you're using HTML to load a resource like this, you need to provide the path to that resource. And in my case, because the images folder is on the same level as my HTML file, so notice 210 is on the same level as images. It's not embedded in a different folder, right? I can say directly images, and then to navigate to subfolders, I say /, and then I go to the example subfolder, / again, because the image is nested in the subfolder. Now, here's a place where you might run into problems. Let's say, for example, that this file, 210.html, was in a folder of its own. Let's actually do that right now as a simple exercise. Let's create a new folder and call it test. And let me just drag this out so that it sits on the main level of the document. Okay. So now I'm going to grab 210 and I'm going to move it inside test. So now if we go to the browser, notice this file is not accessible at the previous location. I have to say test/210. But now, where is the image? It's not here. And what happens is, by writing the source like this, the browser looks inside the test folder /images/example/cheesecake.jpg. And obviously, it doesn't find that. So if you ever find yourself in a situation like this, where you have to go up one level to access another folder like we do here, you need to write the URL like this, // and then images example cheesecake.jpg. So now if we save this, you'll see that the image is loaded correctly, because ... and / will basically navigate one level up. And by navigating one level up, we arrive at the same level as our images folder, and then we can access it. So that was just a quick parentheses. Let's move this back. Let's delete the test folder, and let's change this back to what it was. So now if we access the file normally, we'll be able to see it. Okay, let's move on. We also have this alt attribute. So what's up with that? Well, the alt text is optional, but also incredibly useful. Its purpose is to display a piece of text or to provide text content to the screen readers, because a screen reader cannot read an image. It needs like a text description of that image. So here we can say cheesecake. So when this page is being read by a screen reader, when it gets to the image, it's going to read the alt text. But this is also very useful for when the image cannot be loaded. So let's say that I want to load cheesecake1.jpg, which doesn't exist. Well, in this case, the browser will display that alt text. So very useful for accessibility and for situations like this, where because of some random error, the image cannot be loaded properly. So this descriptive text is displayed instead. Now, we have one more image to load here, and that's under the anchor tag. Don't worry about this comment just yet. We'll get to it in a bit. So here, right, we have this button with an icon and a piece of text. So we're going to do that the following way. Anchor tag, and then inside, we're going to use an img. We'll point to images, example, bookmark.svg. And I'll talk about image formats in a bit. Alt text, let's just put bookmark icon. Okay, and then the text following that should be save this recipe and save. And we can also just get rid of this one. So now when we go back, we have our button with the image and also the link text. Now, you're probably wondering what the heck is SVG and why am I not using JPEG or GIF or other image formats that you're used to? Well, to explain that, let me actually uncomment this bit. And this is a copy, an exact copy of this button. But instead of loading an SVG file, I'm loading a PNG file. It's the same icon, but in a different format. And also I used the width attribute on this one to make it bigger. So now if we take a look, we get this. This is the PNG. This is the SVG. And let me actually make the SVG 200 pixels wide as well, so you can see the difference. Notice how sharp the SVG image is compared to the PNG. That's because the PNG is a raster format. The SVG is a vector format. And the vector format will maintain its sharpness regardless of how big or how small that image is. The raster format is made of pixels. So if you make it super, super big, it's going to start losing that sharpness. That's why whenever I'm coding a web page, I always try to use SVGs where possible, especially for icons like this. For anything that can be displayed as a vector, I use SVG. For images like this, for still images, JPEG is a great option, PNG is a great option. But if I want like the best clarity, I use SVG, and I recommend you do that as well. Browsers have started to embrace the SVG format more and more, starting a couple of years ago. So now every one of them supports SVG, and there's really no reason you shouldn't use it. Now, what's up with this width attribute? Well, you can do that in HTML. You can set a width or a height to an image by using the width and height attributes. So for example, let me comment this bit and let me remove the width from here because we're done with this section. And let's go back to this example image here. By default, this image will be displayed in its full size. So if I'm loading an image that's 1000 pixels, it's going to take 1000 pixels on the screen. But if I want to display it at a smaller size, I can say width 100 pixels or whatever the amount is. Or I can even say 20 rems. And that's going to be even smaller. Let's try 200 rems. And that's going to be a bit bigger. Or I can even say width equals 50%. And that's going to take exactly half the available space. So by doing this, the browser will resize the image to the number that we want. And one thing that you probably noticed is that the resizing was proportional. So I said, make the width of this image 50%. But what about the height? Well, by default, the browser will resize the image proportionally. So it's going to make the width the amount that we want, and the height will be calculated automatically. But if I want to, I can set the height manually. So height, let's set this to 100 pixels. So now we have an image that's 50% wide and 100 pixels tall. If I make this 90% wide, right, it's gonna make it that exact size. It doesn't calculate the height automatically because I have set an absolute value for the height. So it's a good practice to set either the width or the height when you're working with images and you want to set their intrinsic size from HTML. So here, if I set the height to, let's say 500 pixels, right, it's going to make it 500 pixels and it's going to resize the width accordingly. So I hope that makes sense. But usually I prefer not to use this sizing method for images. I prefer to resize them from CSS and just keep HTML for the structure. And of course, as the course goes on and we'll get to the CSS side of things, I'll show you more about sizing or setting dimensions in CSS, including to images. So let's see what else do we have to cover here. So I showed you how to load images using the IMG element. I briefly talked about the image formats and the difference between raster and vector. And there's actually one more thing I would like to add here in terms of the image formats. You see, HTML supports all kinds of images, so you're not limited by that. What you are limited by is the actual browser support. So some browsers support certain image formats while others don't. But generally speaking, the image formats that you'll most likely use are supported in all major browsers. And there are a couple of image formats that you could use. This one here is JPEG, and this is great for still images like this one. The PNG format, which stands for Portable Network Graphics, is also great for images like this. It offers slightly better quality than JPEG, but it also supports transparency. So for example, I'm using PNGs to load the images here that you see on the right because they have a transparent background and I wanted the best quality for them. Other image formats you might use are GIFs, but those are usually reserved for animated images. Then SVG, and SVGs are great for things like this, for vector images, which need to preserve their sharpness regardless of how big or small they are. And finally, we have the WebP format, which is a great all-around option. It's even better than JPEG or PNG for still images because they offer better compression, lower file size at roughly the same quality. But that's a topic for another day. For now, just remember this. For still images, use JPEG or PNG. For icons, illustrations, stuff like that, use SVG. Now, let's take a look at some key takeaways. The image embed element, or in short, IMG, represents the easiest way to embed an image in a web document. The path to the image is defined in the src attribute, which is required. The alt attribute contains a text description of the image, which isn't required but highly recommended. The content of the alt attribute, also known as alt text, is read by screen readers and also displayed on the page if the image cannot be loaded. You can use both the width and height attributes on the IMG element to set the intrinsic size of the image. The most commonly used image formats on the web are GIF, JPEG, PNG, SVG, and WebP. For icons or images that need to preserve their sharpness at various sizes, use the vector format SVG. And that's one of the ways you can work with images in HTML. And honestly, this is the one that you should learn first. Now, let's move on to some other highly used elements in HTML, and those are forms and buttons. Coming up. Forms are essential components in HTML because they allow for user input. Think about how you're using a login or a contact form. You enter your information, you press a button, and then that information is being sent to the server to be processed in various ways. Now, HTML has a form component, but that's just the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. A form component by itself is useless. What you need to do is populate that form component with other form-related components like inputs and buttons and text. And that's why forms are one of the most complex elements in HTML. So let me show you how you can build one, and we'll start with a very simple demo. Go ahead and open file 2.11.1, and here on the example image, you'll see a very simple login form, right? We have a field for email address, a field for password, a checkbox for remember me, and then a sign in button. So let's see how we would create this structure in HTML. We start with the form element, and the form element has two attributes that should pretty much always be present. One of them is action, and the other is method. Let's talk about the action first. The action is basically a path to the file that will receive the form information on submit. So when I click the submit button, that form information is being sent somewhere, right, to be processed. Well, this is where I tell the browser to send that information. And that's usually a file of some sort. If this was like a contact form, you could send it to contact.php, for example. And in contact.php, you would write the necessary code to process that form information. You could also just leave it blank, and that form information will be submitted to the current page. But again, you would need some sort of script that would process that form information. You can do this locally with JavaScript or in the backend with PHP on the server side. But for now, let's just limit ourselves to this. The action is where you specify where the form information will be sent. Now, the method represents how the form information will be sent. And you basically have two options here, either get or post. If you use the get method, the form information will be sent or will be attached to the URL, as I'll show you in just a little bit. The post is the more secure way of sending that information. And normally, this is the one that you should use. But for now, let's see about the form elements. So let's see what we got here. Email address, password, checkbox, and button. On the first three, we also have a piece of text, right? And as you can see, the piece of text and the input are kind of grouped together. So let's do that by using a div. Inside a div, we'll start with this. For the piece of text, we'll use a label element. And the label for the first field will be email address. Now, for the field itself, we're going to use the input element. By default, VS Code gives me an input type text, but there are many types of inputs in HTML. We have input type text, input type email, type password, type checkbox, radio, and so on. Since this is an email address, I'm going to use an input type email. Now, For inputs, there are a couple of fields that I suggest, or attributes, excuse me, that I suggest you use all the time. One of them is name, and this can be anything you want, but I suggest you use something that's easy to remember. For example, login-email, right? Because this is a login form and this is an email field. Or you could just put l-email. It doesn't really matter. What's important is you have some sort of convention when naming all of your fields. Now, the name attribute is actually used when sending the form information. Whoever receives it can identify the contents of this field through this name. Okay, so this is important. One other attribute you should add is the ID. And the ID should match with whatever you write here. And this is why. Let's say the ID is going to be the same, login email. So I'm going to put that there and this here. So watch what happens. Now if I refresh my page, we have the label and we have the input. Now, because we linked the label and the input together by using this, I can now click on the label and the input will be focused. If I wouldn't do that, for example, let's link this to something else, clicking on the label does absolutely nothing. So this is good practice to link the label to the input by using the for attribute on the label and the ID on the input. Now, since this is a sign-in form and it's probably going to be the only thing that you need to do on that particular page, it's also a good idea to set this first field to be focused automatically. And you can do that with the autofocus attribute on the input. So now you'll see that when I'm refreshing the page, that input is automatically focused. Let's move on. We have the password here. I'm just going to duplicate that div, and the label is going to be for login password, and here I'm going to say password for the text, and also the input type is going to be password. And let's make sure to remove autofocus. So now we have the first field for email and the second field for the password. And notice the characters are hidden. We get bullet points instead. That's because we set the input type to be password. If I were to set this to be text, right, the characters would be visible. But for a password, they are hidden. Awesome. What else? Let's see about this checkbox. Well, for the checkbox, we're going to do something similar, but we don't actually need to wrap it in a div because the actual input will be wrapped inside the label. So let's copy these two. Let's paste them here. And then let's grab the input. And let's place it inside the label. So we have a label for login. Let's call this remember. And then input type checkbox. And then we can write the text here. Remember me. Save. And now we have a nice checkbox with a label. So this is slightly different than what we used here because the input is nested inside the label, but it works just the same. Now, I just realized I've been using something called, I believe it's multi-select in the code editor, where you can change multiple items at the same time. So let me show you how you do that. Let's say I want to change login email to something else, but I want to do it in all of the places. Well, I can select that and I can hit Command D. That's on a Mac. On a PC is probably Control D. And the editor will automatically select all occurrences of that text. So now with all of them selected, I can say hello. And that's going to be replaced everywhere. This is a super cool functionality in a code editor. I'm sure other editors have it as well. VS Code has it, and personally, I use it all the time. So yeah, it's just gonna make coding a lot faster. So coming back to this, we have the email address, the password, the checkbox, and then we have the button. And for the button, we can do something simple, like use the button element. That should say sign in. And that's it. We now have a working button. And of course, by clicking it, the form is submitted, but there was no script to process the contents of that form. And this is where the method and the action come in. So as you can see, the action is blank, so the form information is submitted to the exact same page. And the method is post. Now, if I were to set this method to get, and let's say I would fill in this form. Let's say email or chuck@round.com. And the password, we're going to say test. And I'm going to check remember me. So when I sign in, notice the form has been submitted to the same page, and the form information was sent via get by updating the URL. So as you can see here, I have the login email set to chuck@round.com and the login password test, and then login remember is set to on because I checked this box. If I wouldn't check the box, if I were just to send this and the password test2, sign in, notice the checkbox has not been passed to the parameters here. Only the first two, the login email and the login password. Now, earlier in the lesson, I said that the post method is actually more secure, and you can see clearly why that's the case. If you're using get, you might send this type of information unencrypted, and you can clearly see it in the URL. You can see the password in plain text. So you should avoid using get. It has its uses, but the more secure option would be post. So if I set this to post and I do the same thing, I click sign in, and of course, the browser tells me that the page isn't working because I don't have a script that can handle or process the form information. So let's do that again. Sign in, and you can see that with post, the URL is not being altered. So that's one example, right? The very simple login form right here. Now, if you open file 2.11.2, we can see a much more complex form, okay? And this one has a lot of stuff. We have a name, email address, a physical address, and then the city, the state, this is a drop-down. Then we have a bunch of checkboxes. We have a couple of radio buttons. And then we have one of these bigger inputs for the comments. And again, a checkbox here and a submit button. So let me briefly show you how you would write the HTML for this. So opening file 2.11.12, in the code editor. We start by defining the form. Let's set the method to get, and this is purely to demonstrate how certain values are being processed. And then inside, we start with the following. Notice that we have several rows of elements, right? We have the first row, and then the second row, third row, and so on and so forth. And for each of these rows, we're going to use a div to group them up. And then in the first row, we have label input, label input. We're going to organize or group the label and the input in another div. And this is going to help us later when styling this form. So we're going to say div again. And then here we're going to have input plus label. This is an emmet shortcut that's going to create two elements. Or actually, we should have said label plus input. Okay, so this label is for what? Let's say order name. The input should say name. Input type text. Let's give it a name of order name and an ID of order name. And let's set the focus to this one. Okay, so that's first. Next, let's make this code look a bit tidier. Next, we have another div. This is for the email address. So we're going to say order email. We're going to change the label text. Input, we're going to change it to email. And then instead of autofocus, notice this one is grayed out, which usually means it's disabled. It cannot be edited. And this can happen. Sometimes maybe you're logged in and the system has your email address in place and it automatically fills it in for you and you can't change it. In that case, you might want to disable that input and you do it with the attribute of disabled. Save. And now you can see that the email address cannot be edited. But I also want to display a text inside it. We can do that with the value attribute. And we can say chuck@roundhouse.com or whatever value you find in that input. Next is the address. And here we have a label and two inputs. So for that, we'll create another div because we're going to a new row. And here we're going to have a label plus an input times 2. So a label and two inputs. Label is for, let's call it order form. And it should say what? The address. And then first input, type text. Let's also edit both of these at the same time. And you can do it by pressing Option and clicking. That's going to create a multi-cursor. And you can say name equals order address 1 and 2. And then again, Option, click. On Windows, it's probably Alt click. And we're going to say ID, order address 1 and 2. And then the label here will be linked to order address 1, right? Because when I click the address label, I want the first address field to be focused, just like that. What else do we have here? Oh, actually, I forgot something. See here in the name field, we have a piece of text that's kind of grayed out. That's called a placeholder. And a placeholder is like a helper text that's only there to show you what kind of information you should enter in that field. And it works something like this. We go to the name field here, and we say placeholder, and we can say your full name. So now that text appears when the field is empty, but as soon as we type something in, that placeholder disappears. But it reappears when the field is empty again. So that's how you can add it using the placeholder attribute on an input. And if you're wondering, the order of these attributes is not important. So I can place the name here, or I can place the name here. It makes no difference whatsoever. Okay, let's move on. What do we have next? So we added the address, and now we have a row with 3 elements. City and zip are both text inputs, but state is actually a dropdown. So how do we do that? Well, as usual, we start with a div to create a new row, and then each of the 3 elements will also be a div. In the first one, we have a simple label plus input, and the label is going to be for order city, and the input is going to be type text, name, order city, ID, order city. By the way, name and ID can be different because they are used for different things, as I mentioned previously. So that's the city. Let's create one for the zip code. So order zip, and the label text is simply going to say zip. And then in between these two, we'll create another div that's going to hold our state dropdown. And here's how you do that. You start with a label, of course. We're going to say order state and state here. And then the HTML element we're going to use is called a select. So select name is going to be order state, ID, order state. And then a select has additional elements inside it called options. Okay, so option. These are the values of the drop-down menu. So let's say Alabama, and let's duplicate this a couple of times. And we're going to say Alaska, Arizona, and Arkansas. We're just going to use 4 values. So now when we go back to our page, we can see that our state now allows us to select one of the 4 options that we added in HTML. So to create a dropdown, use the select element, and inside use the option element to display the various drop-down menu options. What's next? We have another row, this time for a bunch of checkboxes. And as you can see here, we have one checkbox that's grayed out, that's disabled. And then the others allow for multiple selections. So I can check this box, or any other box in here. And by default, these 2 are checked. So let's see how we would do that. Again, we would start with a div to create a new row, and then a label, and that's going to be for order, what is this? Color sample. And the text should say, what color sample should we send you? And then we have a bunch of checkboxes. So here's how we're going to tackle that. Remember from the previous lesson, this is how we created a checkbox with a label. We placed the input type checkbox inside the label. Let's do the same here. So I'm going to use a label for, let's call this sample, what do we have here? White. Okay, so sample white. Input type checkbox, name, I'm going to change it to color sample, and the ID is going to be sample white. The text is going to be white, and also we're going to add a value here of white. And the value is very important when submitting this information because we have multiple checkboxes that belong to the same field, basically, right? So what color samples should we send you? And we can have multiple variations here, multiple variants. So by using a value, we make sure that when sending the form information for the color sample, we can see exactly what samples we're sending. This might sound a little bit complicated right now, but I'll show you what I mean when we submit the form. So let's copy paste this for the other samples. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4 more. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 more. And let's change the necessary fields. So the next one in line is magenta. We're going to change this, the value, and also the label to magenta. Also magenta with a capital M. The next one is coral. So with multi-select, we do once, twice, 3 times, and we say coral. And then capitalize this. Next one is burgundy, like so, with capital B. Oops. And finally, we have charcoal with a capital C. Okay. Also, the white sample was disabled. So let's add that attribute. And now if we go back, we can see that for this particular field, we cannot select the white, but we can select any of the other colors, which is awesome. Now you might be wondering why I didn't name these something different for each field. That's because when using form elements, if you use the same name value on multiple fields like this, you're grouping them up. And that's exactly what I wanted to do for this application. The color samples basically refers to a single field. So I wanted to group all of these checkboxes to represent this single field. That's why I used the same name. And this will become even more apparent on the next section, which is the radio buttons. Let's go back in here, create a new div. That's for creating a new row. And then we have a label that says, how large is your team? Oops, actually didn't write that in the correct place. There we go. So label for, we're going to say order team size. And then we're going to have 3 radio buttons, and we will create these exactly as we did the checkboxes. So we're going to copy that, paste it in, but this time we'll use radio as the input type instead of checkbox. And actually, we don't need a for here or here, because we're not linking these labels to any field, right? The fields are linked, the checkboxes and radios are linked to their respective labels. These can just stay unlinked. That's totally fine. So this is going to be a label for, let's say, size 1. The name is going to be team size. The value is going to be 510, I believe. No, 1 to 5, sorry. One to 5 people. And we can actually say team small here for the ID, and here as well. Team small. Okay, let's do the same for the other 2. So duplicate once and twice. That's going to be for team medium. And the value is going to be 6 to 10. 6 to 10. And then team large, value is going to be 10 plus and 10 plus. Now, watch what happens here. With radio buttons, I can only select one radio in the same group. This is where the name comes in. Because I used the same name on all 3 radio buttons, it means I can only choose one or check only one radio button in the same group. If I were using different names for each radio button, well, I could choose each one, which obviously would not work for this kind of application, because this question, how large is your team, and the choices that we have imply that we can only select one option out of the 3. So that's why we need to keep these radio buttons grouped up by using the same value for the name attribute. And also, let's actually add the checked attribute to the middle radio button to be checked by default. So you can see the difference here between radio buttons and checkboxes. Checkboxes that belong to the same group allow multiple selection. Radio buttons do not. Okay, let's move on. What else do we have? We have this large input area for comments. For that, again, create another div, label plus, this time we're going to use a text area element. So we're going to say order comments here. And then instead of using an input type text, we're going to use a text area. This is another HTML element that's used specifically for this, for large text or for large boxes where you can input text. And just like a regular input, we can give it a name. Order comments, we can give it an ID if we want to link it to a label. And text areas can have a predefined size set from HTML by using the cols and rows attributes. So cols refer to how many columns of text we can have, rows, how many lines of text we can have. So if I want this by default, it looks something like this. So 30 columns and 10 rows, but I can increase that size to 50 columns. It's going to make it wider, or 250 columns. It's going to make it super wide. Or I can increase its height by specifying how many rows I want. But usually I just leave it at the default value, or we can get rid of this completely and style that from CSS. For this application, I'm going to leave it like so. Also, notice that text areas have this bottom right corner that you can use to click and drag to resize it manually. This behavior can be overridden from CSS. And finally, we have what? Another checkbox and a button. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's create a new div for a new row. And then for the input, just like we did previously, we create a label. We can call it offer, sign up, order, sign up, whatever you want. Inside, we place a checkbox. And then for the button, we have a couple of options here when working with buttons inside forms. We can use the typical button element that says, place order, and that's going to work just fine. As you can see, the button is placed inside the form. When I click it, it's going to submit the form. But we can also use an input type button, and I can give it a value here. And that's going to look visually the same, except it's not going to do anything when I click it. I have to write some additional code to get this to submit the form. Or I can actually use an input type submit, okay, to create the button. And this, when I click it, it's going to submit the form. So you have several options here, really. You can use a button, you can use an input type button, or an input type submit. Now, what if you don't want to place a button inside the form. Maybe due to CSS considerations, maybe you want to style it or position it in a certain way, and you can't have it inside the form. How do you get it to submit that form? Well, let's actually comment these, and let's create a button here that says place order. You'll notice that if I click it, nothing happens because this is not linked to anything. We can link it by specifying a form attribute and providing a form ID. So let's go back to the form. Let's give this an ID of order form. And then we'll go back here and we'll set order form as the value for the form attribute. So now, if I click it, that's going to submit the form. So you can either have a button inside the form element and clicking it will automatically submit that form, or you can have it outside, but you would need to link it using the form attribute and providing a form ID. The choice is really up to you. Now, before we wrap up, let me quickly show you how the form data that we're submitting looks like when working with radio buttons, selects, and checkboxes. Okay, so currently, let's look at the select. Yeah, we have the state. We're going to select Alaska, place order, and then if we look up here in the URL, you can see that the order state is set to Alabama. Hold on, I think I made a mistake here. Yeah, I forgot to change the actual values. Okay, so the value here should be, representative of what's on the actual text that's being displayed. So now let's refresh. Let's do that again. Let's select Arizona, place order. So now the order state value is sent correctly. And I think you realized by now that the form information or the form sends the value that we specified here and not the actual text. So if for Arizona, I were to put hello as the value, and I will go ahead and select Arizona here and submit, yeah, the order state would return hello and not Arizona. So that's why these value attributes are important. What about the checkboxes, right? I'm going to select magenta and burgundy, for example. Submit. And then under the color sample, we can see magenta. And again, color sample, burgundy. Again, this is why it was important to specify the value attributes here, because this is the value that's being sent when the form is submitted. Same goes for the radio. If I select 1 to 5, or let's say 10 plus, and I place order, the team size is going to be that particular value. So that's how you can code this very large form with HTML. It's not overly complicated. It's just a matter of figuring out, okay, how do I want to structure this so it's easier for me to style later using CSS. And we carefully grouped elements, and we used the correct input types for each element. We made sure to group certain inputs like checkboxes and radio buttons where necessary, and we're good to go. And now it's time for some key takeaways. Forms are essential components in HTML because they allow user input. Among the most common input types, we can find text, email, password, select, checkbox, and radio. Clicking on a label that's linked to an input will focus that input. Checkboxes and radio buttons can be grouped by using the same name attribute. The text area element is used for large content, such as messages. In order to function properly, buttons should be placed inside the form element. Alternatively, you can use the form attribute on an external button to point to the correct form. Pressing a button that's inside a form or is linked to that form will execute a submit action. All right, so that's an introduction to using forms and buttons. Of course, HTML has a lot more form elements you can play around with, but as a beginner, I suggest you concentrate on the ones that I showed you because these are the ones that you'll be using the most. Now, we are nearing the end of the HTML chapter, but before we get there, there are two more things I would like to talk about. And one of them is displaying tabular data with tables. That's coming up. In the early days of the web, tables were used extensively because we used to make layouts with them. So a web page would be this big table that we would kind of compartmentalize to create the header, the main content, the sidebar, the footer, and so on. We would have tables inside tables, and this would get really complicated really fast. Thankfully, nowadays we have much better options for creating layouts, Flexbox and CSS Grid being two of them, which means we can now use tables for what they were originally intended for, and that is to display tabular data. And for this kind of application, there is nothing better. So let me show you the syntax and how to use tables for displaying tabular data. Go ahead and open file 212, and in the example area, you'll see just a very simple table that I designed for this lesson. And this is a table for payouts, where you can see the payout or the payee name and the company, and then the amount that he needs to be paid, the date, and also the status. This table is divided in three main parts. We have a table header, we have the table body here, which displays the main content, and then we have a table footer that summarizes the main content of the table. So here's how we can take this and write it with HTML. Let's open file 212 in our code editor. And here we're going to start with the table element, and then we'll do each of these three sections. Let's start with the table header. For that, we would use the t-head element, and inside we would use a tr. tr stands for table row, and then each of these four columns will be represented as a th or table heading. So we'll say payee, amount, date, and status. Okay, and let's check it out. We have the first elements of our table, which by default, these table headings are displayed in bold. Next, let's see about the main content. For that, we're going to use the t-body. And just like we did here in the t-head, for each of these rows, we're going to use a tr element or table row, like so. And then for each column, we're going to use a td. td stands for table data cell. And we're going to do something like this. And we can actually format it a little bit better. Let's do a br element to separate the two lines. And because this is displayed in bold, in our table, we can actually wrap this name in a B element. This I didn't really talk about this in the text-related elements lesson, but I can show it to you now. B element can be used to bring extra attention to a piece of text, and by default, it's gonna be displayed in bold by the browser. So it's similar to strong, but strong has kind of a different semantic meaning. It conveys much more importance than the B element. Okay, so that's for the name and company. Let's do another TD, and we're going to display the amount. So 42 to 72 to 72.23, like so. And then another TD. This is going to be for the date. And another one. Here we'll use a span, and we'll say processing. And I'm using a span because I want to be able to style this a little bit later. Okay, so that's our first row in the table. Now we just have to add the rest like this. I just went ahead and copy pasted them so we don't waste too much time. And now we have the rest of the rows in here with the correct content. And let's see about this table footer. We can do that with the tfoot element. And again, we're going to have a tr. And then let's see, we have one column where it says total paid. And then we have another column that has the total full amount. And it would actually be helpful if this column would span the rest of the width. So here's how we can do that. TD to display total paid, and then another TD with the amount. And as you can see here, it's being displayed correctly. But if this was any longer, let's say we were to add some more text here, right? It would actually push or resize this, this amount column, and we don't want that. So instead what we can do is say colspan 3, because we have 3 columns here. So this column will now span the width of the other, or the other 2 columns. Yes, so in total it will span the width of 3 columns. So now we can just remove this, and we are done. So this is the HTML code that's required to create this table right here. Obviously, we don't have any styling applied to it, so it just uses the default styling in the browser. But in terms of structure, this is how we do it. We start with the table element. Then for the table heading, we use thethead element. Each row is displayed using a tr, or table row element. Each column in the header is displayed using the th element. And then each regular table cell is displayed using the td, or table data cell element. And then the footer is inside the tfoot element, where again we use the tr and then tds. And of course, the main content of the table is placed in the tbody element. And with that out of the way, let's take a look at a few key takeaways. In the early days of the web, tables were being used to create layouts. Nowadays, this practice should be avoided because there are much better options, for example, Flexbox or CSS Grid. Tables should be used solely for displaying tabular data. In a table, the tr element is used for table rows, the th for table headers, and the td for table data cells. Optionally, you can use the thead, tbody, and tfoot elements for wrapping various parts of the table contents. And that's it for tables. Now let's move on to the final lesson in the HTML chapter and learn about something called HTML5 semantic elements. Coming up. First, let me give you an introduction to HTML5. And I used air quotes because HTML5 is more of a fancy word nowadays. Sure, it refers to the latest version of HTML, which was released back in 2014, because before that we were using HTML 4.01, so the next logical step was HTML5. But I say it's a fancy word because if we're talking strictly about the language, then we should refer to it as the living standard. And currently the living standard doesn't have a version. HTML5 represents a wider array of technologies that include enhanced JavaScript APIs, multimedia support, some new video formats, and a lot more. Now, among the changes that came with HTML5, we can find a couple of new HTML elements. And these are called semantic elements. The full list is quite large, and honestly, there is no point in you learning all of the new elements. Instead, you could focus on the ones you see here. I think these are some of the most used semantic elements, and it's worth spending time to learn when to use each one. Now, I'm going to give you a short introduction to each, so you'll know what they're all about. But I think first of all, you're probably wondering what the heck is a semantic element? Well, it's simple. In programming, semantics refer to the meaning of a piece of code. It's similar with HTML. A semantic element clearly describes its meaning to both the browser and developer. A semantic element is hardly any different from a div. For example, remember the div element, the generic container? Well, a div can hold any type of content. But the element itself, the div, doesn't offer any information regarding the nature of that content. On the other hand, a semantic element like nav clearly describes its contents, so that the developer and browser know that whatever is inside that nav is used for navigation. Now, why should you use semantic elements? Well, first of all, the code is easier to read. Notice how much easier to read and understand the code on the left is compared to the one on the right. This is even more obvious when you're dealing with large amounts of code. And second of all, they're better in terms of accessibility. Assistive technologies like screen readers will be able to better understand how the content is structured. And that means people who use screen readers will have a much better experience. Also, search engines will be able to map out your content a little bit better with these semantic elements. So that in turn will help with SEO. Now, let's quickly go through some of these semantic elements and see what they're all about. Let's start with header. This is generally found at the top of a document, an article, or a section, and it contains the main heading or title of that section, document, or article. It can also contain navigation and even search elements. Next, we have the footer. This is similar to the header in pretty much every way, except you usually find it at the bottom of a document, article, or section. It usually contains meta information like copyright data, author details, various links that don't belong anywhere else, and so on. The nav element contains navigation links, either within the same document or to other documents. Examples include breadcrumbs, menus, and tables of content. Next, we have the aside element. This holds content that's related to the main content, but it's not really part of it. For example, you could use an aside element to display a definition of a certain term used in the main content. It's like a side note, if you will. The main element represents the dominant content in a document. In other words, it holds content that is directly related to the main topic of the document. For example, in a blog post, the content of the post should be placed in a main element. One thing to note here is that the main element should only be used once per page because you just have one main content, right? Finally, let's talk about article and section. Both of these are good for sectioning content, and you'll often see them being used interchangeably. Which one you should use and when depends on the context. Usually, an article is used for content that can be distributed independently, while a section should be used more for grouping related content. I won't insist any further with semantic elements because while I think that it's important to know about them, at the same time, there are far more important areas you should be focusing on. So then, key takeaways. A semantic element clearly describes its meaning to both the browser and developer. Using semantic elements makes the code more readable but also more accessible to search engines and assistive technologies like screen readers. HTML has a lot of semantic elements, and some of these were introduced in 2014 with what we call HTML5. Among these, we can find header, footer, nav, aside, main, article, and section. The header and footer are found at the top and respectively the bottom of a document, article, or section, and contain headings, meta information, and even navigation links. The nav element is used purely for navigation tools. The main element holds the dominant content in a web page, while the aside element holds content that is related to the main one, but it's not a direct part of it. Finally, section and article are great for sectioning content, and you'll often find them being used interchangeably. Section should be used for grouping related content, while article is best used for content that can be distributed independently. And that's it for this lesson and this chapter. We've successfully completed our exploration of the HTML basics, and we're now ready to move on to the next fundamental aspect of web development, which is CSS. That's coming up next. Let's start with the obvious question. What is CSS? CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and it's a styling language. It basically tells the browser how to present an HTML document to the user. So, how to style text, how to lay out the content, what colors to use, and so on. Now, just like HTML, CSS is not a styling language because it's missing the logic aspect, right? So just keep that in mind. HTML defines the structure of a web page, and CSS defines the styling of that web page. Now, when learning about CSS, you'll often hear the terms Sass or less. So what's up with those? Well, those are called pre-processors, and I guess we can even think about them as languages because they extend the native language of CSS. So Sass and less are CSS, but with some added bits and bobs, with some added functionality like variables and loops, if-else statements, and so on. Now, we're not going to learn about them in this course. That's a bit too advanced for beginners. But I thought I would mention them because it doesn't hurt to know about their existence. Once you get really comfortable with CSS, then you can migrate to using one of these extended languages like Sass or less. So that's a quick introduction to CSS. How about some very quick key takeaways? CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and it's a styling language. CSS basically tells the browser how to present an HTML document to the user. Just like HTML, CSS is not a programming language because it's missing the logic part. Remember, HTML defines the structure and CSS defines the style of a web page. Tools like Sass and Less are extending the original CSS language by providing functionality like variables, loops, and if-else statements. All right, so now that CSS is no longer a mystery to us, let's see how we can add some to an HTML page. There are three ways we can add CSS to an HTML page: inline, internal, and external. So let's have a look at each and see which one we should use. For this lesson, open file 3.2, where we have this example image here. I already went ahead and wrote some HTML. And if we want to add styling, let's have a look at the inline method first. And inline basically means we're going to add the CSS directly to an HTML element. So, for example, let's target this first div, and I'm going to say style. I'm going to use the style attribute. And then I'm going to say background color. Let's go with blue. And I'm going to hit save. Now, if we look back at our example, we can see that this first div has a background color of blue. So that's the first way. And it might seem easy to do it this way, but actually this method is not recommended and you should avoid it at all costs. First of all, because you should always keep presentation and structure separately. So don't mix the structure, which is HTML, with the presentation, which is CSS. Also, this is not recommended because of specificity, but that's like a more advanced concept, which I won't go into right now. But just know, writing inline CSS like this should be avoided at all costs. The second method of adding CSS is internal. And for that, we would go into the head element of our document, and we would use a style element, and then write our CSS right here. So for example, I can target divs, and I can say background color light blue, for example. So now when I save, all of my divs have that light blue background color, except this first one, which still uses the original blue color. That's what I meant when I said specificity. Basically, any style or any inline style that you write here will override any other style that you specify in your CSS. So internal styling is done like this inside the style element. And this is okay to use, but also is not recommended for like the production stage, right? The final stages of a product. You shouldn't really deliver style sheets written like this inside your HTML document because it's just going to make your HTML file bigger in size, right? It's okay for, testing purposes, quickly doing stuff for, smaller projects where you don't really care about the file size or the fact that you're somewhat mixing presentation and structure. But for production-ready code, you should avoid this as well. Now, I'll be using this approach in this course because I think it's going to make it easier for you to understand. And it will be helpful to have the CSS and the HTML in the same file. But just keep in mind that on a real bigger project, you should keep these separate. Which leads me to the third way of adding CSS to an HTML page, and that is external or with an external style sheet. So for that, I went ahead and created a CSS file called 3-2.css. that's inside the CSS folder. And I wrote just some random CSS in here, setting the background color to light pink. So now to load this CSS file, we can go right here and we can say link rel equals style sheet. So we tell the browser, hey, this is what we're loading. And then href, I'm going to navigate to css32.css. I'm going to save. And now the new CSS file is loaded. We cannot see any kind of change here because if we look in the CSS, we're changing the background color of the div, but we're doing the exact same thing here. And the browser reads the HTML file top to bottom, right? So first it loads this style sheet and it makes the divs light pink. But then it gets to this point where I'm telling it, hey, make the divs light blue. So it does this. So essentially, because I'm writing this CSS further down or below this CSS, these are the styles that will be applied. They will basically override anything that I wrote here in my main CSS. If, for example, I were to comment this and go back, now these elements will use the styles defined here in my CSS file. So just keep that in mind. If at some point you are writing CSS and you're not seeing the results you should see, the elements do not have the style that you want them to have, first of all, try and figure out if those styles are overridden somewhere, just like it was happening here. Now, let's do some key takeaways. There are 3 ways we can add CSS to an HTML page: inline, internal, and external. The inline method implies using a style attribute on an element and is considered bad practice, so don't use it. Adding CSS internally means writing the CSS code inside the style element in the document's head. It's okay to use occasionally, but not in production. External CSS is written in a separate CSS file and then loaded via a link element in the document's head. This is the recommended way of loading CSS. All right, so now that we know what CSS is and how to load it in our HTML documents, let's begin our journey of discovery. And the first thing we'll tackle is working with selectors. Coming up. The way CSS works is pretty simple. You tell the browser what elements you want to style, and then you tell it how to style those elements. The first part, the what elements to style, is done through selectors. So you're basically selecting what elements you want to work on. The second part, the how to style, is done through CSS rules, which we'll talk about starting next lesson. Now, let's learn about the anatomy of a selector and also what types of selectors you can use in CSS. To start things off, open file 331, and we'll be working on these cards here. I already wrote some HTML for them. Each card, as you can see, uses a div element that has an image inside for the icon, and also another div that groups an h1 for the main title, and also a paragraph for the remaining text. And I did the same for all 3. Now, here is something new that we haven't talked about, and that is classes and IDs. Class and ID are both attributes that you can apply to an HTML element. The class is something you can use to identify certain elements. For example, all 3 cards here have certain styles that they share. the size, the rounded corners, the text color inside, the distance between the text and the edges, and so on. So to make life easier for us, we don't style each card individually. Instead, we use a class and we style that class. And whatever element receives that class will receive those styles as well. Now, you can apply a class to as many elements you want, and you can also apply multiple classes. So, for example, this card has a class of card, but I can add another class of banana if I want to. Okay, class names are entirely up to you. And I can add as many classes as I want. Now, IDs, on the other hand, are unique identifiers, which means you can only apply an ID to a single element. In my case, I'm using the ID of total for this first div, the ID of sale to the second one, and the ID of rental to this third one. And IDs are a great way of differentiating items. So for example, as I said previously, these three cards share 90% of the same characteristics. The font color or the text color, the positioning, the dimensions, the rounded corners, and so on. One thing they do not share is the background color, right? This is a dark blue, this is a lighter blue, and this is an orange. So to be able to target each one individually in CSS, to set that background color or any other styles that are different between these three elements, I can use IDs. And we'll get to how to use classes and IDs in CSS in just a little bit. But for now, let's talk about the universal selector. So I'm going to be working with an internal style sheet here, just to make things a bit easier for you. And the universal selector is this, an asterisk. And this will select all the elements in the page. So let's say that I want to add one specific style to everything in my page. Let's say I want to change the font or set the padding or margin or font size of every single element to a specific value. This is how I select it. Okay? And that brings me to the anatomy of a selector. You basically have the selector itself, and then space, and then a pair of curly brackets. Then inside the curly brackets, you would write your CSS properties. In my case, I'm just going to write this. Don't worry about what this means just yet. We'll get to it in a future lesson. For now, just know that this is called a universal selector, and its purpose is to select all elements. Next, let's talk about the class selector. And the class selector is written like this: dot, and then the name of the class. So if I want to select all the elements with the class of card, I will do dot card, and then curly brackets. And then I can write my styles. And here I'm just going to change the background color to a random value and set a border radius of, let's say, 8 pixels. Again, I'm using CSS properties that we haven't learned just yet, but what's important right now is that we learn about the actual selectors. Okay, so this will essentially select all of the items with the class of card and apply the styles that I defined here. It's super, super simple. What about the ID selector? Well, the ID selector starts with a hash sign and then the name that I defined in the ID attribute of the element. So for example, this first one will have the ID of total. So let's go ahead and grab the color. And I'm going to say background color. and I'll just set it to that value. So now, surely enough, because the CSS is read from top to bottom, this CSS property overrides this CSS property, and it sets the correct background color. Let's do the same for the others. So we have sale. We'll set background color to this value. And then the last one is rental. And we'll set the background color to this value. Save. Now, when we refresh, we can start seeing some progress. Now, let's talk about the type selector. And this selects all the elements that have the same node name, meaning they have the same tag name, basically, the same tag in HTML. So let's say, for example, I want to select all the heading ones in my document. I have 3 of them here, okay? So with the type selector, I can just say H1. And then I can set the color to white. So now all of the H1s have the color of white. What about the paragraphs, right? After each H1, we have a bunch of paragraphs. So I can say P, color white. And now all my paragraphs are white. But now, if we take a closer look at CSS, we can see that both the H1 and the paragraph have the same CSS rules, right? They have the same properties, color white, color white. Thankfully, in CSS, we have something called a selector list, and I can simply say H1, comma, paragraph, and say color white. And then we can comment this bit. So this will actually replace this. Save, and if we take a look back, the result is exactly the same. And this is highly recommended if you have multiple selectors that use the exact same properties, or they share a number of properties. It's recommended you do this because it's going to make the code more elegant, more efficient, and you're going to end up writing less code, which is always a good idea. Now, for the final 2 selectors I want to talk about in this lesson, please open file 332. I prepared another demo for you. Let's also open that in the browser. And here we have a simple registration form. I already went ahead and wrote the HTML for it. So let's take a look. We have a form and then labels, inputs, just like we learned in a previous lesson. Now notice I don't have any kind of classes or IDs here. And that's because the next selector I want to talk about is called the descendant combinator. And this works the following way. Let's say I want to style this button. Okay, and for it, I'm using a button element. But I only want to style the button inside the form, not any buttons that might be present outside of the form. So for example, if I had a button here that says hello, I only want to style this one that says register account that's inside the form. Well, in CSS, we can use this descendant combinator selector the following way. We say form space button, and then we write our styles. Let's change the background color to this value. Save. And now you'll see that only the button inside the form received the new styling. The one outside remained exactly the same. So how does this work? Well, by saying form space button, I'm telling the browser, hey, select all the buttons that are inside a form element. And VS Code actually gives us a very good representation of what the HTML might look like. If I had, for example, this input. Let's say I only want to style the inputs that are inside the div that is inside the form. Well, I can do that. I can say form div input. And I can write my styles here. So this will only style the inputs that are inside the div that is inside the form. So that's pretty neat. And finally, the last selector I want to show you is called the attribute selector. And this will select any elements that have a given attribute. So for example, let's say I want to select the inputs that are type email, type text, and type password. This is how I do it. I say input, square brackets, type equals, quotation marks, email, and then we're going to use a selector list and keep going. Input type text, input type password. Okay, so here I can say background color white and border 1 pixel solid CCC. Okay, so that's selected the email, name, and password inputs, and it applied those styles. If I just want to apply this styling to the email and text inputs, I would simply remove this line, save, and now only the email and text inputs receive the new styling. The rest keep the old styling. Also, notice that one of these inputs, the email address, is disabled, right? It has a different background color. Again, I can target that in CSS with the attribute selector. Notice that the email input has the attribute of disabled. So I can go here, I can say input, square brackets, disabled. And then I can change the background color to this value right here. Save. And now when we refresh, the change has been applied successfully only to that disabled input. And of course, if I were to go in here to the confirmation password input and make this disabled and save, now this will also receive the style here because it matches the selector. And this works with all selectors. What if I want to select inputs that have the value set to this? Well, I can do that. I can say input value equals that. And let's change the border color to red. Right? So now, because only this input has a value of chuck@roundhouse.com, it's the only one that receives the new border color. And that is the attribute selector. So now, some key takeaways. CSS works by telling the browser what elements to style and how to style them. CSS selectors are used to tell the browser which elements to style. Type selectors will style all elements that have a certain node name. For example, the div selector will style all the div elements. Class and ID selectors will style all the elements that have a specific class and, respectively, ID attribute. The space can be used as a descendant combinator selector. This will select all nodes that are descendants of the first element. For example, div space p will match all the p elements inside a div. You can apply the same CSS rules to multiple selectors. Just use a comma to group them, essentially creating a selector list. For example, div, p will match all the div and p elements. The universal selector selects all elements. You can also use it alongside the descendant combinator to select all elements that are descendants of another element. For example, div asterisk. The attribute selector styles all elements that have the given attribute. For example, button disabled selects all the button elements that have the disabled attribute. All right, so now that we know how to target the elements that we want to style, let's move on to actually styling them. For that, we'll be using CSS rules, properties, and values. And what better place to start than learning about color? Coming up. Probably one of the first styles you'll be applying in CSS is color related, because color is everywhere, from text to button backgrounds to section backgrounds. Now in CSS we have several ways of adding color to elements, and in this lesson I'm going to show you the two properties that you'll be using like 90% of the time. Let's go. For this demo, open file 3.4, where yet again we're working on the real estate statistic cards we've been using in the previous lesson as well. But this gives me a great opportunity to show you how to apply color to different elements. So looking back at the code, it's exactly the same as in the previous lesson. We have divs with a class of card and a unique ID applied to each one. And before we get into the color properties, I told you I would talk about CSS rules. Well, a CSS rule is basically this one. It's a collection of CSS properties that are applied to all of the elements that match the selector, right? So in our case, this CSS rule is applied to every single element. And with that out of the way, let's see about using colors. First of all, let's apply the background color to each element. For that, we're going to be using the IDs. The first one is total, and the syntax here is simple, background-color. And I'm just going to grab the hex value of the color here, paste it in, and we're good to go. Let's grab this second one and we'll target the sale. Is it sale? Yeah. Again, background color, paste that in, and we're good to go. Let's grab this, rental, background color, save. And with that, we've just applied or changed the background colors of all three cards. What about the text color? Well, I can go and I can say, okay, I want the H1 and the paragraph to be white. So I can say H1, P, and I can use the color property, and I can say white. So color actually changes the foreground color of the text and the text decorations. Text decorations meaning that underline under a link. Okay, that's considered a text decoration. But there's actually a faster way of doing this. Instead of selecting each element to receive the new color, I can simply select all the elements with the class of card, and I can say color white. And it's going to have the exact same effect. And this works because in CSS, properties that you set on a parent are passed down to their children, to the descendants, okay? So any element that's inside a div class card will receive this property as well, color white. And of course, it is only applied to the elements that support that property, like for example, H1 and paragraph, because these have text. If I had another text element here that can receive the color property, that will be white as well. So this is another thing you can do in CSS. If you want to apply the same styles to a number of children, you can apply the styles directly to their parent. and they'll just be passed down. In other words, children will inherit those properties from their parents. Now, let me quickly talk about color formats, because even here, you saw me use two different color formats. This one is called the hex or hexadecimal, and this represents an sRGB color by using its primary components, red, green, and blue. Each component is written as a hex number. So these first two numbers represent red in hexadecimal. These two represent green in hexadecimal, and these two represent blue. Alternatively, I can add another 2 digits representing opacity. So if I go to VS Code and I lower the opacity here, you'll notice that 2 extra digits are added. Now, these are also in hexadecimal. That's why whenever I need to use color with a certain transparency, I don't use hex, because I rarely know what value I should add here in hexadecimal. I'm able to do that now because I'm using VS Code, and this has this amazing color picker integrated, which allows me to add transparency to a color. But if I were using something else, I wouldn't know what to write. And this is where another very popular color format comes in, and that's RGB. RGB stands for red, green, and blue. And it looks something like this. We can actually go in VS Code and we can click this to change the color format very easily. So RGB represents the amount of red, green, and blue that's in that color. To this, I can add transparency very easily by using the RGBA format, A standing for alpha, and adding a fourth parameter here as the percentage. So 0.675 is 67.5%. If I do 1, that's 100% opacity. If I do 0, that's 0% opacity. So the color is basically fully transparent. So that's another format that you can use, RGB or RGBA, depending on whether or not you want to add an alpha or transparency to it. Another format that's highly used is HSL. This stands for hue, saturation, and lightness. And this is represented by the first value being the hue, or the position of the color on the color wheel. This is the pure color, basically. Okay. And in this editor, you can control it from this slider here. Notice if I move the pure color slider, only the first parameter will change. So let's bring that back to where it was. The second value represents saturation. So is it a vivid color? Is it a dull color? You can change that from here. It goes from 0 to 100%. This one, the third parameter, represents lightness or luminosity. So how light is that color? If I'm going to take this and move it up, you'll find that the third parameter changes. I'm making the color brighter, right? So if I go all the way up here and then to the left, I can make the color 100% light, which is just pure white. So that's HSL, or hue, saturation, lightness. Also, when working with color, we can also use keywords like this. White represents just pure white, but we have a couple actually in HTML. So VS Code gives us a list of these colors by their name. So we have white, black, Alice blue, antique white, aqua, azure, and a whole bunch of others. You can see there are tons and tons of predefined colors in HTML that we can use. And this is, of course, an alternative. But usually I would stick with either hex, because it's really easy to grab from somewhere. It's a very compact format, or RGB. Those two are usually my go-to formats. So let's change this back to white. And those are the color formats. Now, let's take a look at some key takeaways. Color and background color are two of the most commonly used CSS properties for adding color. The color CSS property sets the foreground color value of an element's text and text decorations. The background color CSS property sets the background color of an element. Among the most commonly used formats for sRGB colors, we can find hex, RGB, and HSL. The hex format uses the primary color components, red, green, and blue, written as hexadecimal numbers. The RGB format expresses a color according to its red, green, and blue components, written either as numbers or percentages, where the number 255 corresponds to 100%. All right, and that's about it for colors. I only showed you two ways of adding color to HTML elements, but there are a few more. Some we'll discover in future lessons, while others will be for you to discover once you get more comfortable with CSS. Now, let's move on and talk about CSS units coming up. As you're learning more and more about CSS properties, you'll see that most of these have numeric values, so they have a number as a value. Now, most of these numeric values also have units, just like we have units for a lot of things. We buy 1 liter of soda, or 2 kilograms of potatoes, or we drive 10 miles. Okay, these are all units. Well, in CSS, we also have units, but a different kind. Obviously, we're not going to display a 1 meter long box, right? We have units that pertain to the environment that we're working with. So we have pixels, ems, rems, percentages, and so on. So let me give you a quick guide to the units we can use in CSS and show you where and how to use them. For this lesson, let's open file 3.5, where we'll be working again on the real estate statistic cards here. And let's start with pixels, or px. This is one of the most commonly used units in CSS. And an element that's, for example, 100 pixels wide will occupy exactly 100 pixels on your screen. All right, so for example, these 3 boxes are currently occupying the full available width, okay? But in my example here, they only occupy 350 pixels, so they are 350 pixels wide. Well, I can go into my CSS, and I can use the width property to set a width to 350 pixels. I can save that, and now you'll see that these boxes take up exactly 350 pixels. I can do the same for height, right? I can say height should be, I don't know, 500 pixels. So that will make those boxes 500 pixels tall. And this is one of the ways you can use the pixel unit. And this is an absolute unit, by the way. Whatever you set the size to, that's going to stay permanently. However, in CSS, we also have relative units. For example, the percentage. So instead of width 350 pixels, I can say width 50%. Now, when using percentages like this, the one thing that is taken into consideration is the dimension of the parent element. So here, because the card is a child of this section, the one with the dotted border. When I say make its width 50%, it means make it 50% of the total width of its parent. And it's doing exactly that. If I'm going to say make it 100%, it's going to make it 100% of the width of the parent. Notice that if I resize this, that box resizes as well. I can make it 75% of the total width, so 3/4. And again, as I resize the window, that width changes as well, because the parent width changes as I'm resizing the window. Now, I wouldn't be able to do this if I were using the pixel width, because this is an absolute value, right? This is set at 350 pixels, regardless of the width of the parent. So that's pixels and percentages. Now, what else can you use pixels for? Well, you can use them for font sizes. So for example, by default, pretty much every browser out there has a font size of 16 pixels. Okay, so if you write a piece of text like this, it has a font size of 16 pixels. And I can even demonstrate that if we open up the developer tools. I can select that paragraph. And if I go to computed style here and show everything, you're going to see that font size, let's see if we can find it here. Font size is set to 16 pixels. Now I can change that. I can target the HTML element and I can say font size, let's make it 20 pixels. Okay, so now if we refresh, everything will be bigger because we're changing the font size of every element in the page. And now if we scroll down to the font size, see, now it says 20 pixels. But again, pixels here are an absolute value. So whatever I set it at, it stays that way regardless of what's happening around it. But we also have some relative units we can use apart from percentages. And those are em and rem. So let me show you how it works. Let me comment this for a bit. And let's change the font size of the card to 28 pixels. Okay, so this is an absolute value. This means that every single element inside the card has a font size of 28 pixels. But then I can go to card H1. So I'm selecting all the H1 elements from inside my card. And I can set a font size of 32 pixels. And this, again, will be an absolute value. And it's going to have absolutely nothing to do with the font size that I declared on my card parent. However, I can set a font size of 32 divided by 28, 1.14 em. And the result is going to be exactly the same. So em actually takes into account the font size of the parent. So when I say 1.14 ems, it means 1.14 times the font size of the parent, which is 28 pixels. If I'm going to change the font size of the parent from 28 to 38 pixels, that value will now be bigger. Let's see. If we do an inspect and we go to computed, we can see font size is 43.32. And if we multiply 38 times 1.14, we get to 43.32. 43.32. It's exactly the same value. So that's what em is doing. It looks at the font size of the parent and it multiplies it with the numeric value that we specified. So let's bring this back down to 28 pixels. What about the paragraphs? Card paragraph. Let's say we want them to be 18 pixels. Okay, so I set a pixel value. Now they're 18 pixels. Now if we target the paragraphs, you can see we are using 18 pixels. If I want to use the M unit, I would say font size. What is the font size of the parent? 28 pixels. And I want these to be 18 pixels. So I can say 18 divided by 28, 0.64 ems. 0.64 ems. Right? So that's going to give me 17.92 pixels. We'll just accept this as 18 pixels. But we also have the rem unit. And the rem unit works similarly, but instead of looking at the font size of the parent, it looks at the font size of the HTML document. Okay? So currently, our HTML document has a font size of 16 pixels. As I was saying, this is the default. So the card P, by setting it to 1 rem, it means 1 times 16, which is 16. So if we go back, you'll notice that paragraphs have a font size of 16 pixels. But if I'm going to change the font size of my HTML document to, let's say, 20 pixels, you'll notice that my paragraph now has a 20 pixel font size. And I didn't change anything here. It's still 1 rem. Okay, so that's the difference. If I'm gonna set this one to 1 em, that's gonna be 28 pixels. That's the font size of the parent. 1 rem will be 20 pixels. That's the font size of the HTML document. Now we can use the M pixel rem percentage units in all sorts of properties, not just for font sizes or widths. We can set them for margins and paddings. So for example, I can target this card and notice that in our example, we have a bit of space between the actual card content and the edges of the card. We can add that with the padding property, and we'll learn more about this in a future lesson. But for now, I can say padding 1.5 rems, top and bottom, 2 rems, left and right. So that will add the correct space. And if we do a quick inspection here, and we go to compute it, you'll see that the padding is the following: 30 for top and bottom, so that's the value of 1.5. 1.5 times 20, which is our font size, our document font size, equals 30. And then 2 times 20 is 40, which is exactly what we have on the sides here, highlighted in green. So those are some units for you: pixels, percentages, rems, and also ems. Now, let's see some key takeaways. A lot of CSS properties have numeric values, and most of those values use units. On the web, we can use various units to set various dimensions or create various layouts. Among the most commonly used units in CSS, we find pixels, or px, em, rem, and percentages. The px unit sets an absolute size, which is not usually influenced by external factors. The em unit is a relative unit that sets a size in relation to the font size of the parent element. The rem is also a relative unit, but it works in relation to the font size of the HTML element. The percentage is also a relative unit, and it represents a fraction of some other value. In CSS, that other value is usually a dimension of the parent element. Okay, and that's it for CSS units. Well, a few of them. There are a lot more we can talk about, but I have no doubt you'll discover those on your own once you get more comfortable with CSS. But as a beginner, these are the 4 units you need to be aware of. Now, let's move on and learn about styling text with CSS coming up. Styling text in CSS is something that you'll be doing quite often because the majority of content in a web page is text. Thankfully, CSS gives us some great tools we can use to style text pretty much any way we want. We can change its font family, its font size, weight. We can make it uppercase, lowercase. We can even style how links behave when we mouse over them. So we have a lot of control. In this lesson, I want to show you some of the most commonly used properties for styling text. So let's go. If you want to work alongside me, then open file 3.6, where in the example we can see a card with some contact information, right? So let's try and get the typography nailed down as much as we can in the practice area. And the first thing we'll do is we'll change the font family. In other words, we'll tell the browser what fonts we want to use for certain elements. So we'll jump back to our code editor, and in my card rule, I'm going to say font-family, and then I'm going to specify the main font that I want to use. In my case, it's Poppins. And then I'm going to specify a fallback. What does this mean? If Poppins is not available, it cannot be loaded or something happens, then as a fallback, as a plan B, use whatever sans serif is defined by default. So with just that one change, we save. And now all of the elements inside my card element are using Poppins as their font family. Awesome. What about font size? This, as you might deduce, is changing the font size of all the text elements. So by default, I'm setting a base font size on the card element, which will be passed down to every child. But then I can also specify individual font sizes for various elements. For example, I want this heading to be a specific font size, and maybe these I want to be a specific font size. So I can go and say card H1, and then I'm going to set the font size to 1.75 ems, right? And that's going to get it to look exactly like the reference in my image here. Now, what about these? The email and phone text. Well, if we look at the HTML, these are placed in a span inside a paragraph inside the card div, right? So we can target those using card, paragraph, span, or if we don't have any other spans inside paragraphs anywhere else in the page, I can simply use it like this, p span, and I can set the font size a little bit smaller, let's say 0.75 rems. Or actually, let's use rems to make them relative to the font size of their parent. And surely enough, that makes them a lot smaller. And by the way, in CSS, you can actually give up the 0 and just have 0.75. That's also an acceptable notation. Okay, what else? We can change the font weight of text elements. So if you don't know, font weight is regular, bold, black, thin, and so on. If we take a look at a font, for example, Poppins, right? This is the Google font. If we look, it has different styles, right? Different weights. Thin, which is represented by 100, extra light 200, light 300, regular 400, and the list keeps going on and on. Bold 700, extra bold, and black is the final one at 900. And we can easily change those in CSS by using the font weight property. So we'll say font-weight, and for the H1 we'll probably use 900. And that makes it into a very thick, very heavy font. What about the email and phone? As we can see from the image, these are kind of bolded. So let's go to pspan, and I'm going to set the font weight to 700. So now those are displayed in bold. What else? Line height. This is another property that you can use to define the height of a line of text. So the property looks something like this, line-height, and this is a unitless value, which means we don't use pixels or ems or anything, we just use a number. And that number acts as a multiplier. It's very easy to calculate. In this situation, the line height of all the text elements inside my card will be 1.55 times 18, which is the font size that we defined. So that gives us a 27.9 pixels of line height, right? So if we select one row of text here and we do a quick measurement, that's going to round it off to 28 pixels. And you'll notice that if I change the font size, let's say 28 pixels, of course, the line height will also change. This is now 44 pixels. So let's bring that back, and let's also change the line height to 1.8 on this smaller span element. Now, I think it's a good opportunity to show you the font shorthand. So notice these three properties, font family, font size, line height, they can actually be condensed into a single property called font. And here we'll say, first of all, the font size slash the line height, and then the font family, Poppins, sans serif, right? And this does exactly the same as these three lines of text. It's just a shorthand notation. There are other properties which you can place in the font shorthand, and VS Code actually gives us a full list here. So you can add the font style here, the font weight, size, line height, font family, and a couple of others. But just to keep things simple, for starters, this is what you should remember. Font size, line height with a slash in between, and then the font family. What else? We also have text transform, and this is how we make elements uppercase or lowercase. In our example here, we have these two elements which should be uppercase. So we can go in here and we can say text transform. And you have a couple different options, capitalize, lowercase, none. We want uppercase. Save. And now all of these are displayed in uppercase. Also, a good practice when dealing with small font sizes and uppercase letters, you need to use a slightly bigger letter spacing. So the distance between each letter should be a bit bigger. You can do that in CSS with the letter spacing property. Let's set 2 pixels, right? And that's just going to push the letters apart. This might be a bit too big, so let's bring it down to 1 pixel. Of course, I can go to the extreme with this and have them displayed like this. Of course, this is not readable. So let's just bring it down to 1 pixel. We also have the font style property, and that works something like this. Let's target, for example, the H1, and we'll set font style. We have 3 options, basically: italic, normal, or oblique. So if we choose italic, that's going to make that text italic. But in our example, we don't have any italic text, so I'm just going to comment this off. Also, you're probably wondering about text alignment. Well, that can be easily achieved with the text align property, and we have a couple of different options here. We can say left, which is the default. We can say center, and that's going to align the text to the center. Or we can say right, and that's going to align it to the right. Alternatively, we can use the keywords start, which is equivalent to left. Center is, of course, center, and end is equivalent to right. So either one of these is correct. I would suggest you use start and end because it's better this way. Start and end are actually logical. If you're going to change the writing direction of your document from left to right, which is the default in English, to right to left, then using start and end would make more sense because you're going to be able to align text correctly. If you're going to use left or right, you're going to run into issues when changing the writing direction. But that's just a side note. It doesn't really matter right now. Just use either start, center, or end, and you'll be good to go. For now, let's just comment this out. Finally, before we wrap up this lesson, I want to talk about styling links, right, or anchor tags. Notice that we have already set a color for the anchor tags inside the card elements, right? We set up this color. But if we compare these to our reference image, we notice that we don't have any underline here. And we can get rid of that very easily with the text decoration property, and we can set that to none. So that's going to completely remove the underline. Of course, we have some other values we can play around with here. And we also have some sub-properties like text decoration, line, style, color, and so on. But don't worry about that. You're not going to use this property a lot. I think the most useful about it is the fact that you can remove the text decoration from a link like this, at least for starters. Now, also, I would like to add some hover styles for the links and also some active styles so that when I hover with my mouse on them, they look different. And also when I click on them, they look different. And we can do that with the following syntax. We're going to say card A and then colon hover. And we can, for example, change its color to this black color that we've used throughout the project. And now it looks like this. On mouse over. And also when I click on it, I can make it look different by using active. So I can say card A active. And let's change this to an RGBA with a 0.5% opacity or 50% opacity. So now when I click, see they have a different style applied to them. This is very useful for buttons. If you're using the A element to create a button, well, the hover and the active states are the way to go if you want to customize how your button looks in every possible scenario. And by the way, for your information, hover and active, these are called pseudo classes. Now, for some key takeaways. CSS offers a lot of control over how text looks like. Font family, font size, and font weight are properties that change the font you're using, the size of the text, and the weight, respectively. You can also use font style to switch to regular, italic, or oblique. The text transform CSS property specifies how to capitalize an element's text. You can choose between uppercase, lowercase, and a few others. The letter spacing property can be used to set the horizontal spacing between text characters. The line height property is used to set the height of a line box. In other words, it changes the distance between lines of text. You can align text in different ways by using the text align property. For values, you have left, which is the default, center, and right. You can also use start and end as substitutes for left and right. To change an element's appearance on mouse over and mouse press, you can use the hover and active pseudoclasses. The active pseudoclass is only applicable on a handful of elements, like buttons, links, and certain inputs. Alright, and that's about it for styling text with CSS. Now it's time to move on. So in the next lesson, you'll learn about setting dimensions with CSS. Coming up. At some point in a project, you'll have to write some CSS to make an element bigger or smaller. Thankfully, that's super simple to do. And in CSS, you can even set minimum or maximum dimensions. So let me show you some examples. So go ahead and open file 3.7, where we have this example of a dashboard. It's something that's showing some statistics. We have 3 cards with some images, text, and a button each. I already went ahead and wrote the HTML for it, but notice that it doesn't look quite right, does it? The images are kind of big. The cards themselves are not the right size, so let's go ahead and fix that. Now, in CSS, to make an element bigger or smaller, you would use the width and height properties. And they're pretty self-explanatory. The width property changes an element's width, and the height property changes an element's height. So let's actually start with these images, right? Because as you can see, they're a little bit too big. So going back to our code, we can see that we added our images with the img tag. And to target them, let's grab all the images that are inside divs with the class of widget. So I'm going to say widget img, and let's set a width to 4 rems. Save, and now they are smaller. Now, in terms of values for the width and the height, you can use absolute values like pixels. You can use relative values like ems, rems, percentages, and you can even use some keywords, like for example, auto. So if I set the width to auto here, the browser will determine the width of that image automatically. But personally, for this kind of application, I prefer to use a fixed value like this, either in rems or pixels, but I prefer rems because if I decide to change the font size of my document, then the images will get bigger as well. What else? Let's see about these images here, these arrows. As you can see from the example, they're super, super tiny. So let's target those. They are inside, so div paragraph image. So let's grab them like this. Let's set a width to 1.25 rems, just like that. And because these are SVGs, resizing them will actually maintain their clarity. Now, what about this arrow here that's inside our links? As you can see from the example, it's also super tiny. So let's see, we have that img. So we can target over here, widget img. We can set a height, for example, to 1 rem. right? So that's going to work just fine. Because the image itself, the image that we loaded, let's see, it is icon arrow right. Okay, so it looks something like this. By default, it has a height of 32 pixels. And we just resized its height to 1 rem, which translates to 16 pixels. And because the browser will resize images while keeping their aspect ratio, the width was adjusted automatically. So the image still looks just fine. Now, one thing to note here, width and height only work on block and inline block elements. So for example, I have this anchor element here, right? This link. And I went ahead and added a background color to it so we can see it better. Now watch what happens if I set a width to 1000 pixels. Nothing happens, right? Or let's set a height to 500 pixels. Again, nothing happens because width and height cannot be applied to inline elements, and the A element, the anchor element, is inline. If I were to set a display to inline block, then the anchor element would be able to receive this new width and this new height, or we can just set it to block and it's going to have the exact same effect. But by default, you cannot set width and height to inline elements. That's just a side note. Now, what else? I mentioned that you can also provide relative values for width and height. So what about these widgets? All right, because as we can see from our example, they take up kind of a third of the available space. Well, let's target the widget, and we'll set a width to 100%. Okay, so now each one will get an equal part of the available width because I set them to 100%. I can also set them to auto, and I'm going to comment this. And now they will take only as much space as it's needed. But I can also set minimums and maximums. So I can say min width or min height, depending on what I want to do. But in my case, we're affecting width. So I can say min width 200 pixels. Okay, or let's say 400 pixels. So now, no matter what, this element will be at a minimum 300 pixels. It doesn't matter if I make this smaller or bigger. That's always going to be 300 pixels at least. And the cool thing is I can play around with both the width and the min width properties. So for example, I can set the width to 100%, but the minimum to, let's say, 300 pixels. So now the 3 cards will resize, but they will still have that minimum value. And just to illustrate this a little bit better, let me add a background color so you can see what's happening. And also, hold on, I'm using Flex here, so let's add a gap just so we get a bit of separation. Okay, so as you can see, they are resizing, but now they've stopped because I set that minimum width. And if we do a quick measurement, it's exactly 300 pixels. I can also specify a maximum width. And by the way, don't worry about these properties right here just yet. They're simply there for demo purposes. So let's set a max width of, let's say, 400 pixels. Okay, so now watch closely at the behavior of these boxes, right? So once I get to this point, they are 300 pixels because that's the minimum. As soon as I start resizing my main parent, they start resizing as well. But around this point, there, they've stopped because they've reached their maximum width of 400 pixels. So by using these three properties, width, min width, and max width, you can make a container behave like this. Just resize between 2 points, basically. In our case, resize between 300 and 400 pixels. And this works exactly the same with height, right? You would have min height, max height, and the regular height property. And that's essentially how you add dimensions in CSS. Now, let's take a look at some key takeaways. You can change an element's width or height by using the width and, respectively, height properties. These accept the following value types: a length, expressed in pixels, em, rem, and so on, a percentage, or a keyword, for example, auto. You can use the min width and max width to limit how short or long an element can be. The same is applicable for an element's height by using the min height and max height properties. You cannot change the width or height of an inline element. And that's it for setting dimensions in CSS by using the height and width properties. Now, let's move on and learn about the CSS box model, because this is something huge. Understanding it will allow you to correctly create layouts and align elements. Coming up. The first thing you need to understand is that in CSS, everything has a box around it, from images to paragraphs, from headings to spans. And I kind of already demonstrated this in a previous lesson when we were talking about block and inline elements. In fact, that is lesson 2.5. So if you want to open that again, or file 2.5, you can see here that I've added basically some borders around elements so you can see where they start and where they end. And each and every one of these elements has basically a box around it, right? This is a heading, this is a paragraph, this here inside is a link, right? So this also has a box around it. This is a span, and the examples can go on and on. All right, so now that we've established that everything in CSS has a box around it, you must also understand that that box is not just a rectangle around an element. It's much more complex than that. In fact, that box is made of several other boxes. And to explain this concept, we need to have a look at the CSS box model. And the box model says the following: the area where the content is displayed is called the content box. The size of this can be controlled with the width and height properties. Outside of the content box, we find the padding box. This adds a white space around the content box. And we can control the size of this by using the padding property, which we'll look at in just a bit. Then we have the border box. This wraps the content and any padding we might add. Its size can be controlled through the border properties. And finally, we have the margin box, which wraps everything: the content, the padding, and the borders. This will add white space around the element, and its size can be controlled using the margin properties. So, as a quick recap, going from inside out, we have the content, padding, border, and then margin. And we can even see this in the developer tools. So if we do a quick inspection here, we can see a representation of this box model right here under styles. So for example, if I select this H1, you can see that the blue represents the content box. The green is the padding box, but currently it's non-existent because we haven't added any padding. Border is this one, but again, we don't have a border added to it. And then margin is the brown one. And as you can see, we have padding margin added to the top and to the bottom. And we can even see this particular box represented here in the main viewer, right? So the browser developer tools are actually a great way of learning about the box model and how each element is constructed, starting from the content box, going to the padding box, border box, and then margin box. Now, what I just showed you applies 100% to block level elements, but it doesn't do that all the way for inline elements. As we know, inline elements are a little bit different. They cannot accept width or height, so the box model applies a little bit different to them. Don't worry about that too much right now. Just keep that in mind as a side note, and I'll try and expand on this a little bit further down the road, a little bit more further down the road. Now, there is something else I want to bring to your attention, and that is the alternative box model. So what I showed you here is the default box model, but we also have an alternative one. So let me show you the difference between the two. And to demonstrate that, go ahead and open file 381, where we see a simple to-do list here on the example area. And I went ahead and duplicated or replicated the first item in the list in the practice area and made a copy of it. So now we have essentially two boxes that are identical. And inside the code, we have the following structure. We have a div class to-do, that's like the main container. And then we have an input type checkbox, and then another div which holds the title and the short paragraph. And in terms of CSS, just don't worry about these first three properties. We applied a background color, a border color. Again, we'll talk about borders in just a little bit. And I also added some padding on the top, bottom, left, and right, just so I give it a little bit of white space outside of my main content box, okay? And also you can see that each box has a width of 400 pixels. Now, this first box is using the standard box model, which can be applied by using box sizing, content box, okay? But this is applied by default, okay? So with or without it, it's exactly the same. Now with this and the width set to 400 pixels, let's actually measure our element here. So if we do a quick measurement, let's actually open this up in the inspector, we can see that div class to-do has a width of 472 pixels. Now, why is that? I set my width to 400 pixels, so why is this 472? Well, we have a border left of 8 pixels, right? You can actually see it here. So 8 plus. We have the padding, that's 32 pixels on each side. So 32 plus 32, that's 64. And then we have the content box, that's 400 pixels. So plus 400, and that gives us 472. So in the standard box model, which is used by default, setting a width or a height to an element actually sets it to the content box, not the element itself. The padding and border are added after that. So the element that you want to be 400 is going to end up being more than 400 pixels. Well, this is where the alternative box model comes in. And I have a class here added to the second element. So I'm going to say to do with the class of alternative. I'm going to set the box sizing to border box instead of content box. Now, if we take a look at the example, we can see that the width of this to-do class is 400. So the alternative box model takes into account the border and the padding and includes them in that final width that you want to have. So that's why I always prefer to use this alternative box model, which you can apply by using box sizing border box. You'll see in a lot of these demos, right here at the top, you'll find that I use the universal selector and I just set box sizing to border box to every single element because it's just better. It allows me to say, okay, I want this to be 400 pixels or whatever value, and the end result will be exactly that. I don't have to worry about, oh, what kind of padding I added, what border I added. The alternative box model takes care of that for me, as you can clearly see from these examples. So this is with the alternative, and this is with the traditional, the standard box model. And my advice to you is to do the same. Use the alternative box model. And with that out of the way, let's start learning more about the margin and padding properties, because I've used some in the previous example and I didn't quite fully explain what they do. So let me show you another demo where we'll be using these. For this, we're looking at demo 382, our dashboard example. And let's start by adding some paddings to these cards. So if we look at the example, basically what we see here highlighted is the content box, okay? The rest of the space on the top, right, left, and bottom is part of the padding box, correct? So let's see how we can add that. I already wrote the HTML for this, and I also applied just some basic styling. So now inside the widget, I'm going to say padding top 2 rems. And that's going to add 2 rems of padding top to these elements. What about the other sides? Well, I can simply do padding right, bottom, and left, 2 rems. And that's going to create equal padding around this content. Neat. However, notice that I'm kind of using the same value for all of these 4 properties. We can do something way easier than this. We can simply say padding 2 rems. And that's going to apply this value to all 4 sides. If I want to create different padding for each side, but still use this shorthand notation, I can do this, padding, and it's going to follow the same logic every time. It's going to say top padding, right padding, bottom padding, and left padding. Okay, so I can say 1 rem, 2 rem, 3 rem, 4 rem. And that's going to create the following paddings. Let's actually do a quick inspection here, maybe on this one. So padding, we see we have 16 on the top. That's the 1 rem. The next one is 2 rem, or 32, which is placed on the side. The next one is 48, or 3 rems on the bottom. And on the left, it's 4 rems, or 64 pixels, right? So it goes clockwise, like this. Top, right, bottom, left. Top, right, bottom, left. If two of these values are equal, let's say we have just this notation, 1 rem, 2 rem. In this case, we'll have 1 rem top bottom, 2 rem left right, right? So when I'm using two values, it's for top bottom, left right. I can even use 3 values. I can say 5 rems here. And these will be applied the following way. Top, right, bottom, and if I'm missing the fourth, it's going to use the second one. So top 1 rem, left, right 2 rems, bottom 5 rems, as you can see here. And that's how you apply paddings. Now let's move on and see what other elements we need to style using margin and padding. What about this button, right? As we can see here, it needs a little bit of padding inside. So we can target the button and we can say padding, again using the shorthand notation, 8 pixels, 24 pixels. So 8 pixels, top, bottom, 24 left and right. Save that. And now we've successfully added padding to this button. Please note that padding, the padding property, can only accept positive numbers as a value. And with that, let's move on to margin. The margin box sits outside the border box, right? So its purpose is to add white space around an element. In CSS, we often use that to create a certain distance between two elements. Case in point, in our example, we can use margin bottom on this icon to create a certain distance between it and this title. So here's how we do that. We go to the main icon and we say margin bottom 2 rems. Save. And now that's going to push that content further down because the image now has a margin bottom, as you can see here, of 2 rems or 32 pixels. Margins, unlike paddings, can also receive negative values. So I can do something fun, like set a margin left to minus, let's say 100 pixels. And that's basically gonna take the element from its usual place and move it around. So I can do something interesting with this, maybe 60 pixels, and that's going to be positioned on the edge of the element here. This is one way of creating some of these more quirky layouts if you want. But yeah, negative margin is a thing and you can use it. It's also very useful when you want to align two elements vertically and you just need to nudge one of them up or down a couple of pixels. Well, margin, a negative margin is a great use for that. But for now, let's comment this out. And margin, just like padding, supports the same shorthand notation. I can say margin and then again, top, right, bottom, left. It's exactly the same thing. So if I were to rewrite this margin bottom of 2 rem using the shorthand notation, I would say margin 0, 0, 2 rems. And that's just going to add it to the board, to the bottom. Top is 0, left, right is 0, and 2 rems is for the bottom. Now, there will be cases when you'll see that certain elements are positioned a certain distance from one another by default, right? And that's because the browser has a default style sheet that it applies to elements. For example, this paragraph has by default a margin top and bottom of 16 pixels. The heading 2 has by default a margin top and bottom of whatever this value is. But I didn't apply that myself. If we look at the CSS here, I didn't target any H2 or any paragraph to add a margin. That, as I was saying, is part of the agent style sheet, as it's called, or the browser style sheet. And there might be cases where you don't want this behavior. Then what you can do is simply reset those. So you can say widget H2 and widget paragraph, set the margin to 0. So now you start with a blank slate. These elements now have no margin whatsoever, and you can more easily add your own without having to worry about what was added previously by the browser. Now, here's something else that you need to know when it comes to margins, and that's margin collapsing. Let me give you an example. Let's say that on the H2, I'm going to add a margin bottom of 2 rems. And on the paragraphs, I'm going to add a margin top of 1 rem. Okay? So the paragraph sits below the H2, in which case we have a margin bottom from the H2 of 2 rems plus the margin top of 1 rem for the paragraph. That's 3 rems of distance between the two elements, correct? Well, let's take a look. Is this 3 rems or not? So what's going on here? Not exactly. It's still 2 rems. You can see we only have 2 rems in between these two elements. And this is called margin collapsing. You see, when two elements with margins are next to each other and the margins touch, these will collapse, and the resulting margin will take the value of the highest margin of the two. In our case, the highest margin was 2 rems. So only this is taken into consideration. You see, this paragraph still has that 1 rem margin, but it's not being applied. It's not being calculated here. Instead, that's kind of tucked in the bigger margin of 2 rems from the element above. So just keep that in mind. Whenever you want to create a certain distance and you're using margins to do that, just be aware of margin collapsing, because you might get unexpected results and you won't know what happened, why you are not getting this margin plus this margin. You're only getting one of them. And if the situation was reversed, of course, if this margin bottom was 1 rem and this was 4 rems, now the resulting margin or distance between the two would be this one, right? 64 pixels, as we can clearly see from here. Because the paragraph now had the bigger margin. And with that out of the way, let's actually use some margins that would make sense for this particular design. And we're going to say the H2, we'll just set a margin of 0.5 rems and 0, and the paragraph, just a margin bottom of 2 rems. Right? And that's going to achieve a distancing here, or a distancing here, that's pretty much 100% what we have here in our example. We can also tamper with the positioning of these two elements, so the image and this text. You can see that they're kind of touching here, but in our example, there is a little bit of distance in between. So let's do that. Let's say margin, or sorry, which one is it? Paragraph image. Okay, paragraph image, we give it a width, widget paragraph image, and we're just going to set a margin right of 8 pixels. All right, so that's just going to push it slightly to the right and create the necessary gap here. Don't worry about the alignment. just yet. This involves other techniques. For now, this is how we would use margin and padding to create the necessary white space inside and outside of elements. And now, some key takeaways. Everything in CSS has a box around it. That box is made up of other boxes, as defined by the CSS Box Model. A typical element has the following structure, moving from inside outwards: content box, padding box, border box, and margin box. The box model doesn't fully apply to inline elements. There are two types of box models, standard and alternative. If we set a width or height using the standard model, the width will only be applied to the content box. Any padding and borders will add additional size to the visible element. If we set a width or height using the alternative model, that width will be applied to the entire visible element. Any paddings and borders will be included in that size. The margin property will determine the size of the margin box. You can use the shorthand property to affect all box sides at once, or the longhand for setting each side individually. CSS accepts negative values for margin. If you have two elements with margins that touch, those margins will collapse to a single one. The size of the final margin depends on the size of the individual margins and also their sign. The padding property will determine the size of the padding box. Just like margins, you can use either the shorthand or the longhand properties. CSS only accepts positive values for padding. Alright, and that concludes this rather lengthy lesson on the CSS box model. And so far we've covered the padding box and the margin box, but we haven't really mentioned the border box. So how about we do that next? The third box in the box model is the border box, and you can control the size of that using border properties. So let's take a closer look at these. We're looking at file 3.9 for this lesson. As an example, we have the dashboard that we worked on previously. And here we have two examples of how to use borders. We have a border applied to each card and also to each button, right? So let's jump back into the code. I already wrote some CSS here. It's basically the same as last lesson. And we can see that our cards have the class of widget, okay? So we'll go to widget right here. And we're going to say the following: border. First of all, we can say color to define the border color. And let's quickly grab it from here. It's this one. And then we can say border width. I want this to be 1 pixel. And we can say border style, and I want this to be solid. There are several border styles we can add. For example, dashed, dotted, double, groove. But usually when I work with borders, I prefer solid. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. And as you can see, we now have borders around our elements. And by the way, if you look closely at the border that we have here around this practice area, you can see that this is a dotted border. Or is it dashed? Let's take a look. It is border dashed. It is a dashed border, right? The one that you see here. Dotted border, it just has smaller dots instead of these longer strokes. So now coming back to our example, this is the way you add a border. You define the color, the width, and the style. But there is also a shorthand notation. Instead of these three, we can simply say border 1 pixel, so the width, solid, the style, and then the color, which I'm just going to copy from here. And this does exactly the same thing. Another border property that you'll be using a lot is the border radius. So the border radius adds a nice round over to each corner. And here I'm just going to say 8 pixels, and that's going to add 8 pixel radius to each corner. But I can also specify each corner individually. So if I want border radius top left, or border top left radius, this is actually the correct syntax, I can say 20 pixels on that one. So now only this border, the top left, will receive that value. The rest, they will remain at 8 pixels. Now you can also use a different notation here for the values. You can place values for all 4 corners at once. And it goes like this: top left, top right, bottom right, bottom left. So also clockwise. So for example, I can say I want 0 in the top left, 4 pixels top right, 8 pixels top bottom, or sorry, bottom right, and let's go 32 pixels bottom left. And now our boxes are going to look something like this, right? We have a 0 radius here, 4 here, 8 here, and 32 here. Or if you have a notation like this, let's say 8 pixels, 32 pixels, you're going to have 8 pixels on this and this, 32 on this and this. So it works with opposing corners. Now, what about this button? From our example, we are using this color. It's actually the main color that we've been using in the rest of the design. So widget button, we can simply go in here and say border 1 pixel solid RGB, or let's actually just paste that in. That's fine. So let's actually transform that into RGB. Right, so now we have the correct border here. Let's add a border radius. 4 pixels should do the trick. Awesome. Let's also go back on the border radius here and just use 4 pixels. I think that's the radius, or 8. Yeah, 4 pixels works just fine. Another use case for the border property is for when you hover on an element. So for example, if I want to add a hover effect to these widgets, to these containers, I can, let's see where it is, widget. I can say widget hover border color. I can change it to this, for example, right? So now I'll have a nice hover effect. Of course, you might do a more subdued color here, maybe something like this, so it's not as jarring as the other one. And as you can see, we just changed the border color. Even though we used the shorthand border property here, on the hover, we only changed the border color. I can also do this, border 1 pixel solid, and just change the color with this one, right? It's going to do exactly the same thing. But if the color is the only thing we're changing, then just use the dedicated property. And borders, of course, don't need to be just 1 pixel wide. They can be 100 pixels wide. and in which case they will look something like this. Remember, this is the border box. So if we look here, the border box is 100 pixels wide. And if you remember from the box model lesson, the dimension of the border box is dictated by border properties. There we go. Now, some key takeaways for this lesson. You can control the size and appearance of the border box with the border properties. The border width property controls the thickness or the width of an element's border. The border color property defines the border color. The border style property sets the line style for an element's border. We can remove the border altogether with the value of none, or we can choose from the following values: solid, dotted, dashed, double, and a few others. The border radius property rounds the corner of an element's outer border edge. All right, and those are the basics of working with borders in CSS. There are a few other ways of adding a border, or what we perceive as a border around an element, such as the outline property or the box shadow property, but those are a bit too advanced for this course, but they make a great topic for study if you fancy taking a look. For now, just stick with the border properties and master these before you move on to anything else. Now, in the previous lesson, I used a property called display, and I didn't really go into details at that point, but we might as well just do it right now. So, in the next lesson, you'll learn how to use the display property in CSS. Before we start coding, we need to learn about the two display types, inner and outer. You see, in CSS, boxes have an outer display type, which specifies whether the box is block or inline. But they also have an inner display type that indicates how the elements inside the box are laid out. We'll talk about the inner type a bit later. For now, let's expand on the outer type. And for that, we have a simple demo here. It's file 3.10.1, if you want to follow along, where we have a form. And notice that in this form, the labels are positioned on top of the input in the final rendering. But in our HTML, based on this code, right, we have label and then immediately input. These being both inline elements, they're positioned one next to the other. So how do we get them to stack using CSS? Well, it's simple. We target the labels and we set the display property to block. This will do two things. It will force any following elements to start on a new line, and also it will set the width of the label element to 100% of the available width, just like you can see here. So that's one use case for display block. You essentially change how the element behaves, right? You can make a inline element act like a block element. What else can we use it for? Well, let's take a look at this button. In the render, it spans the entire available width, or these inputs, right? So then in CSS, we can target the button and we can say, okay, width 100%, but why isn't it working? That's because the A, which we use to create our button, the anchor element or the anchor tag, is an inline element. And if you remember from previous lessons, we cannot apply width or height to inline elements. So to go around that, we can set the display of the button to block, or I can use inline block and it's going to do exactly the same thing. So what exactly is the difference? Well, the difference is this. If I'm going to duplicate this, let's say I want to create another button that says create account. And I set the display to block, regardless of their width. Yeah, they're both going to take up the entire available space. But if I set their display to inline block, they're going to sit next to each other, but I can still set a width to them with, let's say, 200 pixels. All right, so that's the difference. Inline block is kind of the middle point between inline and block. With block elements, I can set width and height. And with inline elements, I can make two inline elements sit next to each other. So by using inline block, I make sure that these two buttons can sit next to each other, but can also accept width and height. Now, there is yet another property that you might find yourself using quite a lot, and that is display none. This will essentially hide an element, and it's going to take it out of the normal document flow. For example, let's say I want to hide this checkbox. Well, I can take a look. Let's see, we have an ID of remember me. So I can target that in CSS. And I can say display none. And of course, that's only going to remove the checkbox and not the label. So let's actually find a better solution for this. We can actually hide the entire div. That's called check remember. So let's do that. Cool. So now that element is gone. This is useful for creating responsive layouts, for example, when you want to hide a certain element on a certain screen size and you want to show it on another screen size. For example, you could have a menu button that's displayed only on mobile devices or on small screen sizes. Well, you can use the display none property to achieve that. So that's it for the outer display type. What about the inner? Well, as I was saying, this dictates how elements inside the box are being laid out. And by default, they're laid out in normal flow, just like the ones outside of the box. But the nice thing in CSS is that we can specify how the inner elements will be laid out using stuff like Flexbox or Grid. So that's really, really cool. Let me show you a quick example. For this, you can open demo 3.10.2, where we're having another look at this dashboard. And this is actually a perfect example for using either Flex or Grid. And by the way, Flex, Grid, these are values for the display property that allow us to enable Flexbox or CSS Grid. So I wrote some HTML here, and basically we have a wrapper. That's like the main container div that contains all three widgets, and then each one of these cards or widgets has its own div with the class of widget. Now, what I can do in CSS is I can target the wrapper and I can change the inner display type. Notice by default, this is using the normal flow. So elements are stacked one on top of the other because they are divs and divs are block elements. But I can change this by using the display property and setting the display type to something like Flex. And that's going to enable Flexbox inside the wrapper element. As you can see, these are now displayed one next to each other. This is the default behavior in Flexbox. This also enables me to use certain properties like gap to add a distance or a gap between the items. Or if I want to, instead of Flex, I can use something like CSS Grid. So instead of display Flex, I'm going to say display Grid. Now this, by default, uses one column, but I can specify the number of columns using a property called grid template columns. And I can say something like 1FR, 1FR, and that's going to create 2 columns. But we'll get to Flexbox and grid in a later lesson. For now, I just wanted to mention that to enable this, you need to use the display property, which is what we're talking about in this lesson. So now, some key takeaways. In CSS, boxes have an outer display type, which specifies whether the box is block or inline. But they also have an inner display type that dictates how the elements inside the box are laid out. The display type can be controlled through the display property. For the outer type, we can use values like none, block, inline, and inline block. The inline block value allows an element to sit next to other elements, while also being able to accept the width and height, and also display the top and bottom margin and padding correctly. For the inner type, we can use values like flex and grid, among a few others. And those are the basics of working with the display property in CSS. And as I was saying, we'll come back to this when or in the lesson where we'll discuss about Flexbox and CSS Grid. For now, it's time to move on, and we'll do so by having a look at some styling options for lists coming up. Lists are very common in web design. You can use them to create the ingredient list for a recipe, to create a table of contents, and so on and so forth. They are very versatile. But what kind of styling can you apply to them? Can you get rid of the bullets, or can you replace them with something else? Well, let's find out. For this lesson, we'll be working with file 3.11.1, where we see a simple pricing plan that has the following structure, and the part that we're interested in is this, where we see a list. And this list has these nice check marks, which are obviously custom. Now, the HTML that I wrote looks something like this. H1, H2, a separator, or a horizontal rule to be more precise, and then a list, unordered, with the class of plan features, and then each list item is written like so. And of course, the result is this. Notice by default we have this style of bullets, the round blob, but we can change that actually. And here's how. Let's target plan features, and we can use a property called list style type. And we have a bunch of them, as you can see here. We have disk, for example, which is the default. We have circle, which is like the disk, but it's hollow. We also have square, which looks like this. We also have something called decimal, which can add numbers to an unordered list. How cool is that? We also have something called decimal leading 0, which starts 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, and so on and so forth. And we also have something called Georgian, which looks something like this. If you ever want to use that, I'm sure it's usable somewhere, but I never really used it before this course. I didn't even know that Georgian was actually a value for this property. But anyway, let's move on. Let's keep this at like the default. Now, notice how the list items are properly aligned with the rest of the content, but the bullets are actually sitting outside of the normal start of the content. And there's actually a way to change that. We can use the list style position, and we can change it between inside and outside. So inside looks like this. the bullets are now starting normally. Outside, which is the default, we'll place the bullets like outside, just like they were before. Now, what about using check marks like this? Well, to achieve this look, there are several ways in CSS. First of all, we can add the image directly in HTML as an image element inside each list item, but that's not exactly ideal. Or we can use background image, and we'll talk about that in a future lesson. Or we can use list style image. And list style image works something like this. You specify a URL, you go to images / example / I believe it's called green checkmark. That's the one. Right, and that's gonna set that check mark. It's gonna display it instead of the bullet point. But this is not an ideal approach because it's really hard to align these, in my experience, to align the image with the text. That's why I almost never use this approach for creating something like this. I use the background image property. But if you want to stick to something easier, then you can use list style image and just replace the default markers, the default bullet points in the list with an image, just like this. And you can probably, create your image in such a way that it's either smaller, bigger. Maybe you can play around with the line height in these list items to nudge the text up or down so that the image and the text is properly aligned. But as I said, personally, I would not recommend this. I thought I would show it to you because it's something you should know. But you'll probably have an easier time working with other properties to achieve this effect than with list style image. And let me just end this segment here by saying that you can also use the list style shorthand property to encapsulate some of these others. So list style, you can specify the style type, you can specify the position, and you can also specify the image. So URL, again, I can go into images, example, green checkmark, right? And that's gonna apply basically 3 properties into this one shorthand. Or actually, sorry, that didn't come out properly. The list style property will apply the effects of 3 other properties. So list style type, position, and image. Now, lists can be used in a lot of different ways. It's not mandatory that every list you're using has to display numbers or bullet points, okay? So let me show you an example of a very common use case for lists. For that, we can go to file 3.11.2, where we see a simple header design with a logo and a navigation. And the HTML for this, we're using a header element, an anchor with an image inside, and then inside the nav, we have the actual list. So how do we make this look like this? Well, first we need to get rid of the bullet points and also this padding that we see here on the left side. If we take a look at the UL element, we can see that it has a padding left added by default. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. So in the CSS, we'll target nav UL. We'll say list style none, and that's going to get rid of the bullet points. And let's also set the padding to 0, just like that. And then let's take each list item and display it one next to each other. How do we do that? Nav UL LI. We can set display inline block, remember our friend? It allows us to display items one next to each other, but also benefit from width, height, margin padding, and so on. And then we can also set a margin right of, I don't know, 0.5 rems. Maybe a bit more, 1 rem. That should do the trick. And then it's simply a matter of styling this link, right? So we can say nav ul lia, or we can just say lia. This also works. Let's do text deco, none. Let's do color, and I'm simply gonna grab this color from here. Font weight 900, and that's about it. Probably a bit more margin right. Let's do 2 rems. Yeah, that looks about right. And now, of course, we need to align the list with the logo, but for that, we would need to use Flexbox, and we haven't covered that yet. So let's just end it here. This is a very common use case for lists. We started with an unstyled list with bullet points, and we got to this point by applying list style none, removing the padding, setting each list item to display as inline block, giving it a margin, and then styling the actual link. Now, quickly, some key takeaways. In CSS, lists can be styled using the following properties: list style image, list style position, and list style type. Alternatively, use the shorthand list style. The bullet point or number in a list item can be removed by setting the list style or list style type to none. You can use an image as a list item marker with the list style image property. However, this is not recommended since it produces inconsistent results. And that's it for lists. Obviously, there are a lot more ways to use and style them, but that's for you to discover on your own. Now, it's time to talk about positioning elements in CSS. That's coming up. This is probably one of the most burning questions when it comes to CSS. How do I position an element? How do I make it stand on the right or in the middle or outside of that element? Or how do I make it float randomly in the page? Well, the answer to most of these questions revolves around the use of the position property. So I've prepared some demos for you in the practice area, and I'm going to show you the different types of positioning you can use in CSS. So let's get started. If you want to follow along, open file 312, and in the practice area, you'll see a couple of boxes. Each box has 3 smaller boxes, and the middle box is highlighted in almost all of them. So let me walk you through the various types of positioning you can use in CSS. First of all, we have static positioning. This is the default. And an element with position static uses the normal flow. And you cannot alter its position with the top, right, left, or bottom properties. So I have this one, static highlight will select this blue element here. So if I set position static, which by the way is default, therefore unnecessary, and I do top, I don't know, 100 pixels, left 100 pixels, you'll see that it has no effect. The element just stays in its position, it doesn't move at all. So that's static positioning. What about relative positioning? Well, with relative positioning, the element is also positioned using the normal flow of the document, but we can create offsets relative to itself by using the top, left, right, and bottom properties. So if I'm going to set the position of this element to relative, and then I'm going to say top 60 pixels, right? Now that element is going to be moved down from its initial position by 60 pixels. I can say left 60 pixels. And now that's going to be moved to the right side by 60 pixels. Or I can say right 20 pixels. Right? That's just going to add 20 pixels to the right side, or it will be offset from the right side relative to itself 20 pixels. And that's relative positioning. Notice that the elements around it are not affected. They maintain their original position. Now, here's something that's going to change when we use absolute positioning. So when we're using absolute positioning, the element is actually removed from the normal document flow. Essentially, it's floating, and it's positioned according to its nearest positioned ancestor. So what exactly does that mean? Well, let's target this absolute highlight, and I'll set its position to absolute, and I'll set the top value to, let's say, 100 pixels. Save. And now that element is gone. You can see that it has been removed from the normal flow, so its place has been occupied by its next sibling. And if we scroll a little bit further up, we can find the element right here. So why is that? Well, let me make it a little bit easier for you to see. Let me set the top to 50 pixels. So the top here of 50 pixels is actually relative to its nearest positioned ancestor, meaning the browser looks up its nearest parent that has a position different than static. In my case, that element is this dotted line. And this is now positioned at exactly 50 pixels from the edge of that dotted line. If I'm going to set left 0, you're going to see that it's positioned right at the edge of that dotted line. Now, these highlighted boxes are actually displayed in a div class set. So if I go into my CSS and I set a position relative to the set element, then that absolutely positioned div will now be positioned relative to the set box, which is this one. Does that make sense? So now it's left 0 here, and it's exactly 50 pixels from the top of this parent right here, this box. And of course, I can alter, just like with position relative, I can alter its position by using top, left, or I can even do bottom, let's say 1 rem, and right, I can say 10%. Right, so that's going to be positioned right here. Or I can even do negative values. I can say, okay, let's do top minus 10 pixels, and let's do right minus 100 pixels. And that's going to display it outside the boundaries of its parent. And this, just like I was saying, unlike relative positioned elements, this has an effect on the elements around it, because this is now floating. It got taken out of the normal document flow, and it's floating outside of that. And you can position this anywhere you want in the page. Also notice that absolutely positioned elements just scroll along with the page. They basically sit in the same place in the page, and you just scroll past them. And that takes me to the final positioning methods, and that is fixed and sticky. Now, these are very similar in the sense that an element positioned either fixed or sticky will stay in the same place as you scroll, but there is a subtle difference. So let's start with fixed positioning. So let's target fixed highlight. We'll set its position to fixed. We'll set its top to 40% and right, let's say 20 pixels. Now, a fixed element will do three things. One, it will float just like an absolutely positioned element. So it's going to be taken out of the normal document flow. Two, it's going to stay in the same place regardless of the scroll position. See the orange box here, it stays exactly in the same place. And three, it's going to be positioned relative to the viewport, not its parent element. Okay, so this, the visible part of the web page, is called the viewport. And you'll see that I set the right property to be 20 pixels, so a 20 pixel offset from the edge of the viewport. And also, I set 40% on the top, so it means 40% of the available viewport height on the top. And now the element sits right there, regardless of the scroll position. So that's fixed positioning. This is great for, displaying elements that you want to stay in the same place, like, I don't know, a back to top button in a footer. You can also use it for navigation or headers that you want to stay fixed on top of your page, even when you're scrolling. So it has a lot of uses. But how is that different than sticky positioning? This is a bit newer, but also pretty powerful. Now, a sticky element will just scroll away just like any other element until it reaches a certain point. So to demonstrate, let's target this entire list here. So I'm going to say sticky UL. I'm going to set the position sticky. And then I'm also going to specify an offset using the top property. So here's how it works. Notice that when I'm scrolling, it acts normal. But as soon as the top of the sticky element reaches the top of the viewport, then it stays there. And it will it will remain fixed inside of its parent. As soon as the parent starts to scroll out of view, it is no longer sticky. It just returns to position static. And then when I come back, right, it kind of sticks to that top edge. Now I can change this behavior if I say 20 pixels for the top value. Well, that creates an offset. So now, when I'm exactly 20 pixels from the top, that's going to start to become fixed. See? It reached that threshold. And again, it's just going to remain fixed until the parent scrolls off. So that's the difference between sticky and fixed. A fixed element will stay fixed at all times. It will not move. A sticky element is static by default until we reach a certain threshold. From that point on, it becomes fixed until, of course, the parent scrolls out of view. And that's a very quick demo of these positioning properties. We didn't really have an example for this lesson. I preferred to use this approach because I thought it would be a bit easier for you to understand. Now, for some key takeaways. The position CSS property defines how an element is positioned. The final location of a positioned element is determined by the top, right, bottom, and left properties. By default, an element has the position value of static, where the element is positioned according to the normal flow. the top, right, bottom, and left properties have no effect. An element with position relative is positioned according to the normal flow of the document, but then can be offset relative to itself by using the top, right, bottom, and left properties. The offset does not affect the position of any other element. An element with position absolute is removed from the normal document flow and is positioned relative to its closest positioned ancestor. An element with position fixed is also removed from the normal document flow and is positioned relative to the viewport. A fixed element stays in the same position as the user scrolls. An element with position sticky is positioned based on the user's scroll position and will toggle between relative and fixed. The element is positioned relative until a given offset is met in the viewport. From that point, its position is set to fixed. A sticky element stays within its parent, so once the user scrolls past the parent, the sticky element is reverted back to a relative position. Alright, and that's how you can position an element using CSS. I think this can be confusing at times, so if you feel that you didn't properly understand this bit and you would like some further clarification, then feel free to drop me a comment down below and I'll try to help out. Of course, this is valid for any other lesson. If you're having problems with any of the concepts that I showed you in this course, feel free to drop a comment and I'll do my best to help you out. Now, let's move on to something that's a bit more fun than CSS positioning, and that is styling backgrounds in CSS. That's coming up. HTML elements can have two types of backgrounds, color and image. And we've already covered color backgrounds in previous lessons, so in this one, we'll be focusing on image backgrounds. And this can be of two types. We can use an actual image or we can use a CSS gradient. So let's cover both of them, but we'll start with image backgrounds. And for this demo, we'll be opening file 3.13.1. And in the example area, we can see 3 cards, each one having a different background and also different content. In terms of the actual content, well, it's pretty easy to create, right? We have a title and then 2 smaller titles and 2 descriptions, which can very easily be paragraphs. But how do we add these background images? Well, let's switch to the code editor. And here I have 3 divs. Each one has a class of card and they each have a unique ID. Viking, Sorceress, and Fashionista. So then, in CSS, I can target, for example, the Viking div, and I'm going to be using the background image property. Here, I can load either an actual image or a gradient. But for images, we would do URL, and we will specify the path to the image that we want to load. In my case, I created some images under example. You'll find BG elephant, which looks like this, and BG elephant 2x. It's exactly the same image, but the 2x is twice as big. And they're both JPEG images. So then let's start with this one, BG elephant JPEG. I'm going to say images / example BG elephant JPEG. I'm going to save. And now if we take a look at the preview, we can see that the elephant image has been successfully added as a background. But here's the catch. In order for this to work, the dimensions of the card need to be exactly the same as the dimensions of the image. So the image is 561 by 297, and these are the exact width and height that I set for the card. If I wouldn't set these, we would have nothing, basically, because that element would have no height whatsoever. So if I were to add some content, right, we could only see a part of that image because now the card is as tall as the content itself. We can play around with padding, with stuff like that, but it's going to be kind of hard to get the exact dimension. That's why in these situations where you have background images of a fixed size, it's best you apply them to elements that can be of a fixed size, if that makes any sense. So let's undo this. And let's see about the other two cards. So we have Sorceress. Let's copy this, paste it here, and Fashionista. And then I'm just going to change the background. So BG cat JPEG. And the final one is going to be BG bunny JPEG. And then I'm going to bring back the fixed width and height for these elements. So now you'll see that even if I bring back the content of this first card, because I gave it a fixed width and height, we are displaying the image properly, and the card element does not resize to only fit the content inside it. Now, what's up with that 2x image? Because I showed you here, we have a BG elephant JPEG, and we have a 2x image. So what happens when we load that one? Let's see. The size of the div remained exactly the same, but now we're displaying a much bigger image as its background. And naturally, we can only see a part of that image. And this is where the background size property comes in. I can go in and I can say background size, I want this to be 100%, meaning 100% of the width of the element. So now that image is displayed correctly because we kind of shrunk it to fit the exact width of my box here. Now, you probably cannot see this in the recording, but the quality of the image displayed here is much better than these two. And that's happening because I'm taking a much bigger image and I'm sizing it down. I'm shrinking it. And this is a technique that you can use to display sharp images on high DPI screens. Like, for example, the Mac screens, the Retina screens with a very high resolution. If you would put like a regular image on those, it will look kind of blurry. But if you scale it to 2 times the size and then from CSS you scale it back, that's going to be much sharper than a regular image. And if you have a Retina screen or even a 4K screen that you're watching these examples on, you'll be able to see the difference. So that's the background image property. That's how you use it. And also the background size. And of course, I can make this like 50%. And the actual background image will only be 50% of the available width or the total width of my parent. And you can see in this case, the image is repeating itself. And that's default behavior in CSS. When you add a background image to an element, that image is set to repeat indefinitely. It repeats in both directions, left and right, top and bottom. If I make this background size 10%, you'll be able to see this even better. But let's change this back to 100%. And that's one use case for using background images. Let's look at another. For that, let's open file 313.2. And here we can see the following. We're working off of this example, which can be considered a hero section for a web page. So we have a nice logo, a heading, a subheading, a list of features, and then at the very bottom, a call to action button. Now, we are working with 3 images here. Well, 4 images. One image is the logo, which we just use the img tag, we set it and forget it. The second image is this background, okay, which spans the entire available space. The third image is the small check mark, and the fourth image is actually this gradient. So let's see how we would do this in CSS. Going back to our file here, we will need to apply this patterned background to this area right here. In our example, the area that we want to target is the learn element, okay? So we're going to say background image, URL, and then we have an image here that's called pattern or patterns.png. It's a transparent image, 650 by 650, which looks like this. And it just has a bunch of these random patterns scattered all over. So when we set the background to that PNG file and we save, you'll notice the pattern is applied on the entire background, and it's actually repeated, right? Because 650 pixels is about this much, okay? So that background image is displayed here, and then it's repeated here, and it's gonna be repeated over and over and over again, regardless of how big this section is. And that's it. You don't have to touch it. You don't have to do anything to it. It just takes care of itself. And this is how you create a nice pattern background. You set a background image and you just leave it on repeat and you're done. What about these check marks? These right here that should be in this list. Well, if you remember from a previous lesson where we talked about styling lists, I showed you a property called list style image that you would use to change the marker or the bullet point of a list item. And we would replace that with an image. And in that lesson, I told you that that's not the best approach. And what I personally like to use is a background image. So let me show you how you would add these check marks as backgrounds for each and one of these list items. Let's go back to the code and see what we got. So we have a class of features, UL class features, and then 3 list items. So in CSS, I have a selector already, features list item. And what I need to do is set background image, URL, images, example, green check mark. Save, and let's see what we have. So as you can see, that check mark is now displayed as a background, but it keeps repeating itself, right? That's the default behavior. To stop that repetition, we can use the background repeat property, set that to no repeat. And there we go. Now, by default, these are positioned correctly, but if they weren't, I could use the background position property to set them left and center. Left meaning horizontally, center meaning vertically. I can also align them to the right side, and they will be positioned to the right side of the element. But let's leave them at left. Also, vertically, I can position them at the top of the element, which in this case you don't really see because the height of this text and the height of the image is the same. So the background image will be positioned correctly no matter what. But just note that the second parameter can be used to control the vertical alignment of the background image. So with that, we've successfully applied that check mark to the list item. There is actually a padding here that I added. So without the padding, the check mark would be under the text. And by adding the padding, I'm creating a little gap to the left of the text, just enough to show the check mark without it interfering the actual text. Now, finally, let's see about this button. And for this, we're also going to use a background image, but instead of an actual image, we'll be using a gradient, a CSS gradient. And that goes something like this. On the BTN, I'm going to say background image, linear gradient. The first parameter we're going to specify is the angle. We're going to set it to 90 degrees because we want it to go from left to right. Then we're going to specify the first color. So let's grab the first color. And then the second color. So let's grab this, paste it in, save. And now we have a nice button with a linear gradient applied to it. It's really that simple. Do you have to use 2 colors? Not necessarily. You can use 3 colors. So I can add another stop here, as it's called. And I don't know, maybe let's add this green color. So now I have a 3-color gradient. I can add a 4th color and a 5th, and so on. I can make the rainbow if I want to. But let's just stick with 2 colors. I can also use 1 color. So let's say, for example, that on hover, I want this button to have just 1 color. So I'm going to say background image. I can still use the linear gradient tool here, and I can say to right. This is another way of displaying a gradient from left to right. And let's say I just want it to be this color. Yeah, on both stops. So I can do this and then paste that in again. And now when I hover, that gradient will, or that box will just display 1 color. So is it necessary to use a linear gradient to display 1 color? Absolutely not. Here you would just use a background color. But I wanted to show you that it is possible to use the same color in a linear gradient. Now here, in terms of the direction, I can specify 45. And that's going to be a different gradient. It's going to start from here, and it's going to go at a 45-degree angle. Or I can specify another angle, 10 degrees, for example. So that's going to be, I don't know, probably something like this. Or I can specify 0 degrees. So now it's going to go from top to bottom. Or, sorry, from bottom to top. But I prefer 90 degrees here. Oh, and I also forgot to tell you something here. When working with backgrounds, you can also use the background shorthand property. And in here, you can actually reference multiple background properties, like the image. So I can copy this URL, like the position, left center, and also the repeat, no repeat. And then I can delete these or comment them, and the result is going to be exactly the same. So that's how you can use images to style backgrounds in CSS. You can use actual images like we did here, or you can use gradients and create a gradient background like this. Oh, and I almost forgot. You can actually have multiple backgrounds on an element. So for example, I can open up my learn element here, and I can have my patterns displayed normally, and then I can do comma and another URL. So let's say I want to also display that green check mark dot, what is it? Dot .svg, right? So I save, and now both of these images are displayed as a background, and they're just overlapping each other. Also, I can do a background color and a background image, right? So for example, if I'm gonna delete this second background image, I can place a background color here, let's say Alice Blue. All right, so now I have that bluish background color being displayed alongside the background image. And this works in this instance because the image is transparent. So we can actually see what's behind it. And the background color can also be added to the background property, okay? The shorthand version. So instead of this, instead of saying background image, I can say background, and then the color, and then the image. So I can save, and the result is exactly the same. Or I could just leave it like this. Background, URL, images, and then load the patterns. And this works as well, because it's not mandatory to use all of these other property values. You can just use the URL, and it's going to work just fine. Now, some key takeaways. HTML elements can have two types of backgrounds, color and image. The background image CSS property sets one or more background images on an element. Use the background size property to set the size of the element's background image. You can change the position of a background image by using the background position property. A background image will repeat itself by default, but you can change this behavior with the background repeat property. A great way of creating an interesting background is to use a pattern as a background image and have it repeat in both directions. Color gradients can be created with the linear gradient CSS function and applied as a value for the background image property. The background CSS property is a shorthand that sets all background style properties at once, such as color, image, size, repeat, or position. All right, and that's how you style backgrounds in CSS using images and gradients. Now, throughout this course, I mentioned the terms Flexbox, CSS Grid, and I even used CSS or Flexbox in some places, but I didn't really go into details. So how about we do that in the next lesson? All right, so let's start with this. Flexbox and CSS Grid Layout are two of the most powerful tools you can use in CSS to create layouts. So it's super important you learn how to use them. With that said, they can also be very complex. We can make entire courses just for Flexbox or just for CSS Grid. And actually, we did. You can find courses and tutorials on these topics over at tutsplus.com and, of course, here on the tutsplus YouTube channel. Now, I don't think either of these topics is suitable for a beginner's course. However, given their importance, I will give you a short introduction so you can get a feel of what they can do and where you can use them. And then it's gonna be up to you to explore these topics in more detail. And I'm gonna bundle them in the same lesson so that you can see the differences between the two methods and also where it's best to use, one over the other. So first we'll start with a simple demo so you can get acquainted with the syntax, and then we'll move on to a more realistic example. So simple demo first. Let's open file 3.14.1, and we have no reference image for this lesson, but instead we have a few boxes that I quickly drew up here with CSS. So we have boxes 1, 2, 3. They each have a separate color and also a different height. And then I have the same over here, but I also have a fourth element at the bottom. So two distinct containers, and they both have this kind of pink dotted line. So first of all, let's start with Flexbox, and we'll be applying Flexbox to the first container, which has the additional class of Flex. So then, in here, I'm going to say Flex, and I'm going to set the display to Flex. So then, watch what happens. Right now, this is the default flow. This is how the browser renders these three elements, right? The card, style 1, style 2, and style 3. When I save this, you'll notice that they are displayed differently. First of all, they're one next to each other. They're aligned to the left side of my container and also to the top. What about the height of these elements? Well, style 2, as you can see, has a height of 10 rems. Style 3 has a height of 20 rems. Style 1 has no height. And this is a typical behavior for Flexbox. By default, items are set to stretch, which means they're going to fill all the available space vertically. So box 1, because it has no predefined height, is going to fill all the vertical space. Box 2, which has a height of 10 rems or 160 pixels, will only occupy 160 pixels. Box 3 has a height of 20 rems, so 320 pixels, as you can see here. So what happens is basically my parent container resizes itself to accommodate the tallest content, which in our case is box 3. Box 2 has its own height, so it doesn't resize. Box 1, because it doesn't have a height, it resizes to fill the available space. Now, what's cool about Flexbox is that you can use it for super awesome alignment, and you would do that the following way. First, you have two properties that you can use here: justify content and align items. And this works the following way without going into too much detail. Justify content works on the horizontal axis. Align items works on the vertical axis. Here's what I mean by that. Justify content, I can set it at flex start, which would be left, flex end, which would be the right side. So now all the items are shifted to the right. They are all aligned to the right side of my parent. I can also set it to center. And you know what? Let me actually do this. Flex start, center, flex end. So you'll have all the properties here. Okay. So flex center, or justify content center aligns the items in the center. And it aligns all of them, which is awesome. Also, we have some other cool values that we can use with justify content. We can use space around, which is this one here. And this will add the same amount of space on each side of the element. So here we have 102 pixels. Here we have 102 pixels. Here we have 204, which is 102 from here, and then 102 from here. So that's space around. We can also set this to space between. And that's going to create an equal amount of space between each element. 306 pixels, 306 pixels. We also have space evenly. And that's going to arrange the items in such a way that we have even space between the elements themselves, 153 pixels, but also between the elements and the edges, again, 153 pixels. So that's justify content. And as I said, this works on the horizontal axis. On the vertical axis, we can use align items. And here, again, we have flex start. That's going to align items at the top. And notice that items that do not have a height set to them will not stretch anymore. So this will be displayed at an automatic height given by its content. We can also set it to center, and that's going to align items vertically, or I can set it to flex end, and that's going to align the items to the bottom. Now I can also set a property called flex direction to column. By default, flex direction is set to row, which gives me this behavior, right? Items are aligned one next to each other. But I can switch that by setting the direction to column, in which case the items will now be stacked. They're displayed from the top to the bottom. In this case, these properties don't work the same way. So here, align items, if I set this to the center, it's going to align those items to the center. So now align items will work horizontally, and justify content will work vertically. It's a bit of a complicated concept, but as I said, Flexbox is pretty complex. So if you're just getting started, you're probably not going to be using a different flex direction. Instead, you'll just be working with the regular flex direction of row, in which case these are the properties that you'll most likely be working with. Justify content to align and distribute items on the horizontal axis, and align items to do the same on the vertical axis. Also in Flexbox, we have a property called gap that we can use to set a gap between items. So let's actually set the justify content to center. And now you can see we have a 2rem or 32 pixel gap between these items. So that's a quick introduction to Flexbox. What about CSS Grid? Well, let's turn our attention to this second container, which, just like the first one, contains some cards, in this case 4 of them, and then they each have style 1, style 2, 3, and 4 classes applied to them. So then let's target this element by using the class attribute of grid, and I'm going to set display to grid. Now, by default, this doesn't really change anything because CSS Grid works with columns and rows. It's a 2-dimensional layout system. So what I need to do is define either the columns or the rows. In most cases, you will work with columns. So you would say grid template columns. And here you would specify how many columns you want and what size you want them to be. So if I want 2 columns of 200 pixels and 300 pixels, I would say 200 pixels, 300 pixels. So that's going to create 2 columns, first 200, second 300, and it's going to keep distributing the items or place the items in new rows as it's necessary. So as you can see here, we have one row which contains items 1 and 2, and then a second row which contains items 3 and 4. I can go to 3 columns. Maybe I want one that's 100 pixels, and that's going to change the layout. What I can also do is use the fraction unit. So if I say 1 FR, that means 1 fraction of the entire available space. And that's essentially the entire available space. But if I set 1 FR, 1 FR, it means I want 2 columns, each having 1 fraction of the available space. And that's going to divide the available space in half. This gets 50%, this gets 50%. If I'm going to add another column, 1 fraction, it's going to divide this space in 3 equal parts, or in 4 equal parts. What if I want this second column to be twice as large as the other ones? Well, I can go to the second column and I can say 2 FR. So I'm basically saying for columns 1, 3, and 4, use a fraction of the space. For column 2, use 2 fractions of the space. So that's going to make column 2 twice as big as the others. 166 here, 332 here, 166, 166. In grid, I can also use the gap property to specify a gap between columns, just like this. Currently, we have a 16 pixel gap here. And I can also define the rows. So for example, if I'm using 2 columns and I have 4 items, naturally, the first 2 will be displayed in one row, the other 2 in another row. But I can control the size of these rows. So for example, I can use the grid template rows property to set, let's say I want the first row to be 500 pixels tall and the second row to be 1000 pixels tall. Right? So that's going to create the first row 500 tall and the second one 1000 tall. As you can see, the parent just resized to accommodate the entire height. And we can actually see this much better if we go to style 4 and remove its height. By default, this will stretch to fill the entire available space. And if we do a quick measurement, you'll see that this will be 1000 pixels. It's actually outside of my viewport here, but let's change, where is it? Let's change this to 600 pixels, right? So now you'll see that I have the correct size here. This second element expanded to fill the second row in its entirety. So that's Flexbox, and that's CSS Grid. And if you're wondering what should I choose or which one is best, I don't think there is a best layout method. They're both awesome, and it really depends on what you want to do. As a general rule, whenever I want my layout to shape the content, I use CSS Grid. What does that mean? Well, with Grid, I'm defining the layout by specifying how many columns I want, how many rows, how big or small those are. With Flexbox, I'm letting the content shape the layout. So it's the other way around. Depending on the content, I might have a layout that looks like this, or a layout that looks differently. If I add some other elements here, it's going to look totally different. But with Grid, this is kind of fixed in place. And the grid elements will be placed in these grid cells. So this is much more strict. This is not as strict. And I'm just going to end there. There is a whole discussion, debate on the internet about which one is better, where you should use this, where you should use that. So I won't really go into that right now. You can do some studying on your own on this topic. But yeah, these are the basics of working with Flexbox and with CSS Grid. Now, at the start of this lesson, I mentioned that we had two demos to look at. We had this very simplistic looking demo and also a more realistic one. So for the other one, let's open file 314.2, where we can see this page header or this page hero area. So we have a header that has logo, menu, button. And one thing to notice here is that these three elements are vertically aligned, like so. And also we have this hero area with two headings, paragraph, button, and an illustration here on the side. So let's see how we would use Flexbox and CSS Grid to create this layout. I went ahead and wrote all the HTML for it, and also did some very simple styling on these elements, like styling the links, the buttons, the text, and so on. Now let's work on the header first and foremost. As we can see from the example, there is equal space between the logo and the navigation, and then between the navigation and this button. The elements are displayed on the same line, and they are vertically aligned. So what can we use to make this happen? Flexbox, right? It's one of the first examples I showed you. So let's go to document or file 314.2, and let's find the header element right here, and we'll set display to flex. Okay, that's already better. Let's set justify content. So we're working on the horizontal axis. Justify content, we'll set space between. Awesome. That's going to create equal space between this and this. And now let's align them vertically to the middle. So we'll say align items center. So now these are properly aligned. But what about this one, the navigation list? Well, what I'm doing here with the nav list is I'm removing the style and the padding. Let's also set a display to flex inside the list so that each list item will be a flex item. It will be displayed one next to each other. Let's also set a gap. I think 2 rems should be enough. Let's take a look. Good and good. What about this button? The image and the text inside are not aligned properly. Well, if we look at the code, we have a button element, a BTN or class BTN, with a display set to inline block. And we did that so that we can properly apply padding to it. But inline block doesn't work for us. Instead, we will have to set the display to flex, right? Because we want to properly align the button and the text, or the text and the image. So this works. This aligns nicely now because the text and the image are roughly the same size. But just to be sure, let's align items to the center so they're aligned vertically. And let's also add a small gap between that. So we'll say gap 0.5 rems. Okay, so that looks pretty good. But we have another problem here. See how this button just went on and filled the entire available width? That's because I set display to flex. Right, this is somewhat equivalent to display block in the sense that it's going to fill up the entire available space. If I just wanted to be as large as the content inside, I can use a display type of inline flex. And that's going to behave just like a Flexbox container, but it's also going to borrow the inline property, or it's going to apply the inline behavior for this button. So now it's only going to be as long as the content inside it. Now let's move on to this hero area. And from our image, we can see that the content here is basically split in half. One half of the space is occupied by the image. The other half is occupied by the text content. And we can use Flexbox for this kind of layout, but at some point it will get a bit complicated. I won't go into too much detail, just trust me, Flexbox can work in this application, but it does have its problems. So for this, I actually prefer to use CSS Grid. So we'll do the following. We'll target the hero, or let's see, section, class hero, and then inside we have a div, class content, and then the image. So we'll target the hero, and I'm going to set display to grid. Obviously, nothing happens just yet. We need to define columns. So I'm going to say grid template columns, 1FR, 1FR, because I want 2 columns, basically, each taking up half the available width. Also, I want this image to be vertically aligned with this content. Because right now, if I resize this, you'll see that the image is aligned to the top of the content. So we can do that. We can set align items to center. So now the image will properly be centered with this content. Also, I want a gap between these 2 columns so they don't touch. Let's say 8 rems. Right, so that's going to create a nice white space here that will create some separation between these 2 elements. Now, this doesn't look exactly like our render here because I'm actually working with a bit of a limited space here on the screen. But we can actually go and fix that in the next lesson. For now, this is how you would use Flexbox and CSS Grid in the same project, right? In the same page. You don't have to choose one or the other. You can use both for different things. So we used Flexbox here because it just made more sense and because we wanted this spacing done correctly. And this is easiest done with Flexbox. And we used Grid here because we wanted to split this area in 2 equal columns. And Grid was the easier choice. So then, let's have a look at a few key takeaways. Flexbox is a one-dimensional layout method that allows us to place elements in rows or columns. In Flexbox, items are displayed along what we call the main axis, which by default is horizontal. The cross-axis is perpendicular to the main axis. To control the alignment along the main axis, we can use the Justify Content property. To control the alignment along the cross-axis, we can use the Align Items property. CSS Grid Layout, or in short Grid, or CSS Grid, is a two-dimensional grid-based layout system that allows us to place elements in rows and columns. To define columns or rows in Grid, you can use the Grid Template Columns and Grid Template Rows properties. Alright, and that's a very quick introduction to Flexbox and CSS Grid. I only showed you the basics here in this lesson, and from now it's up to you to study it a bit more and get more acquainted with it, because these two are super powerful tools for creating layouts. Now, as I mentioned previously, the second demo that we created in this lesson doesn't work very well on small screens, but that's an easy fix, and this gives me a great opportunity to introduce you to responsive web design and more specifically to media queries. So let's have a look at media queries in the next lesson. A responsive website will change its layout based on the medium it's being displayed on. So a responsive website will look a certain way on a big screen and a different way on a small screen, on a smartphone, for example. And, that's logical. That's how it should be, because on a small screen, we have way less screen real estate, right? Now, achieving different layouts for different devices is possible with CSS thanks to media queries. A media query is a technique we can use to modify how certain elements are rendered based on the device type, for example, print or screen, or based on specific characteristics like screen resolution or browser width. So, for example, with media queries, I can have an element change its background color depending on the size of the viewport. Or I can change its, its font size based on the device orientation, whether it's in, landscape or portrait. So media queries are super versatile and they're very powerful. So let me show you a very simple demo. We'll actually be working on the demo from the previous lesson, and I'll show you how to create a mobile version for that particular layout. So let's open file 315. Here you can see I already created all the HTML. It's just like in the previous lesson, except one little bit here. And further down in the example area, we have the, let's call it desktop version. And then we have the mobile version. So the differences here are the following. In the mobile version, we no longer have the top menu or the start button. Instead, they are replaced with this menu button. The hero is also changed. Instead of using two columns to have content on the left, image on the right, the image is now on top and the content is below. So we're using a one-column layout. So let's see how we can use CSS and style this in such a way that when I get to a small viewport size or a small browser size like this, my layout doesn't break as it's doing right now. So first things first, this is the button for the mobile menu. It doesn't belong in the desktop view. So what we can do is we can target that. Let's see how I called it. BTN mobile. So let's grab BTN mobile and set its display to none. right? So by default, that's going to be hidden. Now, let's start adding our media queries, and we'll do the following. At media, then we need to define the medium where the media query is going to be applied. In my case, it's going to be on screen. And here, I need to specify a condition. And if that condition is met, then the code that's inside the media query will be applied. So what do I mean by condition? Well, basically, I want to start changing elements once the viewport is a certain size. Okay, so let's say that it's about here. I can do a quick measurement and I can see that the viewport is 1161. Let's round that off to 1200 pixels. So basically, what's over 1200 pixels will get this layout. What's under 1200 pixels, or when the viewport is less than 1200 pixels, I need to get this, the mobile view. So we do that by saying max width 1200 pixels. So that's the condition in the media query. So when the device width or the viewport width doesn't go over 1200 pixels, I need to create the styles for the mobile layout, right? So let's start with the menu. We'll say header nav and header btn. We'll set display to none. So we'll effectively hide them. Let's go. Here, I just passed 1200 pixels. As you can see, I'm at 1182. So the browser width or the viewport width is less than 1200 pixels. And now the media query condition was met, and we started to apply the styles here. So we hid the nav, this one, and this button. Now let's bring in the mobile button. So btn mobile, let's set display to inline block. And there it is. Next, let's work on this area, the hero. If you remember, we need to set its layout to just one column with the image above. So then, in our code, let's see what we have. A class hero, and then content and image. So if we go to hero, we can see we're using grid, and we're setting grid template columns 1fr, 1fr. So let's change that. We'll say hero. We can leave the display set to grid, but we can change the grid template columns to just 1fr or to 100%. It's exactly the same thing. Now, both of these will take up the full available space. But we have a problem. The illustration is actually below the content. We want it above the content. Well, thankfully, we can use ordering in both Flexbox and CSS Grid. And we can change the order in which items are rendered in the page without actually changing the order in the HTML. And we can do that with the order property. We just have to target that image. And let's see, we have an ID here of hero illustration. So let's get that. And we'll reference it here. And we'll say order -1. -1 because the order starts at 0. So we know for sure that in this situation, the content has the order of 0, and this has the order of 1. By setting the order to -1, we make sure that it's displayed ahead of anything else. So now we have a mobile version of our hero image. And given the fact that this will be displayed on a small screen, we also have to consider the amount of available vertical space, okay? So if in the desktop version we used, a certain distance between the header and the content, and maybe even between this header and this content, in the mobile version, we could actually make that white space a little bit smaller because we need to consider the vertical space or the vertical available space, okay? So we can start with the header. And by default, we have a margin bottom of 6 rem. Let's reduce this to 4 rem. Okay, so that's a little bit better. We have a bit less space between the header and the content below. The gap between the image and the content, initially we set it at, 8 rems. That's a bit too big right now, yeah? So we'll go into Hero and we'll set the gap to 4 rems. All right, so that's gonna close the distance here a little bit. That's much better. And then what about these headings, the H1 and the H2? At least I believe they're H1 and H2. Yes, they are. So in CSS, we actually defined H1 and H2 as having 3 rems of margin bottom. And that's a bit too much. Let's change that. We'll say H1 and H2, margin bottom. Let's set that to 2 rems. And that's just gonna slightly reduce the space between elements here so that everything is a bit more compact on smaller screens. So now we can easily and seamlessly make the transition from large screens to small screens, just by using one simple media query. Now let's take a look at a few key takeaways. A media query is a technique we can use to modify how certain elements are rendered based on the device type, for example, print or screen, or based on specific characteristics like screen resolution or browser width. Media queries represent a key part of responsive web design, as they allow us to create different layouts depending on the size of the viewport. A media query consists of 3 things: a media type, which tells the browser what kind of media the code is for, example, print or screen; a media feature rule, which is a test that must be passed in order for CSS to be applied; and finally, the actual CSS rules that are to be applied. And that's a quick introduction to working with media queries in CSS. Obviously, you can do a lot more with these, but I would guess in like 75% of the cases, you would use them exactly like I did in this demo. And with that said, we're almost at the end of this course. We're finished with all the theory. We're finished with all the small components, small exercises. And before we get to the conclusion, I thought it would be a good idea to do a bigger exercise. So in the next lesson, we're gonna use all of the knowledge that we got from this course so far, and we're going to put it to good use by coding a simple web page from scratch using HTML and CSS. So I will see you in the next lesson. All right, so now it's time to implement all the knowledge that we learned in this course by doing a simple exercise. And for that, we're going to code a very basic web page using HTML and CSS. I'll be working off of a Figma design, which you can download as well by using the link in the video description. And I'll essentially show you my process of coding a web page like this. And I'll be going kind of fast because I won't be explaining exactly what each element is doing or what each CSS property is all about. I've done that in the previous lessons already. So if you're ready to go, let's begin. So let's see what we are coding today. We have a simple landing page for a fictional company that sells chairs. This is actually a design that I made for another course here on Tuts Plus, and you can check the video description for that as well. But essentially what we have is a big header/hero area with a logo, title, subtitle, and a call to action. Then we have a section that shows a few products. Then we have a contact form, a very simple one, name, email, message, and a submit button, obviously. And then in the footer, we have some contact information, phone number, address, some social media icons, and finally, some copyright information. So then the first thing we'll do is create the HTML, the structure. Yeah. So I have file 4.1 opened here in the browser and in my code editor. And you'll find this file, of course, in the class files, so you can work alongside me. I went ahead and loaded 4.1.css. This is the CSS file that we're going to use to style the page. And let's begin with the HTML. So for this first section, we're going to use a header. And inside the header, we're going to use a container. The container will be used to center the content and also set a width to it. And we'll actually be using this container throughout this page to set the proper width of the elements. So header, I'm going to give it an ID of main header, and inside I'll create a div with a class of container. Next, we have the logo. So I'm going to say A with an img inside. The image will point to images, landing page, logo SVG, and let's give it an alt text of logo for furniture company, let's say. Next, we have an H1, an H2, and the button. So we'll say H1 plus H2 plus A with a class of button. The H1 will say this. The H2 will say this. And the button will say this. Now, the button, when we click it, it's going to scroll down the page to this chair section right here. So we can actually set an href to our chairs. Now, our chairs will be the ID of this section, the one that we're going to create next. And this is how links work. If you remember from the lesson where we talked about the anchor element and how links work, they can link to other pages, obviously, to other external resources, but they can also navigate within the same document. And this is how you do it. So let's work on the next section, the one with the chairs. So I'm going to say section with an ID of our chairs. And I'll also be using a div class container. And then this section has a header, which contains these three elements. And then it has the main content. So let's work on that header. For this element, let's use a paragraph. And I'll give it a class of section intro. And I'm just going to paste in the text. Then we used H1, H2, and here I'm going to use an H3. So H3, our chairs, and then this will just be a normal paragraph. Moving on. Here we have 3 columns of content, and this is almost like a gallery. We can consider it, okay? So we will go outside of the header and we'll create a div with a class of gallery. And inside this div, we'll have 3 columns, which we can represent as a div. Remember, the div element is used to group other elements. So then inside each div, each column, we have what? An image, a number, a heading, paragraph, and then paragraph. So we'll say image plus paragraph. Let's give this a class of number plus H4 plus paragraph plus paragraph. Expand that, and VS Code does or fills in the code automatically for us. For the image, we'll go to Images, Landing Page, Furniture 1. Alt text can be just furniture. Then P class number, we'll say 01. The heading is going to be this. Paragraph is going to be this. And the other paragraph is going to be the price. Now it's simply a matter of copy and paste. So I'm going to select this, duplicate once, twice, and we're going to change the images, the numbers, and then the text content. So here we have the H4. The paragraph, and the price. Again, title, paragraph, and paragraph. Like so. Following that, we have this bit. Let's use a paragraph. So I'll go outside the div class gallery, and I'm going to say P. I'm going to paste that in. And in here, we have 2 links. This one will scroll us to the contact section. This one will scroll us to this section here, to the other contact section. So we'll call this the contact form. We'll call this the contact info. So we'll do it the following way. We'll select this. We'll wrap it in an anchor tag, and we'll link it to the contact section, which we'll create in just a little bit. This second link, again, we'll wrap with an anchor tag, and we'll point it to the store section. And with that, the section about the chairs is complete. Let's move on to the contact section. So then we'll say section. Let's give it an ID of contact. Remember, it's got to match this one, container. But here I'll add some additional classes because this section has a darker background, right? So I want to style it differently. For that, I'm going to give it a class of dark. Also, the container is much smaller here compared to what we have on the upper section, correct? So let's give it an additional class of small. So this will allow me to still use the container styling for, centering elements and all that, but it also allows me to give it a much smaller width. Next, we also have a header for this section containing a paragraph and an H3. So let's do that. Header that has paragraph with the class of section intro, I believe it was. What did we use here? Yes, paragraph class section intro. And then plus an H3. So the section intro should say contact us. The H3 should say this. Then we have a form. So we'll say form method post. We're not going to make a functional form because that involves other technologies, but instead we'll make it look just like it does in the design. And for each field, we're going to use a div because we're grouping the label and the input. So we'll say div, and inside label for, let's call it contact name. The label text should say name. And then we have an input type text. Name is going to be contact name. ID is going to be contact name. Then we'll duplicate this for the email. So the information here, let's change it to contact email. The label will say email address, and the type will be email. Then, what else do we have? Another field, this time a text area, which also has a label. So, div label for contact message. The label will say message, and then we'll have a text area. Name, contact, message, ID, the same. I'll leave it calls 30, rows 10. I can always style this later in CSS. And let's save. Finally, we have the submit button and this piece of text. So let's copy the contents. And I'll create another div to group these up. And I'll use a button. I'll give it a class of btn. The text will say send message. And then the text will be placed inside a paragraph. So let's paste that in. Also, for styling purposes, I'm going to give this paragraph a class of muted because I need to make it a little bit more subdued. And also notice this is italic, and it's a pretty important piece of information. So we're going to use an M tag or an M element. So let's wrap this in an M, just like so. And yeah, we're done with this other section. Let's actually take a quick look at the page so far. Here we have the chair section. Obviously, we'll have to resize these images. Okay, and then we have the contact section with the contact form. And then the M text that we just added. Let's move on to the final section, which is this one. So let's create another section. Let's give it an ID of store, because remember, in this link, we used this href to scroll us down to the final section. And inside, we don't have a header per se. Instead, we just have the content, right? So we can skip the header element. Instead, I'll just use a container. And inside the container, P class section intro. that says visit our store, is it? Yeah. Then we have the phone number, which we'll use an H3 for. And then we have the address, for which I'll use a paragraph. But just by looking at the size of this paragraph compared to a regular paragraph, this is much bigger. So let's use a special class here of large. Also, we'll do the same for this H3. If we take a look in Figma, this has a font size of 57, but the other H3s that we used are using 43 pixels as font size. So let's use an additional class of large on the H3s. Then we have what? Some social media icons. For this, we can use a list. It's super simple. So we'll say UL with a class of social icons, and then each list item will basically have a link with an image inside. And the link here can point to the correct social network. For source, I'm going to select images, landing page icon, which is first Twitter. SVG, Alt, Twitter. And now I'm simply going to duplicate this 2 more times. We're going to have icon Facebook and Instagram. And finally, we have the footer of the page, which just contains a paragraph. So let's copy that. And we'll go down here. We'll say footer. We'll create a div so that we can apply the container styles. So container. And also I'll be using the small style of the container. And then inside paragraph, paste this in. I'll actually replace this with the copy entity. And this is called an HTML entity. And it's basically going to render this character here. Copyright, blah, 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 all rights reserved, built with WordPress and Elementor. These are both links. So let's wrap them in a anchor element or anchor tags. And we are done. That is all of the HTML. So let's have another quick look at the finished HTML. Header, chair section, contact section, store section, and finally the footer. So that was the easy task, right? Creating the markup, creating the structure, the skeleton of our page based, of course, on this design. Now we just have to dress it up and create the CSS for it. And for that, let's begin in the CSS file, which, as I mentioned in the start of this lesson, is linked in the head of my document. href css/41css. So we're essentially loading this file. Let's start with a reset, and I recommend you do this for all of your projects. And a reset is very helpful in dealing with some inconsistencies that might occur between browsers. As you probably know by now, browsers apply a default style sheet to a web page if no other style sheet is applied. And those styles can vary between browsers. Mozilla can choose to display those default stylings in a certain way, Chrome in another way, and so on. Most of the time, like 90%, they're pretty much the same. But I always like to start my projects by doing a quick reset. And the reset goes something like this. I'm going to select all of the elements, and I'm going to set the border, the box sizing to border box. So we are using the alternative box model. Then we're going to reset padding and margin on all elements. This will just give us more control as we're moving forward. So I'm going to say padding 0, margin 0. So with that, we go from this to this. Right? As you can see, we have no padding, no margin on any element, and this allows us to very precisely style these to match our design. Next, let's start with typography. I find that styling pretty much everything text related first will give you a good foundation to create all the other styles. So we'll start with the HTML element, where I'll set a font size of 18 pixels. By default, browsers will apply 16 pixels as a base font size. I want 18 pixels because that's what my design is telling. If we take a look at one of these paragraphs, you'll see that it's using 18 pixels. Next, let's set the font family for everything. So I'm going to select the body element, and I'm going to say font family, and I'll be using Poppins with a fallback to sans serif. And if you're wondering, I am loading the Poppins font right here using these 3 link elements. And I don't have to write these by hand. Google does that for me automatically. So for example, if I go to Google Fonts and I find a font that I like, for example, Poppins, I click that, I select what style I want to load. For example, I want this, and I want this. And here on the right side, Google actually gives you all the HTML you need to load that. So what you do is just copy it from here, you paste it here in the head of your document, and you're good to go. So for example, in this design, I'm loading the Poppins font family and the following weights: 200, 4, 6, 7, and 900. And that's it. So we loaded the body font. Now our page looks something like this. As you can see, that Poppins font was applied to all elements. Next up, we're going to select the line height. And if we look at our design, we can see that for the paragraphs, we are using a line height of 28. 28 divided by 18, which is the base font size, is 1.55. So we can do that here, 1.55. Remember, the line height uses a unitless value as a multiplier. So whatever the font size is, the line height will be 1.55 times that font size. Next, let's select or set the color. So the color will be this, 3C, 3A47. So let's paste that in. And let's also change this to RGB. It's the same color, but I prefer to see it in RGB format because later on, when I'll be using variations of this color with different transparencies, it's much easier. Next, let's start working on these headings. So H1, H2, H3, H4, whatever we used in our code, we need to start styling those. So this is the H1, font size 57 pixels. So we'll do 57 divided by 18. That gives me we'll round it off to 3.15 rems. So we'll say H1, font size, 3.15 rems. There we go. And what else? Let's set the font weight properly. This is using bold, so that's 700. And also, this is using a negative letter spacing to bring the letters closer together. In Figma, this is using percentages. In pixels, in CSS, we're going to use pixels. So I'm going to say letter spacing minus 2 pixels should give us relatively the same result, as we can see here. Next, let's move on to the H2. So H2. Font size, let's see, what do we have in Figma? 32 pixels, 32 divided by 18, that's 1.77. We'll round it to 1.75 rems. The weight here is extra light, that's 300, so font weight 300. We also have some negative letter spacing, so we'll say minus 1 pixel. And the color that we're using is different as well. It's the same black color, but with 80% opacity. So in this case, we can simply copy this, paste it in, and I'll say RGBA with 0.8 or 80% opacity. And that's our H2. What about the H3s? The ones that we're using here. Let's do those next. H3s. We are using 43 pixels, so 43 divided by 18, 2.4 rem. Font weight, I believe these are bold, yes, so 700. They also have negative letter spacing, minus 2 pixels. And then the H3s, notice they have a certain distance between them and the content below, 32 pixels. So we can actually round that off to 2 rems, which is going to be 36 pixels. It's not a big deal. It's just going to make calculations a bit easier for us. So we'll say margin bottom, 2 rems. Let's have a look. So H3, it pushes the paragraphs further down nicely. Okay, starting to look good. Now, if you remember, when we wrote our HTML, we also used an H3 with the class of large right here. Okay, so the H3 with the class of large, this one, uses 57 pixels as a font size, which is the same as this one, the H1. So let's do that. We'll say H3 with the class of large, and I'm going to copy the font size from the H1. And we're good to go. Also, we are using H3s here in the dark section, right? We have this H3 here. And obviously, because it's a dark section, the title, the H3, has a different color. It's using white. So let's add the CSS for that as well. We'll say class of dark with an H3, or the H3 inside an element with the class of dark. We'll set the color to white. Or if we're going to use the RGB version, it's 255, 255, 255. Next on, let's move on to H4. And H4s, we are using where? Exactly. We are using them in the gallery. So the H4s here should be 18 pixels. So 1 rem in size, and also they're bold. So back in our CSS, we're going to say font size 1 rem, font weight 700. And also notice that we have a bit of distance between the H4 and the paragraph, and that distance is 24 pixels. So 24 divided by 18 gives me 1.33. Let's round it off to 1.3. So I'm going to say margin bottom 1.3 rems. Cool. So now the H4s are styled correctly, and they have the correct spacing between them and the paragraph below. Let's move on to paragraphs. So paragraphs should have a margin bottom, as we can see from the design, right? They have a margin bottom to create some distance between paragraph and paragraph. So let's do that. We'll say paragraph, margin bottom, same value, 1.3 rems. Or actually, you know what? We can just round it off to 1 rem, just to keep our calculations a bit simpler, because this still looks good. Even though we're not following the design precisely, we can make our own changes here. So I'm going to do that right now. So instead of 24 pixels, I'm going to use 18 pixels, or 1 rem. When it comes to paragraphs, we also have some additional classes that we added. One of them is this one, class section intro, that's used for these elements right here. Okay, so these are 18 font size, extra light, and uppercase, and also with a positive letter spacing. So in CSS, sorry, I keep pressing the wrong button there. We're going to say paragraph with a class of section intro. We're going to set the font weight to 200 and also letter spacing to, let's say, 3 pixels. Oh, and also text transform uppercase. Let's take a look. Okay, so that's pretty good. I think the letter spacing could be a bit less, so maybe just 2 pixels. Yeah, so that looks pretty good. Also, this section intro is present in the dark section, so we need to create a style for that. So we'll say dark p section intro, which means select the paragraph with the class of section intro that's sitting inside an element with the class of dark. And we'll just change the color to RGB 255255. But let's also set the opacity here to 80%, just like we have in Figma. So we'll do RGBA 0.8. And let's save. Let's take a quick look, see how everything looks like so far. Yep, we're doing pretty good. What else? For paragraphs, we also have this one, the paragraph with a class of number that we used in the gallery. So let's style that. And based on the design, this paragraph should use 43 pixel font size. So let's do that first. 43 divided by 18, 2.4 rems. Also, font weight, this is using extra light, so 200. And what else? The color is also the black with 50% opacity. So I'm going to say color RGBA 0.5. And that's our paragraph with the class of number. We also have a paragraph here used in the store section. This is using the class of large, I believe. Let's see. Paragraph class large. Okay. So the paragraph with the class of large should be using what exactly? 32 pixels, extra light. So let's start there. Font size, 32 divided by 18. We can round it to 1.75 rems. Font weight, 200. And what else? Letter spacing. It has a negative letter spacing here, so we'll say letter spacing -1 pixels should do the trick. And I think that should be it. Let's have a look. What about the color? Are we using the correct color? We are 100% of the black color. Cool. Okay, so we took care of the headings, we took care of the paragraphs. What other typography elements we have? We have the links, right? So let's style the links next. So we'll say A. If we take a look at our design here, we can see that the links inside the paragraphs are all bold. Yeah, we can see them here as well. And also inside the button. So let's set the font weight to bold or 700. Let's remove the underline. So we'll say text deco, none. And also let's set the proper color. So the proper color is this one. And again, let's use RGB for it. Like so. What about on hover? What happens when we hover over our link? Let's create that. So A hover. We'll change the color to the regular black color we've been using so far. Cool. And what else? Let's see. These elements. Sometimes you'll find that the form elements do not inherit the font family that I set for the body. So you have to do that manually. Let's do that here. I'm going to say form input and also form text area. And also we are using a button here, correct? In the form. Yeah, we have a button element. So I'm going to say form button as well. And I'm going to set the font family again to Poppins and sans serif. And also I'll set the font size to 18 pixels and the line height. As I said, sometimes you just have to create the styles for them separately because they do not inherit those values. So now our form elements look correct as well. So we've taken care of the typography part. We also set some text colors. Next, let's take care of the layout. And we'll start with the container element. So let's add a comment here to know that we're dealing with another part of our design. And I'll target container, and I'll set a width of 85%. So this means 85% of the total available width. You'll see that as I'm resizing the page, that container resizes as well. Now, how do we center the container in the middle of the page? Well, that's super simple to do. Once we have a set width, we can set the margin to 0 top and bottom. This is unimportant, really. We can get away without the top and margin set like this. But the important part comes with the keyword auto. So 0 top bottom, auto left and right. By setting margin auto, the browser will automatically set the same margin on both left and right, essentially center aligning my element. Look at that. Super simple, right? And of course, this works even if I'm using a smaller window size. Nice. What else? We also have a small container. If you remember, we used it in here in the contact form section, and we also used it here in the footer. So for that, we're going to say container with the class of small, and I'm going to set the width to about 60%. So let's have a look at how it behaves. Okay, so that's 60% width. What we can also do is set a max width if we don't want this container to go past a certain point. Max width, let's set it to, I don't know, about this much, something like this. Let's actually see the footer here and see what kind of size we're dealing with. This is using 640 pixels. So 640 divided by 18, that's 35. Let's set a max width of 35 rems. Okay, so now this is much tighter. The container small will still be 60% of the available space, but it's going to have a maximum width now. You'll notice here that it actually stops at that width of 35 rems. Okay, so with the container done, let's move on to the header, right? Now we can start styling from the top and moving to the bottom. So the header, we have what exactly? A header with a class of, or with an ID of main header. So we'll say main header. Let's see what styles we need to add here. First of all, we have large padding on the top and the bottom, and this padding is 240 pixels, and it's actually the same padding as the one we have inside the sections. So how about we do this? We'll target the main header and the section, and we'll add padding 240 divided by 18, that's 13. So 13 rems, top, bottom, 0, left and right. Okay, so now we have that 240 pixels, give or take, padding on the top and on the bottom. Also, let's align the text to the center. So we can say text align center, like so. Very nice. And now let's work on putting some distance between these elements. So let's see. In the header, this H1 has 128 pixel distance between it and the logo, and 16 to the H2 here. So we'll say the following. Main header H1, we'll set margin. So top, it was 128 divided by 18, 7. So 7 rems. Right, 0. Bottom, it was 1 rem. And then left, 0 again. Okay. What about the H2? Between the H2 and the button, we have, again, 128 pixels. So we'll actually duplicate this. We'll say main header H2, and we'll just set a margin bottom here to 7 rems. Nice. Next, let's start working on this button. So based on our design, this has the padding of 24 pixels top bottom, 64 pixels left and right, and it also has a border that's using a 1 pixel stroke or a 1 pixel width, and we're going to copy this color, and we'll say the following. btn, this is the class that we used. Let's start with the padding. So we had 24 on the top and bottom, so that's 1.3 rem, and 64 left right, that's 3.5 rem. We had the border 1 pixel solid, and we'll paste in the color, And if you want, you can switch to RGB as well. And what else? It was bold, right? The text was bold. So let's do font weight bold or 700. And let's see what we got. Okay, pretty good. But notice that on hover, only the text changes color. So let's fix that. So we'll say btn hover. And you know what? Let's do something different. Let's change the background color to the black that we're using, and also the border color to the same black value. Let's see which one, this one. And let's change the text color to white. So RGB white. Okay, so now we have a totally different hover style for the button. And I think we're pretty much done here on the header. Let's take another look. Yep, that looks pretty good. It looks a lot smaller here because I'm at 62% zoom, in case you're wondering. Okay, let's move on to the next section, and that is the chair selection. So we'll say chair section, and we have what exactly? First of all, let's add that background color. Okay, so this is using F0EA. So we'll say our chairs, I believe it was called. Let's double check. So section ID, our chairs. Okay, so we'll style this entire section and we'll say background color. We'll paste that in. And then we need some distance between this section header and the actual content, and that's 64 pixels, 3.5 rems. So we'll say section header, margin bottom, 3.5 rems. Okay, save. Let's have a look. We're actually not seeing the background color here. We're still using white, so what's up? Our chairs. I just wrote that. I misspelled it. Okay, what about this paragraph? Notice that it has like a maximum width here of 640 pixels. It doesn't go the entire available space. So let's fix that. I'm going to say h3 plus paragraph. And I'm going to set a max width of 35 rems. Okay. Now, why h3 plus p? Well, because I want to select the paragraph that immediately follows the h3. So I just want to apply this maximum width to this paragraph. Notice that it's not centered anymore. And because we gave it a max width, we can simply set margin left to auto, margin right to auto. Save, and it's back in place. Now let's work on this, this gallery that we created. If we look at our design, we have 3 columns, each with equal width. And based on what we've learned in this course so far, what would be the best approach to this? I would say CSS grid, right? So we have what? A div class gallery. So we'll say gallery, display grid, and we'll say grid template columns, 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. Alternatively, we can say repeat 3, 1FR, and it's exactly the same thing. So now this creates a nice grid that displays our images in 3 columns. But the problem we're seeing is that the images are quite large, so they will overflow our containers. Let's fix that. We'll target the IMG tag, and we'll set a max width of 100%, meaning they should never be longer or bigger than their parent container. Also, the text inside these elements is currently center aligned. We don't want that. In our design, it is left aligned. So we can target the gallery divs. So gallery div, and we can say text align start or text align left. It's exactly the same thing. Now let's create the proper spacing between these elements. If we look at our design between the image and the content, we have 24 pixels. So 24 divided by 18, 1.3. So we'll say gallery image, margin bottom, 1.3 rems. Okay, let's take a look. And that looks pretty good. Also, we need to set a gap between these items. So 6.4 divided by 18, 3.5 rems. So we'll go back to the gallery and we'll say gap 3.5 rems. So that will create the necessary spacing between the grid items. So this looks good so far. Let's actually add a bit more spacing between the gallery and this paragraph. Let's see, here we have like 64 pixels. So again, here in the gallery, I'm going to set a margin bottom 3.5 rems. Save that, and we're good to go. Let's move on to this contact section, the dark contact section. Okay, this is using the dark color that we've been using so far. So let's create a new section here, contact. Let's target that dark class. We'll set the background color, RGB. We'll use that. What else? These are already styled. Let's work on the form elements, the labels and the inputs. So based on our design, the labels should be white 80%. The inputs will have a background of white 10%. So then we'll say dark paragraph and also dark label. And I'm using the paragraph because I also want to style this one. And then dark BTN. All of these receive the same color of white, or actually, no, I was wrong about that. Sorry. The BTN is not included here. Or the paragraph. What am I doing? Sorry about that. So just the dark label, we'll set a color to RGBA white 80%. Is that correct? It is. Okay, moving on. And let's actually take it a bit slower. Let's work on spacing these first. So they have 32 pixel spacing between each form group. So we'll say dark, or actually no, form, div. We'll set margin, bottom, 1 point, I believe it was 75 rems, 32 divided by 18, yeah. Okay, so that's one. Then let's target the form label, and the label should be placed above the input. So we'll say display block. Okay. It needs to be uppercase. So text transform uppercase. Let's also give it a letter spacing of 1 pixel. Okay. Let's align it to the left. So text align start. And also let's give it a margin bottom of, I think 0.5 rems should do the trick here. Let's see. 8 pixels. Yeah, that's going to work just fine. Okay, so those are the labels. Now let's worry about these inputs and the text area. We're going to style them exactly the same. So I'm going to say form input and form text area. Let's start with the background color. So that was white and 10%. Okay, let's get rid of the border. So border none. All right, Let's add a padding to these of 1 rem. Good. And let's make these fill up the entire available space, just like that. Nice. Now, let's also color the text inside, and we're going to be using white for that. Okay. And there is one last thing I want to do here. Notice this is still resizable, the text area. I don't want that. So I'm going to set a resize to none. This is a property that can be applied to resizable elements like text areas. So now I can no longer resize it. But what about this focus style? When I click inside an input, I'm basically focusing it, right? I can do that with the tab as well. So how do we remove this border, this white bluish border? That's actually called the outline. And it's something that browsers add to interactive elements like this to show users which element has the focus. But I don't want that. Instead, I want to create my own style for the focus. So we can say form input focus, and then form text area focus. And I'm going to set the outline, outline to none. So now that is gone. And instead, I'm going to set the background color to the white RGBA, and I'm going to set the white opacity to 20%. So you'll see we have a different style when we focus these items. The background gets a little bit lighter. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, this is working properly. And what about this button? Well, based on the design, this should be full width, and it should have a border like this. So let's do the following. Form button. Let's set a width to 100%. Good. Let's also change the cursor. And I'm going to use pointer here so that the little hand shows up when we hover on it. And this is obviously borrowing or inheriting styles from the BTN class, if I'm correct. Yes. BTN class that I used also up here, right? So we need to override some of those classes or some of those styles. So I'm going to say dark BTN, or elements with the class of BTN that are inside elements with the class of dark. And I'm going to change the border to 1 pixel solid RGBA. We'll use the white 80%, and then we'll set the background color to be transparent, like so. Let's also change the color to white, or RGB 255, 255, 255. And let's create a nice hover style. So dark BTN hover. We'll set the background color to white. And we'll set the text color to the black. Just like that. So now this is kind of the opposite of what we have here. Now, we also have a paragraph around here somewhere. There it is. And if you remember, we used the class of muted for that. So paragraph with the class of muted. Let's change its color to RGBA white. Let's set it at 50%. That should be correct. Yes, it is. So 50%. And let's also create some space between the paragraph and the button. And we can do that easily. Let's see, we need about 2 rems or 1.75 rems. We can do that by saying form button plus paragraph. So we're styling the paragraph that's immediately following the button. I can just say margin top 1.75 rems. Or I can just target the form button and set a margin bottom on it. It's really up to you how you want to do this. And with that, I believe the contact section is done. Cool. Let's move on to this section, the store section, okay? And we don't actually need to do much here because this is mainly text. We already styled the text previously, but we need to work on this social media list. So if we take a quick look at our design, these icons are 32 pixels in height, and they're sitting at 128 from the text above. And they're also centered. So let's target the store section or the visit store section. And we'll say this, social icons. Is that what we call them? UL class social icons, correct. So we'll say list style none to get rid of the bullets. And let's use Flexbox here. So we'll say display flex because I want to align them one next to each other. And let's see what else. Let's justify content to the center to properly align them. Let's also align items to the center so they're vertically centered. Let's create a gap of, what do we have here? 48 pixels. 2.5 rems should do the trick. And let's see. What about the size of these? 32. Yeah, so the size is good. 32 pixels. Okay. Now let's also push them down. For that, we can add a margin top to this. So let's see what structure we have. A P class large and then social icons. So we can actually target P class large plus social icons, margin top. It was 128. That's 7 rems. So now we have the proper spacing between them. And then finally, we have the footer. So on the footer, we also have a bit of spacing here, 96 pixels, 96. So that's 5 rems. So let's start there. We'll say footer, padding, 5 rem and 0. Nice. Let's center align the text. So footer paragraph, text align center, like so. And we're pretty much done with styling this page. So remember how the page used to look like when we just had the HTML written with no styling applied, and now look at it in its final form. Was that hard? I hope not. It's just about being methodical and taking it one step at a time. You saw that first we took care of the reset. So we started with a blank slate. Then we took care of the typography, where we set, the font sizes, the font family, line heights, font weights, and all of that stuff on all the text elements. And we also set the colors where we could. And then we took care of some generic layout styles by setting the width of the containers. And then we started from the top with the header. We took each element and we styled it according to our design. And 252 lines of code later, we have this page almost ready to go. And I say almost because there is one last step we need to do, and that is to make sure this looks good on smaller devices as well. We need to make it responsive, right? So then, here's what we can do. Let's say that we're targeting screens that are about, I don't know, this big. So around 600 pixels, 700 pixels, let's say 600 pixels. So let's create a media query here, screen, and we'll set the max width to 600 pixels. So then, for small screens, the first thing we'll do is reduce some of the font sizes on the headings, because right now they're too big for small devices and they take up a lot of space. So for this, we'll do the following: H1 and H3 with the class of large, because they share the same font size. We'll go font size 2.3 rems. Right, so that's going to make them a little bit smaller. We'll do the same for the H2 and also the paragraph with the class of large. Font size, we'll set these to 1.3 rems, just like that. And let's actually make this smaller so you can see the changes. And then let's also change the size of the H3. We'll set this to 1.8 rems, like so. And then we can see that on these sizes, the small container is a little bit too small, so we can make it slightly bigger. So we can say container small width 85%, like that. Let's also reduce the padding, the top and bottom padding from inside the header and also from inside these sections, because it's a little bit too big right now. And let me actually do this so you can see things a little bit better. So we'll say main header and section. We'll set the padding to, before we had, what did we have before? 13 rems. Let's cut that in half, kind of. So 6 rems and 0. Right, so that's gonna help tremendously with the available amount of available vertical space. Let's see about the footer here. We can also reduce the space a little bit. So we'll say footer padding. Let's do 2.5 rems and 0. So a little bit lower. And what else? Let's see about this this gallery, right? Because this gallery currently doesn't look that great. And actually it starts to look pretty bad around here, I would say. Let's see, this is 800 pixels almost. So let's do another media query. So we'll say media screen and max width is 800 pixels. We'll target the gallery and we'll set the grid template columns to 1FR. So I only want these to be displayed in one column after I get to this point. Okay. And let's also reduce the gap here to 4 rems. What did we use previously? Let's see, gallery. We used 3.5 rems, so we need to go a bit lower than that, maybe 2 rems. 2 rems should do the trick. And that's it. Now, you can see that our page is fully coded, and it also works very well on smaller devices. And I guess one extra change we can make here on these smaller screens is to close this gap even further. So let's see. We'll copy this, paste it here, and we'll set this to 3.5 rems, like that. And we can also close the gap here a little bit. So if we take a look in the header, see where we can find it. Main header section, main header H1. This is responsible for this big gap here. So it was using 7 rems as margin top, but we're not having any of that. We're gonna set margin top to 3.5 rems. Right, so that's just gonna allow us to have even more space here. And that's it. And that concludes this exercise. It was a rather long lesson. I think it's going to be around an hour for just this lesson. But I just wanted you to see the full process of coding a web page like this, from start to finish, from writing the HTML to writing the CSS, to see what kind of decisions you have to take in terms of layout and how to go from that design to a finished product. So I really hope you enjoyed this lesson, even though it was very long. I hope you didn't get bored or anything, and I strongly recommend you do this exercise as well. So what you need to do is open up your homework files, which I'll talk about in the next lesson, or you can open the link in the video description. That's going to take you to the Figma file for the design. And then using what you learned in this course, try and recreate that page yourself without looking at my code too much. And once you get to a point where you feel that it's completed, then maybe you can double check with the code that I wrote to see if maybe I did something different, if I had another approach. But it is an exercise that I recommend you do. And don't worry if you don't get it right from the first try. Just keep working it. If there's something, an element that you don't understand how to use, or a CSS property, rewatch that part in the course, or do some research on your own until you get the result that you want. With that said, let's take a few minutes for the conclusion for this course and the homework coming up. First of all, big congrats for making it to the end of this massive course. I hope you found it useful and that you learned something valuable. Now, I realize I gave you a ton of information in a relatively short amount of time, so if you can't assimilate everything right away, don't worry. Honestly, I don't expect you to. It took me years to learn all the stuff that I showed you in this course. So the best thing for you to do is just take it slowly, keep practicing, and keep building those skills. Also, individual learning, studying is also important. So take this course as a basis for your web development career. But past that, just keep on learning by yourself from other sources. And as I said, keep practicing, keep making projects, and you'll be on the right track. Now, to help you improve, I prepared a homework for you, which is basically a series of smaller exercises. So let me show you what it's about. The first thing you'll have to do is go to the video description. You'll find a link to download the homework files. And in here, you'll find a bunch of HTML documents, a CSS folder, and an images folder. And as I said, the homework is basically a series of smaller exercises. Each of these HTML forms has an example image here in the homework area, and then it has a practice area. And it's your task to take this and replicate it using HTML and CSS. These will be familiar to you because they are the examples that we used throughout the course. So these are the characters that we used. This is the header. Yeah, this is the pattern background hero area. And you have everything you need. So for example, using this address component as a reference. First, you write the HTML and then you style it to make it look as close to this as possible, using, of course, the knowledge that you got from this course or from other sources if you're doing some individual studying. In terms of the files, you'll get all the HTML pages necessary with some starting code. And the only thing you need to do is write your HTML here in the practice area and write your CSS here, and you'll be good to go. I also provided all the necessary images for each component. So for example, if you want to do the address component, you can go to Images, Address, and you'll find all the images for that component there. We also have the ones for the characters. For the contact form, we have the various SVG files that I've used, and they're all neatly organized for you. So all you need to do is write HTML and CSS, and don't worry about exporting any kind of image. In this homework, you will also find a page for landing page, right? It's the exercise, the long exercise that we did in the previous lesson. So what you do is you find the link here. You can open that link, and that's going to take you to Figma, where you can download the Figma file that I used for this course. You will need a Figma account, and this file will be read-only. So what you need to do is just to duplicate this file into your own account, and then you'll be able to edit it. So that's the homework, basically. Make sure you download the homework files and do this. I highly recommend it. It's just going to help you solidify all the knowledge that you got from this course. Also, remember that you can ask me anything you want in the comments section. So if you're having problems understanding a certain concept or working with a specific CSS property or HTML element, drop me a line down below and I'll try and help out as much as I can. I monitor these comments pretty frequently, so if you want to get in touch and ask me something, remember you can do it down below. With that said, thank you very much for watching this long course, and don't forget to also check out the Envato Tuts Plus YouTube channel to learn more about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Figma, Adobe XD, and a bunch of other things. Thanks very much again, and until next time, I'm Adi. Take care.